lady now. Pick a lady somewhere around the side. If you can see it in your mind, you will see it in your life, okay? So what have you seen in your mind for yourself in the next 10 years? Anybody? Nobody's permitted to be shy in this room. This is a room of future leaders. So just pick the mic. Thank you. You stand up, tell us your name, you applaud her, and then she tells us her iconic headline.
Hi, my name is Michelle.
Hi, Michelle. Let's welcome her.
My iconic headline is Africa's biggest director
Director in
construction.
Okay, I see we have lots of construction people here. That's good. Please, let's appreciate her. It's not easy to stand up. Okay, let's have one person from this side, and then we move on to our welcome address. Anybody you decide. Anybody. Give one of these men wearing suits. They look very serious already. I like it. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
All right, my name is Alamata Peter.
Good morning, Peter. Let's clap for Peter.
All right, my iconic headline is Global HR Practitioner in the Banking Industry.
Oh, I like that. Please, let's clap for him. I like how very direct that was. Global HR Practitioner in the banking industry. So he has a direct focus of what he wants to do. And these are some of the principles of purpose right now that you're already exhibiting. Having a direction, having preciseness in exactly what you want. And I can assure you that the lineup of speakers we have today are so fantastically selected that every single thing that you need to learn to know, to be equipped to forge the future, you are going to get it, right? So once again, I would like to officially welcome you to Metamorphosis 2.0 with the theme Forging the Future. Please, can you put your hands together for yourselves? Let's make it louder, please. All right, my name is Oluwalobamishe, your excellent and eloquent host, and I'm excited to deliver an amazing event for you today. And I hope that we will be very interactive because we are youth, we are young, and there has to be energy and power in the room, even as we learn how we're going to forge the future. All right, so now we are moving straight to the next item of the lineup today, and that is the welcome address. And this will be taken by none other than the convener of today's event, Timothy Adewale. Can we put our hands together for him, please? This is the man behind the vision, the reason we are all here. Make it louder before he gets to the podium. You can add a shout to it.
All right. So I think I'm going to start with this, which is every time a gathering happens where people step out of their houses, step out of their homes, step out of wherever it is they come from to gather, there's one thing that always stays on my mind, and that's the level of intentionality we see people put into their growth is not so common. And the reason is because it's not easy. I mean, if it was easy, that's not now local balance. If it's easy, what? Run out. So, I'm here first of all to celebrate every one of us who decided to step out of our places, step out of your homes, not because some guy is putting up some things, but because you have a personal desire for growth. And I want to let you know that's not common. And I'm going to start with that. There's a little village in some town. And in this village, there are 3 boys who all they do every day on a repetitive cycle is to wake up, go out, play. Once they're done playing, they just sleep away, eat, and they go around the village taunting every single person. They're the regular bullies that some of us might have encountered in the hostels, secondary schools. So there was this guy, a young chap, who was very intentional about his life at that age. And one of the things that happens when a circle of people who have grown up together and one person begins to exempt himself to live purposefully, one thing happens. and that's contempt. And the reason for contempt is familiarity. In the words of Bob Proctor, familiarity breeds contempt. Now, what they would try to do is to discourage this person from doing any good. So what they always do is, snare at him, make jest of all his efforts, just do all manner of things in a bid to discourage him. So he's making attempts, trying to better his future, trying to better his life, making decisions. He's obviously hardworking. He has big dreams. But every time he spills his dreams and says anything, they always turn him down and always stand as a roadblock. Now, he went back home and reported the case to his grandfather. And his grandfather told him just the thing he needed to hear. And that's what I want to summarize in this brief session. I have just one job here this morning, and that's to remind somebody that it's not so costly to imagine the biggest life. What does that mean? For many of us might have come from very humble backgrounds where getting to eat 3 square meal only happens when a visitor comes or when you go visit someone else. And then when you are in someone else's house and he asks, oh, do you want to eat? And you look at your mom and say, you want to eat? How many of us said yes and went ahead to it? Okay. If you said yes, can you come and share what happened when you go home? We all know that, right? And you come from a house where there's little to nothing that happens. It already means that by default, your starting point is almost like you're trying to run a race. And, when you say on your mark, and as you're down on your knee, someone is already already holding your heel. So there's already a disadvantage. And the sad part of that reality is that as we grow, we get to secondary school, university, one thing happens is that we adapt to that. And then when we have thoughts, we have imaginations that are not consistent with our background, what do? We shut it out. I was saying that sometimes we feel guilty for even dreaming big. We feel guilty for having some kinds of thoughts. When in the real sense of it, it is God who plants the power of imagination in the heart of everyone. So I have just one job here, and that's to let you know this, that you are a part of the future that you are dreaming for. And I tell you, I'm not interested in some motivational lingo or refire to perspire to rekindle to inspire and all those things. But we're here for serious business. So one thing I want to ask you to do is to unlearn all those guardrails that you've set up in your mind as to what success looks like, as to what a purposeful life should look like. All those guardrails that you have set, I want you to let them down and allow a change of clothing. Like, give your mind new clothes. That's how I see it. And just in the video that was made for the reason of publicity, I mentioned something, and it started me to realize that statistics. Anyways, so I realized that now, I've always known this, we've always known this, that Nigeria is one of the countries with the highest population. Yes or no? And, right now our population is, nearing 270, 280 million people in one country. Lagos alone is a country. Some will say Lagos is smelly, Lagos is hot. Yes, definitely. And you see, that statistic is very important because a larger percentage of that population are these guys. And then, the saddest part of that is that the bulk of us do not even dream of a better future, let alone imagine them contributing to it. Are you understand what I'm saying? Are you understand what I'm saying? So, It's a different situation if I can think of something better and then now think of, okay, what can I do to see this happen? It's another situation entirely when I can't even see it. It's bleak. And one thing we want to try to do here with every single speaker, especially intentionally curated, is that lead will be taken off. That you would get to see what it truly means to be a part of something big. And on a final note, when that song came out, no, I can never turn back, oh, no, already too late, oh, no. And then we start chanting that part, we'll burn the world, we'll spend, when we get to that spend the billions part, we'll spend the billions. But now, Bamisha did something here, and she spoke about billions. And she said, not just people who want to have it and spend on stuff, but people who want to contribute. And I want you to leave with something here. When you think of leadership, because right here we have young leaders. When you think of leadership, I want you to think of contribution. Say contribution. So don't think of a political role as Siwaju. Don't think of PDP. Don't think of, being in a position. Think of contribution. You get to a place, things are not working. Don't just talk about it and say, yadi, and all those things that we complain about. I mean, Nigeria, we have a very good way of we can complain. If it's complaining, just leave that to us. We can do that. That's we do that for a lifestyle. Sometimes we do that to relieve our stress. But now, don't stop at that. Think, what can I do? Let's practice that. Say, what can I do? Say that again. What can I do? So when you think of leadership, you think of contribution. What am I going to do about it? Or we complain about the financial sector of Nigeria. What are you doing about it? You're complaining, all the guys in Lagos boys are all men are in Lagos has come. All this or that. What are you doing about it? You're going to be a mother someday. How are you going to raise your boys so they won't be scums? We say all manner of things. The question you want to ask, what can I do about it? And it starts with that personal leadership, that intentional contribution. So with all these things that have been mentioned, with these few points of mine, I hope I've been able to convince and not to confuse you. Okay, I don't know how to end that passport. All I'm trying to say is, we're here for something good. Do you believe that? That energy is not telling me the truth. Do you believe that? So, right where you're seated, I want you to do something. I want you to write down things that have come across your mind. Why you need to do this here and now is that it would help hold your attention, because now you're looking for something to address what you have written. So I'll give you a second. Please do that. What is that imagination? What is that thing, that dream that has been locked up in your heart? What is that thing that you have had in mind all along and haven't just found the necessary external force or internal force, whichever the case is, to push you? But you know that this is something that has stayed as a burden. Sometimes you look at it, you're angry about the situation. It might be something global, something national, something communal, something in your class, whatever, however little it is, maybe your family. So whatever that is, I want you to take your pen and put that thing down. It may be so big, don't bother about how it's going to happen, you just write it down. And if you've not had anything like that, I tell you the honest truth, by the time this conference is done, your books are going to be full. Amen? All right then. So thank you so much, and I want to say welcome every one of us to Metamorphosis 2026, and we're in for a great ride. Please put your hands together for yourselves again.
I believe that applause can be louder. Come on. The convener of today's event just spoke, and he spoke from his heart out to us. One more time, let's put our hands together for Timothy Adewale. Louder. Until I see everybody clapping, I'm not going to stop. Apart from clapping being a recognition of the person who just spoke, it's also an exercise. How many of us go to the gym here? Do we have gym bros, gym sissies here? So, okay, let me move away from the speaker. So I want us to clap in a way that we are energizing our arms, our palms, everything. So clap for yourselves, clap for the organizers, clap for the convener, clap for me, your host. Come on, clap. Thank you. Thank you. Now we have special guests in our midst. Some of our speakers are already seated, beautifully and handsomely dressed. In fact, I cannot wait to hear what they have to say. And we are at that time where we are going to listen to them. But I want us to remind ourselves of one thing. What is one thing that Timothy said? He said, when you think leadership, think what? No, it doesn't sound like you're sure. Think what? So don't think, I'm now in power to tell people what to do. I can now control things. All power belongs to me. No, all power belongs to God. So when you think leadership, think contribution. Now that is exactly why we're here. We want to re-engineer your mind to see that the future that you desire, that you want, comes from your own contribution to it. Right? So whatever it is that you think that you want Nigeria to be, realize that you are a part of that future. Realize that you are a part of that journey. You realize that you're a part of that actualization. Okay, so we are going to the next session. This is the very first speaking session of today. And I will be welcoming and introducing our speaker for today. So as I read out this excellent bio, I want us to clap our hands when I'm done with a loud standing ovation as the speaker comes forward. So for some of us that I told to write our iconic headlines, this is an example of an iconic bio. So you can start jotting things down. You can rejig your own. All right, so our next speaker is one of Africa's foremost human capital engineers, an executive who blends technical pedigree with strategic leadership to build systems that unlock talent at scale. With over 20 years of experience in software engineering, finance, and global consulting, he has devoted the latter part of his career to constructing the infrastructure powering Africa's next generation of innovators. He holds an MSc in software engineering from the University of Westminster and an MBA from Imperial College, London Business School, giving him the rare dual capability to engineer systems and architect strategy with precision. His philosophy is simple and powerful. Build talent and catalyze innovation to create prosperity. So with a loud standing ovation, let us make welcome for the first, let us stand up please. Let us make welcome for the first speaking session of today, Mr. Sam Emmanuel. Let's make that applause louder if we celebrate him and we are ready to hear from him. Louder please, show him your love.
You can sit down. Good morning. I'm not sure, am I allowed not to stand on the stage? Excellent. How you all doing? I didn't come with slides. They said it's Metamorphosis, and we're talking about building future leaders. I don't want to stand on the stage and be far away, so let's have a conversation. Do you guys have other microphones by any chance? Okay. If you can, let's try and make it interactive. Like I said, I didn't come with any slides so that we can talk to each other from the heart. You want to be a leader, you have to get comfortable with having uncomfortable conversations. So let's have conversations. And what I want you to do for me, if the mics are ready, a few people, just tell me, what would you like me to talk about? What would be of interest to you to hear about? I can talk to you about many things. I could have done 120 different slides. But I think if we're going to be real with ourselves, there are certain topics that we should be discussing if we're trying to forge future leaders. So I have my own ideas of some things I should talk to you about, but I'm just curious of some of the things that you want to hear about. In the meantime, since we're talking about leaders, forgive me, but a few things. Some people, nothing wrong with your intro, with the things you said earlier. But let me extend what Timothy said. That when you think of leadership, he told you to think of contribution. Let me extend it slightly. When you think of leadership, think of service. And so when you define how you want to be seen and thought of in 20 years' time, don't just define it in terms of you are the biggest or you are the greatest or you are the best, whatever. Not everybody can be famous, but everybody can be great. Greatness is found in service. If you want to lead, look at what and where you can serve. Don't look for the acclaim. I know we've been raised in an environment where the big boys are the ones that everybody wants to be like. Be careful. Do you have the mics ready? Please, anybody, what would you like me to talk about? Or what would you like to hear about? Anybody? If nothing, don't worry, I'll go with mine. I have a few things I think I should talk to you about. I have one there. Thank you. I'll take maybe about 3 people.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My name is Prosper, and me particularly, 2 things that I would like to hear about is, first of all, in the area of finance, because leadership requires you knowing how to effectively manage your finances, and also, secondly, how to acquire necessary skills that are valuable to a leadership role, because your school teaches you, okay, the formal education part, but then leadership requires both informal and formal skills. So I would like to know more on that.
Okay, finance and skills to learn for a leadership role. The first thing, let me help you with the second one. Ignore that term, leadership role. Leadership will happen as a natural consequence of biology. You can grow. Growing old is inevitable. Growing up is optional. Right? And so as you grow, as you go along life, if you are growing up, leadership will happen. So don't worry. I'll come back to finance. Any other person?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'm Mayowa, and I would love to hear from your personal leadership journey, how you scaled.
I'm not a leader, I'm an errand boy.
Wow, amazing. I would also love to hear that.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Leadership has been romanticized. Get the word out of your mind and just think about service. You are a servant. This is why you have so many people today, supposedly leaders, but you know that you cannot emulate them. You know. If you get to the heart of who they are, take away the money that they have, you do not want to live the life that they live. You know those things. Who's next?
Good morning, sir. My name is Laura. I'm currently building ventures in real estate and social impact. So my question is, what skills or experience are non-negotiable and for someone who wants to build organizations that creates both economic and social impact in Africa? Thank you.
An acronym. HOT. Honest, open, transparent. Keep it simple. There's nothing missing that you're looking for, I assure you. Be honest, be open, be transparent. There are many people building businesses that they know in their heart of hearts, they have no real interest in that thing. They're just looking for a way to make money. I'll take some people from here. And so if you want to build anything, it doesn't matter whether it's a venture, it's a startup, it's whatever. Just be true to thyself. Why are you doing it? What problem are you trying to solve?
Thank you so much, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I have a question. I understand that, okay, in this world that we are, it's like the power is...
in which world are we?
Nigeria.
Nigeria is not the world. It's a subset of the world.
It's a subset of the world, yes, sir. So
I wanted to talk to you about the world, but I wasn't sure if you people were ready to hear it. But carry on.
Yes, I have a question. I'm in the construction industry, and something has always bothered me. Why is it that people that are not Nigerians are the ones like creating the change, they're the one moving the pieces?
I'll give you the answer to that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The person beside you.
Good morning, sir. My name is Peter. So I don't know if this is out of context, but can you talk about...
Everything is in context. We're talking about leadership.
All right.
So feel free.
All right, okay. I want you to address addiction recovery.
Addiction recovery.
Yes, sir.
Now, that's a difficult one. That may be outside of my, what's it called, but I'll try.
Right.
I'll try. Don't worry, I'll try.
Thank
so
you.
let's stop there for a moment. So, Prosper wants to talk about finance. Prosper, when you're asking about finance, really, what do you mean? You want to know how to manage your finances, right? Is that the politically correct one that you want to say in public? Or maybe when you say finance, you want to know how to build wealth? A bit of both. You say I have to do some probing to get to the bit that is probably more of the both. Anyway, one of the, and I think Timothy mentioned this, or part of it. Focus always on value addition, on value creation. Everything you do must be rooted in value. If you are not creating value, you can desire money or finances, as much as you want, it's not going to happen. Right? And then also, in managing finances, there are three things to be aware of. Earn, save, invest. Now, when we say earn, save, invest, and when we are talking about finance, please don't always think about money. Some of the wealthiest people on earth do not have a lot of money. But their credibility and their ability to create wealth is not in doubt. And so a lot of times, what you want to focus on is, are you credit worthy? Does your word, your person, your reputation, does it carry enough by itself that when you need something, it will come? Prosper, do you understand what I'm saying? And so, linked to what I think somebody else was asking around what are the skills to learn, or maybe Prosper, it was you. It does, look, God created each and every one of us, and we have giftings. We have things that we're interested in doing. And so whatever your hand finds to do it well. And you'll be surprised how prepared for leadership you will be. What is leadership? Leadership is different from management. Leadership is about vision setting. Leadership is about direction setting. And if you are going to be a leader, please stop going around looking for somebody to lead you. As someone who's preparing or desiring to be a leader in future, the first thing and the first person you must lead is who? Yourself. And if you remember that leadership certain skills that will prepare you for a certain journey. Once you have that, do what you need to do, get a job, do whatever it is. But the point is that you must have a way that you are earning. You must have somewhere that you are earning from. Now, let me challenge you or shock you. Particularly when you start your first job and you are still single. Can you try to live on 10% of your earnings? Save 90%. At this point, when I say this to young people, I get a, so you guys have done well. You didn't exclaim. If you want to learn about finance, start with personal finance. If you are going to start with personal finance, start with the idea of you must earn. Cut down your life and your expenses to the barest minimum. Don't get your first job and say, I've always wanted the latest iPhone. You have no business with it. There are times I meet certain people who are executives in banks. And for example, maybe they are carrying an iPhone 14. Then I meet some young person carrying an iPhone 17. And I think to myself, does it make sense? You are carrying the same phone or better than the executive in a bank. Your earnings are nowhere near each other. Who are you impressing? So, your first earnings, try to live on 10% of your earnings. A lot of people do that wrong. They earn, they spend on everything, whatever is left, they save. And of course, nothing is ever left because they did not start out with an idea of saving. So earn. In your earning, curtail your expenses. So you're spending as little as possible. You're only spending money on essentials, particularly when you're single. If you're married, I know it's going to be tough, but try. See if you can live on 50% of your earnings. Save whatever is left. Once you've built your savings, look for things that are investment worthy. When we talk about investment, please do not get excited about that guy he put money in this thing. He made a lot of money. Me too. No, that's not investing. Do not join them to do MMM, to do kalo. Do not try to chase quick riches, shortcuts. Right? And you must know the difference between investing and trading. Look for things that you understand the fundamentals. You understand what they are doing and why they are doing it. If you can't find any, there are enough products out there. PiggyVest, Cowrywise, whoever, they are mutual funds. Put your money and just watch it. Even if nothing else, it protects your money against inflation. Prosper, I'm not sure if I've answered you the way you wanted. But for this level, I think that's the best I should tell you. Start with your personal finances. As you go on later, you will get into more things in terms of finance. Because in the later stages of finance, a lot of things is about equity and debt. Do never borrow money for consumption. Never. Don't borrow money for you to consume. Borrow money for investment. Valuable investment. Who has the most debt in Africa? Do you know? Anybody? Who's the richest man in Africa? Who has the most debt in Africa? There's a reason why. You know, he just built a refinery. What was the cost of that refinery versus what was its total worth? At the time when it started, maybe it was worth $12 billion, but the refinery was estimated to be about $20 billion. So even he, as the richest man, could not afford the project he was doing. He had to borrow some money, but it was for investment. It was not to go and buy the latest car. Take your eyes off of those things. The latest car, the latest... No. For those of you that may have come across the book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Read it. It reminds you, delay gratification. You are not competing with anybody. So I think I've covered yours, right? And I believe I've covered yours. Focus on what's the problem that you're trying to solve, right? What's the problem you're trying to solve? And make sure you get passionate, purposeful about that problem. When people are building businesses or products, now I talk to them about 3 P's. Purpose, people, then the product. Many times people go and start a business just focusing on the product. There's got to be a better and a greater reason why you're starting the company, other than for you to survive and make a lot of money. Why do we need it? Now to your question, dear sir. Why is it that it appears it is those that are from the abroad that are building the things here? Why? Why do you think it is? Let me hear yours.
Number one, I first of all heard from someone that Nigerian engineers are not competent. And that was
not what?
Competent.
Okay.
And not trustworthy.
Okay.
And that was like a slap on my face because he has not seen everybody. So why did he come to that conclusion? So I think it's because of the way we have showed ourselves to people, the way we've pushed ourselves out to people. People have come to think that, oh, maybe these people are not competent. And also, I think we do not have enough exposure as well. But I think on the other hand, there are some people that have the exposure, though, is because of the politics that's happening up there. That's why those things.
Where is up there?
I'm talking about the people that finance the projects.
Thank you. Let's go back to finance. If I'm going to finance a project, really, what are we saying? You are telling me to invest in a project. If you bring me, sorry, what's your name? Obateniola, you come to me, you say, if I give you 100 naira, you are going to give me 1,000 naira. Every time I give you 100 naira, you give me 1,000 naira. What do you think is going to happen? Assuming I check it and it's all legit, it's fantastic, you just have this great idea that for every 100 naira you invest, let's say you make 2,000 naira, you keep 1,000, you give me 1,000. How often do you think I'm going to be giving you 100 naira? Regularly, because I've seen that this guy actually has a way of... So those are finance projects. They're investing. If the economics of the project don't make sense, they're not going to do it. It's not an emotional thing. The numbers must make sense. Finance is about numbers. Prosper. That's the other thing. Finance is about numbers. You must know your numbers. Now, to the slap on the face, Nigerian engineers are not competent. Well, Nigerians, Abi, plus including the international Nigerian. Let's be candid with ourselves. How many, I ask this question often, pick any field that you pick anybody and give them a job to do. How many times, any job, is it done right the first time? Call a plumber to come and fix something leaking in your house. How many times is that thing fixed properly the first time? Take your car to the mechanic. How many times would they fix whatever the problem is properly the first time that you don't need to go back? Pick anything, any area. Is it that we are not competent? We have spent a lot of time looking for inspiration and motivation rather than being ready and intentional about sitting down under tutelage and discipleship in the areas that we say we want to be professionals. And this is why we must remember the importance of delaying gratification. There's a time and a period for you to learn. And don't shortcut or try to fast track the learning because you want to start earning. So the question I ask people, which I can ask you guys, when are you planning to die? Nobody has told me it's tomorrow, next year. Particularly if they are young people, they say, 80, 90. And so what I say is, if you think about how old you are now, most of those I normally ask that question to will be in their 20s, maybe at times in their 30s. So I'm like, easily. There's easily another 50, maybe 60 years ahead of you. What does it truly cost you to spend 2 years, 5 years, 10 years now learning something and becoming a true expert in it? One of the issues, biggest issues that we have, if you're in an environment where many people are financially challenged, that is my polite way of saying you're in an environment where poverty is real. People don't make the best decisions. A lot of their decisions are based on daily survival, so they can't think far. And even when they do, they think they can't afford to think far. And so they do things for the now. They cut corners. And later, when people tell us the truth, we say it's a slap in the face. I was having a conversation with somebody yesterday, or with some people yesterday. How many engineers come out of our universities and are able to do basic engineering tasks? If I tell an engineer, pick anything, mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, civil engineer, to give me a schematic of something, how many can? Many of them will look at you like you've just requested for something that is really difficult. If you probe a bit more, they would almost try to suggest or imply, oh, they didn't teach us properly. But we want to become future leaders. When do we start teaching ourselves? When do we start taking responsibility for our own outcomes? And so there are those that come from outside of the country, that they've paid the price of going through some proper training and tutelage. And when you're trying to do a project and you want to assure that your project outcomes will be achieved, it's not that anybody is trying to be biased against anybody. People are just trying to protect their investment. So they'll go for, because most times, if you think about it, the guys that come from outside, they're more expensive. So the owners of those projects will prefer something cheaper. But if something cheaper is not going to give you the outcome, what does it matter? It ends up more expensive. And so part of what we need to go back to, and part of what we need to be candid to ourselves about, is if you're building, and I'm not talking of construction building, if you're building yourself, building for the future, with what materials are you building? Are you building with straw, with wood? Are you building with gold? Are you building with iron? That when that thing is tested, will it survive the test? And so, you may go for courses where they are cutting corners. But you yourself, don't cut corners on your own life because you are playing with your own future. Addiction. What are examples of addictions, particularly for young people? I'm an errand boy in a place called Semicolon, not too far from here. And I speak to the young people that are there about the dangers of what I refer to as human anatomy research. Don't go online and start doing human anatomy research. Do you guys understand what I'm referring to? There are times when ignorance is bliss. This is one of those times. If you don't know, it's good. If you do, it's okay too. Don't go online and start doing human anatomy research. You're going to make yourself hot under the collar. You're going to essentially just be there. One, you're wasting so much of your time, going nowhere, achieving nothing. You're creating desires that and it looks attractive, it's going to keep sucking you in. So be careful. What are some other addictions? Yes, that comes up a lot. What is gambling? It's the most foolish way to throw away money. So anytime you feel the urge to gamble, please get my details from Timothy. Just send me the money. Because you are about to throw it away anyway. Send it to me. Giving it to me, you are not throwing it away. I'll put it to good use for you. You can come back to me later and ask for it back. I'll give it back to you. But gambling, again, what are they trying to do? Always be careful with things that sort of target your emotions. Always be careful with them. So how many of you here like and follow football? Go on. It's a safe space. What are your teams? Go on. Arsenal. Go on. Man U. So on one side, it's a slap in the face when they tell us that we're not competent. On the other side, every time I ask the question, nobody ever told me Eyimba. Why is it Arsenal? Why is it Man U? What makes them special or different? It's a ball. It's the same 11 guys, some of them from your place here. They just took them to a different place and said, now, here, kick it around. Supposedly they're entertaining you, but really, what's happening? It's a good way to waste your time. If you think about how many hours you have in a day, 24, right? How many are you asleep? So when you think of when you're awake, your productive hours, what percentage of it are you giving to sitting down, watching some guys doing their own job? Because for you to enter the Arsenal team, is it easy? How many people want to be in that team? You have to work hard over so many years for you to even be in contention, to be considered to enter, let alone enter. And so, all of those things, they're businesses. And the people there, the players, they're employees doing their work. And there are those who have decided to build periphery businesses around that core business. One of it being what? Betting. You are betting on who's going to win, who's going to score the first goal, who's going to do. Find other ways of exciting yourself. Remember what I started with. And cut away frivolities. Things that you don't need. Don't spend money on them. Do you need to bet on the result of a game? Do you need to? No. So identify the things that you do that ideally you shouldn't be doing. Or think about the things that you do that if you went outside and you were gisting with people in public, you won't be able to say that you were doing them. Now, assuming you've been doing them and now, okay, there's an addiction that has occurred and now we want to get out of it. Don't try to get out of an addiction alone. Isolation is never a good thing, or is rarely a good thing, I should say. Don't try to get out of an addiction alone. They talk about accountability partners, whatever that means. But my view is just get somebody that is really your friend, your homie. Put safeguards around you. You know the things that you're addicted to. You know your right or perfect setting for you to indulge in them when you're at home by yourself, when everybody else has gone home, gone out, and they leave you alone. So try and avoid or minimize those things. Talk openly to your friends, close and not that close. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Nothing we haven't heard before. Talk to people about what you're struggling with. Don't hide it. There are those who provide professional help. Seek some of those if you can. I don't know, you guys know your convener is a pastor. We're in a world where it's not cool to talk about our faith. But please never minimize or underestimate the power of your faith formation, faith compass in deciding and directing that forging of your future and of your life. And so make it part of that addiction. Anything else that I haven't covered? The one that I think I have just a few more minutes. The one that I want to touch on as you guys, my final thing for you. You're young, so a lot of things are happening around you that you probably are unaware of. Or maybe if you're aware of it, you don't know how to process it. The world, and that's why when he said our world, I said, what's the world? The world is beyond Nigeria. Some people somewhere sat down and made a decision that as a result of their own decision and their own actions is affecting you today, whether you realize it or not. Nigeria had no say in the decision to bomb Iran. But as a result of the bombing of Iran, petrol has gone up in Nigeria. Diesel went from about 990 naira to 1,500 naira. And so, just you living your life, doing your own thing. Today, I don't know how much it cost you if you were taking the bus from wherever you came from to get here, versus what it might have cost you last week. But you would not realize what cost it. You think it's the politics up there. No, it's the politics up there. And so as you think about leadership and you think about the future, you also need to think about how do you stay aware and abreast of what's going on around you and the implications of those things to you. And if one day you become a leader, when you're making decisions, how do you make those decisions? Realizing the unintended impact your decisions may have on others, good or bad. And as you are desiring to be future leaders, what sort of leaders would you be? Leaders that work in relation to the common good, or leaders that work in relation to self-interest? How do you look out for shared goals? That our humanity, at a point we say, is always moving forward. The question is it moving forward because of us or in spite of us? Now we're not even sure if we're moving forward. Is my time up? Okay. And so, as you prepare for that future that you see and you desire as a leader, what will your contributions be? Don't think of leadership just in terms of the business world. Wherever you find yourself, if there are people that are younger than you or that are earlier in their stage or in their journey rather than you, to them you are a leader. They're probably looking at you for examples. Always be careful what examples that you are giving out. As people desirous of being future leaders, there are two questions we typically say to people to ask. What type of leader am I? And I know you are so young now that when I tell you to ask yourself that question, you're like, no, I'm not a leader. What type of leader am I becoming? And so you can learn about different leadership styles. And that's why I was saying be careful about I want to be the greatest or the biggest. And think about how do I want to serve? How can I serve? How can I be part of those that worked to make ABC happen? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right on time. Can we put our hands together for Mr. Sam Emmanuel? Can we make it louder? Come on. Come on, come on, come on. That was very good. I think one thing that I love the most about his approach was how real it was. Do you agree? So now I want to know how real you listened as well. Can I just have one person just stand up and tell me one thing that they picked out? Just one thing. One person, one thing. Leaders are bold, though. Okay, we have a volunteer. Good. Tell us your name and what you learned. Okay. Is it on?
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, sir. One thing I picked from your session, aside every other thing that was so valuable, was not focusing on a title, all right? Because I learned from the book, Ego is the Enemy, that to be or to do. So, I mean, that was just a reinforcement of that idea that it's better to focus on your contribution, to focus on achievements and actually giving out value, and not focusing on what you end up being called or the acclamation you get. Yeah, thank you.
Can we put our hands together for him? That was beautiful. And the honest truth is, in every session, there are different things that different people will pick because we are unique in our minds and in our experiences. So I hope that whatever it is that you picked is something that will work for you as a person and that, most importantly, you would apply. If not, it will not make any difference with someone who wasn't here in the first place. So please, can you say, I will apply all I have learned? I want you to say with so much conviction, I will apply all I have learned. Awesome. So we're going to the next speaking session. And like they say in this part of the world, they said behind, but I'll refine that beside every successful man, there is what? A successful woman. There's a great woman. There's an amazing woman. And I'm excited to tell you that our next speaker is the beautiful wife of Mr. Sam Emmanuel. So wait, let me first, I'm just giving you, a brief before I start. Right, so she's the co-founder and COO of Semicolon, a company that is enabling Africa's digital transformation by building tech-focused talent and businesses. Before joining Semicolon, she was the CEO of Enhancing Financial Innovation and Access, EFINA, an organization that drives inclusive finance in Nigeria. And she is our next speaker for today's talk too, at Forging the Future. Please, can we put our hands together as we welcome up forward Mrs. Ashley Emmanuel. Make it louder, please.
Thank you, thank you. You put up my slides, have you? Okay, so I'm going to go up so I can be close to my slides. But good morning, how are you doing? Okay. So thank you for the kind introduction. Thank you, Timothy. Well done for you and everybody who worked to organize this morning. It's a pleasure to be here. So you've already heard a little bit about me. You can call me Ashley. You can call me Oluwakemi. You can call me Iaitunu, whichever one you prefer. And you've heard a little bit about Semicolon. So you can, is there a clicker? Or I should tell them to click through. Okay, you can click through. Okay, you can go to the next one. There's animation, so slide person, you'll have to be with me. So Semicolon, we do a few things. Sam mentioned it a bit. One of the things is that we train. We run a techpreneurship program, training software engineers. Timothy is going through our program and pretty much completed, right? And we focus on building both very highly employable, job-ready talent, but people who can also solve real problems and create value in society. We have a team that builds solutions, and we do a lot of work around innovation as well. So you can go to the next slide. So I want you to take 30 seconds and just think to yourselves, what's a problem that bothers you? It can be any kind of problem, big or small, any problem that you've observed, that you've experienced. So just think about that for a moment. Okay, have we all thought of our problems? All right, can you maybe just shout out, what's a problem somebody thought of? You have to shout a bit louder. Okay, plastic waste, good, good. What's another one? Insecurity, good. Another one? Addiction, okay, good. We talked about that one earlier. Definitely a problem, right? Let me take one more. You say rental issues in real estate. And by issues, are you thinking about price or just, other problems? Okay, so general issues with that process, right, around renting in real estate. Okay, great. And I'm sure that there were many other problems that we thought about as well. So we had, we had plastic waste, we had addiction, rental issues in real estate. What was the last one? Insecurity, right? If you go to the next slide, please. Is that problem within your control? Insecurity, plastic waste, the real estate sector, rental issues. Is there any one person in this room who can control that issue? Yes or no? No, right? However, can you do anything about it? Probably. So if you go to the next slide, please. I like this model. This comes from a book called The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Covey. Who's heard of that book? All right, many of us. It's been around for a while. I still find it quite valuable. And one of the frameworks in the book is this idea of being proactive. So in our life, we all have things that are within this circle or sphere of concern, right? We care about plastic waste. We care about insecurity. We care about if there's traffic coming here today. We care about our relationships. We care about the weather, right? So there are many things we care about. However, we cannot control all of that. So when we're being proactive, we pause and we reflect on, okay, what can I control related to that circumstance, right? And then we think about, what can I begin to influence? And as we're proactive, we focus our energy on growing that circle of influence. So for example, I care about my relationship with my husband, right? Who fortunately is here this morning. Can I control everything about my relationship with my husband? No, right? I can't control how he was raised. I can't control his biology. I can't control maybe how he thinks. I can't control his mood in a given day, right? But so if I want to, if I'm concerned about the relationship, if I'm dwelling on things that I can't control, his mother didn't teach him this, for example. It's a bad use of my energy. I'm just complaining, right? And I'm not leading to anything productive in the relationship. What's better is for me to focus on what can I influence. So what can I start to influence? Maybe my own behavior. Maybe I can listen to him more. Maybe I can work to understand him better, right? That's an example of being proactive. And it applies to all of the different problems that we see. We can think about what can we begin to influence over time. And this applies to both the work that we do and our personal lives. So if we go to the next slide, please. I want to tell a story. So now if we're going to think a little bit about solving the problems that we see in society, I want to talk a bit about some methods and skills we can use to do that, to be builders, to be problem solvers. Has anybody heard of a man named Edward Land? I would guess probably not, right? So in the 1940s, in the United States, he was on the beach with his daughter. He took a picture of her. And you all may not have encountered this, but when I was young in the US, we had cameras, but they had physical film inside. So you would snap a picture, you would take your film, for us it was usually a pharmacy, you would take your film somewhere, you wait 2 weeks, someone will physically develop the photos. After 2 weeks you go and you pick it up and you have a printed picture, right? So that was the way that cameras worked. Edwin Land used one of those cameras. He took a picture of his daughter, who was maybe 4 years old. And his daughter said, "Daddy, why can't I see the picture now?" And he had never really thought about that before because, like all adults at the time, he was just accustomed to how cameras worked. But that got him thinking, and he ended up creating something called the Polaroid camera. Who's heard of Polaroid? Many of us, right? And Polaroid camera was basically, for those of us who have not encountered it, it's a physical camera, but it develops that picture immediately. So instead of waiting the 2 weeks, prints out right away. And Edwin Land, actually, it seems commonplace now, but he actually had to do quite a bit of groundbreaking scientific research to create the technology that enabled that. So if you think about polarized, if you ever see polarized light, which can relate to your sunglasses, to your phone, to LCD displays, etc. He did a lot of innovative work around that to create the camera, hence the term Polaroid. And for years, Polaroid was doing amazing things. They did groundbreaking research, they were getting patents, they had huge success in the market because a lot of people saw value in that innovation and they were buying it, right? They were a successful company. Please go to the next slide. Now, several of you said you'd heard of Polaroid. Has anybody heard of this? Polavision. Anyone heard of it? No, okay. No hands. Why have you not heard of it? It's because it failed in the market. So after the Polaroid company was building and building, they decided they were going to take the next leap and they were going to create a movie version of this. So a version of their camera that would actually publish movies immediately after they were recorded. Infinitely more complicated technology. They invested heavily in R&D and they actually did it. So it was actually a quite innovative and strong piece of technology, but it failed in the market. Why? Because it was too expensive for your average household to buy, and they really just didn't have enough of a need for it. It wasn't a good fit for the commercial film producers at the time. So they didn't really address anybody's market need. They were very focused on building the next product and innovating, but they lost track of what people really wanted and what they were willing or able to pay for. And in innovating, we call that a lack of product market fit. You created a solution that you love. You assume everybody else will love it and pay for it. You fell in love with your baby, right? I see someone smiling like he's done it before. But you launch it into the market and you're surprised that nobody buys it. So if you go to the next slide, please. What we do at design thinking, so a common reason that we run into problems when we're innovating is that we lose track of what people want. I like these comics a lot, Work Chronicles. This one says, the good news is we're moving very fast and everybody claps. The bad news, we're heading in the wrong direction. So to the next slide, how do we avoid that when we're innovating, when we're creating solutions? We can use a method called design thinking, sometimes called human-centric design. Who's heard of that? Okay, so about a third of us have heard of this. And when we're taking a design thinking approach, we start with that circle on the left. What do people want? What's desirable? So we're always starting with the people in the center of the equation. Oftentimes it's the customers that will pay for something, but it's not always customers, right? If we're solving the problem of insecurity, that's for a citizenry, right? If we are working in church leadership, we're looking at what does the congregation want or need, right? So we're starting with what's desirable. Then we think about what's feasible, what can we actually build with today's technology. If we cannot do it with today's technology, can we build tomorrow's technology, right? What's feasible? And then that bottom circle, economically viable, it's a big term. It just means, does the money make sense, right? So even if people love something and we can do it, if they can't afford to pay for it, slightly more than what it costs us to build it, then it won't work. The product will fail in the market. So what we want to do as design thinkers is find this sweet spot, the middle of those three things. So how do we do that? Let's go to the next slide. We want to follow a process. I'm just going to do a very high-level view and give you a few examples, but I'll share some resources you can look at later to learn more about this. So on the next slide, we want to go through a series of methods and steps to make sure that before we come up with the solution, we really understand what people want, what's desirable to them. So we're going to start with understanding, really observing and empathizing, synthesizing, defining that point of view, before we even start to come up with any ideas at all. So on the next slide, please. How do we do this? First, we want to understand the problem. And a lot of you, let's say we're working on plastic waste, somebody mentioned. Imagine that you're on a team. Typically when we innovate, we want to work in teams. So you're on a team that's tackling this solution. How might we reduce plastic waste in Lagos, for example, right? And you want to understand the problem. The most obvious thing most of us will do is go to a device and start to do some research, right? You might do a Google search. Now you're probably using AI tools to look for some information. So yes, we want to do that, but there are some other things that we can do to understand the problem. We can talk to experts. So in plastic waste, you can think about who might be an expert in that field. Maybe it's someone in academia, maybe it's a think tank, somebody who works on that problem. Maybe it's somebody who is already an innovator running a recycling business. Let's go call them and request, hey, can I sit with you for 30 minutes and ask you some questions? I'm trying to solve this problem. People will often say yes, right? So we can interview experts. There are a lot of things we can do. At this stage, we want to learn as much as we can. And I think Timothy said something in his opening about unlearning and maybe rethinking. So sometimes we also there might be a few things we need to unlearn as well, some assumptions. And then we can take everything we're looking at and look at trends. Okay, this is what's happening today, but what do we think might happen tomorrow? What might happen in 5 years, 10 years, etc. So if you go to the next slide, the research is a bit more obvious. What I want to share a few examples of is a piece that innovative teams often forget. And that's actually going out and becoming deeply immersed with those people in the center of the problem. So we really, really, truly know what's desirable to them. So what are some ways we can do that? So if we take the example of addiction, for example, I can do some desk research. I can go meet a psychiatrist who specializes in addiction. I will learn a lot about it. But if I want to really come up with a solution, I need to go talk to some people who are actually addicted to something, right? I need to really understand, how do they feel about it? What's driving them? What are the things that lead them to maybe relapse or fall into addiction? How did they get in the first place? What do they really, how do they get information? How do they interact? What's the source, etc., right? So, and that's the same for every problem. So there are some things that we'll want to do to go out and deeply observe and immerse ourselves with those people. One method we can use, and these are just a few examples to get us thinking. One is shadowing. So you can just follow somebody about their life, right? Let's say you're looking at the problem of insecurity that somebody mentioned. You can shadow, if you get their consent, you could shadow a police unit or a military unit or people who are investigating certain aspects of insecurity. So you just quietly observe, like your shadow. It's always behind you, but you don't notice it, right? Shadowing a person. Let's go to the next slide. We can also go to a place and observe. So the metaphor here, the term fly on the wall, refers to the fact that if there was one housefly on the wall over here, it will be watching all of us, but we won't even know it's there, right? So a fly on the wall is doing the same thing, observing something more broadly. Let's say that we're looking at that problem of plastic waste. Maybe you go to a place where a lot of plastic is being used and discarded, like a market. And we just sit quietly and we look around for an hour or two and we observe, okay, what's happening with plastic? What are people doing? Why are they doing it? How are they doing it? Maybe we see people discarding things on the ground. Maybe we see someone look for a bin, but the bin is full, so then she just drops it into the gutter, right? So that's a fly on the wall observation. Next slide, please. So those first methods is where we're just watching things and learning. But of course, we can also talk to the people that we're designing for. So interviews is a common method. We want to be very open-minded, just listen, allow the conversation to go where it's going. Again, taking the example of addiction. If we're interviewing addicts, we want to just let them speak as much as possible, right? Make them feel comfortable, encourage them to share, take down what they're saying. We're not there to judge, we're not there to offer solutions, we're just trying to understand them and the challenges they face. Next slide, please. So there are lots more methods we can use to understand things, to observe things. As I mentioned, I'll show some examples, and at the end of this, I'll put up a QR code. So if you want to drop your email, I can send you some links after to learn more. But moving on, in the first phase, so if we're solving a problem, the idea is that we want to fall in love with that problem, we want to be focused on that problem, and we want to learn as much as we possibly can about the problem and the people related to that problem. Then, though, we need to start synthesizing. We need to start saying, okay, what are the key facts or the key pieces of information, the key insights we've learned? So there are some methods we can use to do that as well. You can use templates like this statement starter. We met, let's take the addiction example, right? We met Chioma. We were surprised to notice that she has gone through 4 addiction treatment programs, but continues to relapse. We wonder if this means that the conventional addiction treatment programs she's seeking out don't work for people, are not designed or effective for people like her. It would be game-changing to provide an alternate option that people like Chioma can, resources that people like Chioma can access for help with addiction, right? So that's an example of using a tool like this to help us start to move our thinking and position us for coming up with innovative solutions. Next slide, please. There are lots of other things we can do. We can map out somebody's journey. So I've done, there's one of the challenges somebody met, real estate. I haven't been using your example, right? So let's say we've been observing people. Maybe we are observing renters who are trying to find a space. Maybe we've also shadowed some agents, we've done some interviews, we've done some focus groups. We can map out some of those, quote, user journeys. Let's say we map out the journey of somebody who's trying to rent a new place to live. And we say, okay, step 1, she calls some agents. Step 2, agent A takes her to visit a few places. Step 3, she expresses interest. Step 4, they come back and they tell her there's an additional, now the rent has changed. Step 5, now the landlord says, actually, no, I'm not renting to you because you're a single woman. Step 6, etc., right? So we can map her journey and at each stage say, okay, what were the pain points? And this helps us start to identify opportunities for innovation, for solutions. Next slide, please. And then I'll just give one last tool we can use when we're setting the stage for innovation, and that is something called personas. Has anyone worked with personas before? Okay, a few of us, right? So a persona is not a description of one single actual person that you met typically. It's sort of an average, combined, amalgamated view. So if we take the persona of maybe young people, a young person, we would give her a name, maybe put a drawing, right? But we would create a persona of a young person who has recent graduate who has just started working in Lagos and is looking for housing. That could be one persona in our real estate challenge, right? But we know that her own needs, problems, pain points might be different than another persona who is a middle-aged, married man who has children and is working in a mid-management level in a corporate, right? So those would be examples of two different personas. So we can take the things we've learned and we create personas so that as we're creating solutions, we can still keep the people in the center of that solution. We'll say, okay, this solution works for Choma. Does it also work for Tope? I don't know, right? Next slide, please. So we see that before we even sit down to come up with ideas, there's actually a lot of work we'll want to do if we're really going to solve a problem effectively. A lot of teams, sometimes people will start maybe a company, maybe innovating around a project because they had an idea while they were on the bus, right? Or maybe they said, this is a problem. Let's sit down together and brainstorm and come up with something. It's good for us to always be creative, but we need to pause and really go back to the beginning and make sure we've got that understanding and empathy before we then come up with ideas. Once we've got some of that under our belt, then we can ideate, which is your brainstorming. You know, there are many methods you can do here. I won't go into them today. We want to test and learn because we know even if we've done beautiful research, we understand our target audience, our users, the first thing that we come up with is probably not going to be perfect. We'll launch it. Maybe it's an app. You launch the app. Some people might use it, but they're going to have some feedback. We'll have to make some changes. So you build maybe prototypes. You'll iterate, which means you keep refining until you finally have that solution that is both working, but people actually want and find value in and use. Next slide, please. So if you think back to that problem you identified earlier, I'll challenge you as you kind of go through your day today, maybe over the weekend, you can reflect a little bit more on how can you address that problem, right? So even if there's very little you can control, how could you expand that circle of influence related to that problem? How would you maybe work on that particular problem? How would you work to understand it, to empathize with people, maybe engage them, observe, right? So think a little bit in practical terms about how you would solve it. But then I'd also like us to reflect on what skills would you really need to do this? So if you go to the next slide, this comes back to what Sam was talking about, right? So I think his metaphor was if you're building, can anybody remind me, what did he say? In terms of your building materials, right? So his metaphor was don't build with straw, right? Don't build with wood, especially if you're in this climate. We want to build with steel, I think he said, right? But something strong. So as we think about solving problems, his point was that we also need to make sure we're equipped to be those problem solvers. And oftentimes there's quite a bit of hard work and investment that we need to do. For example, the woman in purple who talked about the real estate. Are you in the real estate sector? Okay, I thought so, right? So your technical expertise that you are probably building is in real estate, right? You're probably understanding the rules, the regulations, the dynamics of the market, the different kinds of operators, maybe different cities and neighborhoods, right? So you're building that technical expertise. But if she is going to, sorry, what's your name? Laura? Laura. Okay. So Laura, even if she becomes a real estate expert, right? Imagine that she is now going to start a startup that is solving this problem. Are those technical skills going to be sufficient for her to launch and run that business? Those technical skills alone? Okay, you guys are tired. So a few people are saying no, right? What we've seen is that she can have excellent real estate skills, but to launch a business, she's going to need those leadership skills, right? So she's going to need to be able to hire people, to lead those people, to encourage them, to motivate them. She's going to have a whole bunch of other skills: project management, financial management, a lot of discipline. But she's also going to need a lot of resilience and grit and determination. Who here has started or run a business in the past? Okay, and who here has found that journey very easy the whole time? None of us, right? There will be a lot of setbacks. So as we think about becoming builders and problem solvers, and this applies if we're starting our own businesses, but also if we're going to become an employee and add value, right? Whatever our career is, there's a set of durable skills, or sometimes these are called soft skills, that all of us are going to need. So I'll encourage you as we wrap up today to think about really, what do you need to do to build all of these? And I will highlight at the top that you might not be able to read this here. If you drop your email, I'll send these as links. But at the top left is character, right? Not everybody thinks about character as a growth area to be job ready, to be successful leaders. But that's number one, right, in my view. And character skills actually help you learn and grow as well. Character, collaboration, critical thinking, growth mindset, leadership, right? So I'll encourage us to reflect on what's the real work that we need to do. The only way to grow is through discomfort, right? It doesn't have to be miserable, but there will be some difficulty and some discomfort in the process. The faster we can start it, as Sam mentioned, the faster we'll be on this decades-long journey of success in our careers. All right, so next slide, please. I'm just going to highlight a few resources. So I spoke about design thinking. If you're interested in learning more, there's some free resources I've listed here. On the next slide, if you scan this QR code, you can drop your email, and I'll send a follow-up email with those and some other resources as well, so that you can learn more. Please also, I've put my LinkedIn. Feel free to connect. Feel free to follow Semicolon's social media handles as well if you're interested in learning more. We have regular open community events for innovators, for young people to learn more about different aspects of technology, innovation, leadership, and workforce of the future. So you're very welcome to follow us, and I hope that I will be able to see you again, welcome you to our facilities in Yalba sometime soon. Thank you.
One more time, let's put our hands together for Mrs. Ashley Emmanuel for that session. Thank you so much. I hope we're learning something. I want to get our responses. I hope we're learning something. If there's one thing that I could pick from everything she said, is that firstly, you need to understand how to identify the problem. And then when you identify the problem, you then go through that circular model she showed. What can you control? After what you can control, if you cannot control it, what can you influence? And then if you cannot influence it, at least you should know exactly what it is that is in your area of concern. And then you keep moving like that. So if you first identify the problem, you then know what next steps you can take. And like Mr. Emmanuel said as well, leadership is by service. And you can only serve a purpose that you understand. So one more time, let's put our hands together for Mr. Sam Emmanuel and Mrs. Ashley Emmanuel, our first two speakers of today. Can we make that applause louder? Come on. We have really learned a lot. Now, at this moment, we're about to do something very important. And I would like to welcome Timothy up to the stage. Just before Mr. Emmanuel and Mrs. Emmanuel leave. So this is a very important segment.
All right, thank you so much. So we're going to do this very quickly. In honor and, should I say, we recognize the work. we recognize the work that both Mr. Sam and Mrs. Ashley have been doing for 5-6 years counting, who have been contributing immensely to building Africa's economic capital. And they've done that by intentionally curating an atmosphere, an environment that helps young people come in without skills, without any opportunity to take advantage of what they have at their disposal, and gain skills after 1 year, become people who can build. That's something to, should I say, recognize. So this is not a reward, can't be a reward. This is a recognition, right? It's a recognition of the work that they have been doing, the work that they will still do. So I want to give a first award to Mr. Sam Emmanuel, and this is a Strategic Leadership Excellence Award. So it's not just about working, but it's strategy and also covered up in excellence. So this is in honor of the work you've been doing, and we at the Rabbi Global just really appreciate what you do and just thought to put up something to really appreciate you for this. Thank you. And the second award we have here is for no other person than his beautiful wife, Mrs. Ashley Emmanuel. And we call this an Excellence in Technology Leadership Award. So what you just saw on his a few minutes slides is a gold mine. If you would actually dig deep into that, and she has been doing that for donkey years and will still do so. So, Marv, we just want to say for driving innovation, talent development, and ecosystem growth, we really appreciate you and just recognize the work that you're doing. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you so much, every single person. I'm sure you've been learning one or two things. Have we been learning stuff? And we only just got started. Tell you what, we only just got started. We only just got started. Your energy needs to go up. We only just got started. All right. Thank you so much.
One more time, let's put our hands together for Timothy Adewale. And let's also appreciate our first two speakers who are now taking their leave, Mr. and Mrs. Emmanuel. Let's make that applause louder so that they can keep remembering it as they are on their way. Thank you so much. All right, so while the awards were going on, we had some more distinguished guests and speakers walk into our midst, some of which we're going to hear speak in very, very short time. The world, or have the highest connection. Think very well. Highest connection. I think Dr. Azu will speak to that when he comes. I don't know if it's part of his speech for us, but I want you to answer that. Is connection that important? Is it in Nigeria or everywhere else? So skills are not important. So what if your connection gets you into the room? What do you then do? You'll be building the skills. That's a sharp woman. I like that. I like that. Okay, let me do a simpler one. In all of these foods, which one will you delete forever? Think very well. 1, rice. 2, plantain. So people already has broken. What's happening? 3, bread. 4, gari. Are you broke shaming gari? I don't understand. It's all right. So we are going to the next session. And I would like us to know that there's an activity for us that would allow us put to practice what Mrs. Ashley taught us, which is identifying problems. So we're not just going to identify problems, we're going to come up with solutions, because all of the things that have been said to us is not for fancy. We're going to put it to practice, right? And before we do that, we have another session coming up. How many of us went to Covenant University here? Any Eagles in the house? Eagles usually make noise. They are loud. We know their presence. Okay, let me do a quick school check. Do we have graduates of or students of University of Lagos here? Okay, great Akokites. Do we have students or alumni of Obafemi Awolowo University here? OAU? Nobody. It's too far. Okay. Do we have any students or alumni from University of Ilorin here? Okay, I like that. Do we have any students or alumni from LASU? UniBen? Okay, I like that. Babcock University, Landmark University, Covenant University. Okay, great. So our next speaker is no visitor to the Covenant University and Landmark University community. I myself am an Eagle. Yes, so he's not a new face to me. We all know Dr. Azu. So it is my great pleasure to be inviting him for the next speaking session. And he will be talking on time mastery for big dreams, executing vision without delay. And if there is somebody that I trust to do justice to this topic, it's Dr. Azu, because he has been able to acquire and achieve so much at such a short time. And it's one of the things that was also instilled in us at Covenant University, how to use your time well to do as much as you can. You can never say there's not enough time to do what you need to do. They expect you to show up in chapel, expect you to do your classes, expect you to read, expect you to belong to a committee or a college planning, whatever. And you must do also all of that, excelling in your academics. So time mastery is very important, and he's going to do justice to this. So a little about Dr. Azubuike Ezenwoke. He's a computer scientist, academic leader, and mindset strategist known as the Mind Shifter. He's a first-class graduate and PhD holder in computer science and has served in senior university leadership roles, including the youngest member of management and senate at Covenant University at the age of 28, while serving as the Dean of Student Affairs. I was in school at that time. At 32, he was acclaimed to be the youngest university registrar in Africa. Can we put our hands together? That's an amazing feat. When he served in Landmark University. He currently serves as the director of the African Leadership Development Center, ALDC, at Covenant University, facilitating leadership development programs with more than 5,000 participants.
I am here with my beautiful wife. I am here with my beautiful wife. I'm so glad she's here today because I'm sure she'll have a wonderful time. You're welcome. And also to the convener of this event, thank you so much, Timothy. I'm so glad to be here. When you told me, I said yes. I didn't even know what it was about. I said yes. And I said yes because anywhere young people are, I'm very passionate about it. And I believe that the future indeed is bright. So thank you so much for having me. And also everybody here, all the CU family, Landmark family, Unilag family, because we're actually spreading across. And I know that this country, this continent will be transformed. Thank you so much, everybody. This afternoon, I've been asked to do justice to the topic, time mastery for big dreams. I'm not sure what the intention of the convener was when he gave this topic. But I believe that it's something that's very relevant even now. We were having a chat in the room before we came out, and it was around this subject of time. And I want to believe that a few things I'll be sharing this morning or this afternoon would actually go a long way in helping us to frame our mindset concerning this subject. Now, it says skill or connection. Which one is better? You want me to answer that question? Should I? But I think everybody already have their answer. More persons said connection is better than skill. And when they get into the room, they would, start building the skill. But I'm not sure the question was well framed because connection itself is a skill. Is that true? Is that true? Okay, so you have your answer there. Because how to connect with people is also a skill. Not everybody can do that. So if you can do that well, that means you have that skill. Thank you. All right, so time mastery for big dreams. Are the slides up? All right, so the subtitle says executing vision without delay. So one of the things I did here is I hope I'm able to share the full, there's like a whole, don't mind me, I'm a lecturer, so I think in lectures. So I have a whole note of this, and I would like to share that with everybody that's here. All right. So there's always this gap between vision and execution. There's a gap between vision and execution. And I believe very strongly that one of the reasons why we are human beings is because of our ability to dream. Because if we cannot dream, we are not, no more than animals, right? Don't have dreams. Animals don't have dreams to travel, all right? There are war geckos that have lived in your house for like 3 years. They are still there. There's no dream. But I know human beings can move from one continent to the other, all right? There's something inside us that wants to accomplish things. And one of the proof that you are alive is that you have dreams. How many of us have dreams in this house? All right. How many of you right now, there's like there's something about your life that you are not very comfortable with. Where you are right now, you are not supposed to, you don't think you should be here. Let me see. You think you should have left this stage longest time ago. Let me say that. All right. So it's very important that we pay attention, to that. So we all have visions. But fortunately or unfortunately, right, visions don't fulfill themselves. We require input in order to see whatever vision we have come to pass. And that is the place for execution. Execution is you actually doing something about the vision in order to bring it to pass. But we must be able to bridge the gap between vision and execution. And because I'm primarily speaking to young people today, I want to share something very fundamental with us. There are 3 key things that you need in order to make impact in any sphere of your life or endeavor. 3 things. You need time, you need strength or energy, and the third one, you need wisdom. Think through it. You need time, you need strength, and you also need what? Wisdom or skill, right? Now, if you are young, if you are 15-year-old, it means that you have a lot of time. True or false? Assuming you want to live to be 100, you have 85 years. Opportunity, time runway for impact. 85 years. Now, I sat across a young man, sometimes last year. I was asking him, so the mom was complaining, the boy, he had some terrible experiences in his life, so he had given up on life, kind of, all right? And they were trying to make him come back. Don't worry, your future is not yet done and all that. So I tried to just test him. So I asked him a question. I said, how long do you want to live? This boy should be around 20-something, maybe 25 or so. You know what I said? He said, 50, 60. I said, if his mom were there, I'm sure she would have slapped him or said, God forbid. And I said, what exactly is your plan? He said, why should I be alive beyond that age? And I was shocked. For the first time, I've asked several persons the question. You hear things like maybe 70. 70 is still fair. Some will say 80. And if you come from where we come from, we will say 120, right? Now, when you hear 120, you're wondering, I'm 25, 120, sir, that is, how many years to? And someone is wondering, what will I be doing for what? 95 years. No. Now, if you are indeed a person of vision, you understand the value of what? Of time. I was having a class with some of our students, this week, and, someone asked me a question about capacity building. He said, how do you draw the line between capacity building and greed? Wanting more and greed. As in, what's the thin line? Between contentment and greed. How do you know if you are contented or if you are greedy? And I asked him a question. I said, who's the richest man today? I'm asking us. You don't know? Worldwide, though, not Nigeria. Richest man worldwide, who? Please say, shout it out loud. Good, Elon Musk. Now, as at maybe early this year, his net worth increased. To what number? Who has any idea? Just give a figure. About more than 600 billion, right? In fact, he's been projected to be the first human being in history that would hit $1 trillion in terms of net worth. Now, if there are certain things he's telling the Tesla board that he wants to do, and if I do this, don't pay me now, like his usual way is, don't pay me anything. If I accomplish this milestone in about 10 years or so, then you will give me this. And when that this happens, that would shoot his net worth over $1 trillion. Now, he's very rich, true of us. Now, what does Elon Musk need? Doesn't need anything. Does he appear he needs something? No. So I asked a question. I said, good, let's even take 600 billion. And I asked, how many individuals do we have on the earth today? They say about 8 point something billion. True of us. If you divide Elon Musk's wealth over 8 billion, it means he wants to share his wealth to everybody, right? Each person on the earth will be getting around $100. That's the cap. So it's around 60 something dollars. Let's even take $100. $100 in Naira now is how much? About 100 and what? 130K. What can 130K do for you right now? Someone say, 130K. Now, it looks like serious money, is it? But it's not. It can't even pay rent in some places. Is that true? Now, this is the richest man distributing his wealth across everybody on the face of the earth. And somehow that wealth suddenly became what? Nothing. So I was telling them that if you are thinking impact, there's never a point where you can say something is what? Enough. If you take all of his wealth and you're trying to solve problems, maybe healthcare in Nigeria alone, I'm not sure that money will last 3 years. It's gone. Is that true? That's even a lot. If you want to solve education problem in Nigeria, forget about it. I mean, that money has become what? Worthless. So if he's indeed passionate about solving, let's say, educational problem in one country in the world, suddenly 800 billion is not what? Enough. Does that make sense? I'm trying to sow the seed of vision in our hearts. So it's not about, I have a house, I have a car, I have this, and it's okay. It's not. So I was telling the young man that the issue of contentment, people think about it in terms of, what I have. But if you are thinking about vision, contentment now, the definition now changes to who you have. In fact, who you have is Jesus. I'm sure some of us are full of faith here. And when you have Jesus, you have what? Everything. There's a hunger inside you. And that hunger wants to see how you can use the wealth that Jesus has put inside you in order to solve the problem out there. So vision becomes very critical for us as young people. And if you have that magnitude of vision, you know you need time to execute it. Is that true? Now, Bill Gates has been trying to solve health problems for a very long time. Now, he's very rich. He was the richest at some point before people like Elon Musk came over, right? And you watch Bill Gates, everything he's doing in the name of philanthropy, is it free? I'm asking, is it free? You don't know? It's not free. Because many governments are still what? Paying for many of the services that his foundation is purportedly what? Providing. So they call it social philanthropy, right? You are, doing business as part of the whole process to solve problems, which is awesome. But the point I'm trying to make is that there's vision in our hearts, and we will need sufficient time in order to solve it. The second thing is strength. And which demography of people have or are stronger? Young people. So you have time, 85 years, if you're going to be living to 100, and you have strength. What a 15-year-old can do, a 55 will not be able to do. Is that true? Is that true? So young people have time. Young people have what? Strength. Now, I will go to the third one. Wisdom or skill. Unfortunately, many young people, they are still building up their sense bank. Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me? Because older people tell you, you don't know anything. And they are speaking from what? Experience. Okay? So if I have time, if I have strength, and I know I need wisdom, so is it not wisdom to use my time and strength to build what? Wisdom, skill. Now, and if you do that successfully, what happens is that you're already laying the foundation for the kind of future that you're looking out for. So there's this young man called Brian Johnson. Some of us must have seen him. Next slide. And he has this very insane dream. He said he wants to live forever. So he's pushing the idea of immortality. Now, when I first saw the story, I laughed. All right? And I'm like, okay, that's interesting. And he spent millions biohacking himself. Among the things he's doing is injecting himself with his son's plasma. His son is a teenager. Every day, he must inject himself with his son's plasma. According to the study they've done on his body, that some of his organs are actually younger than his age, right? And now, recently I saw he's now calling other people that wants to journey with him. It's not cheap. If you want to live forever, come. You pay this amount of money and I will take you through all of it. He has his own private clinic. He has doctors who attend to him daily. All right? I didn't put the numbers here, but you get the numbers in the full manual. All right? And what is he trying to do? He's trying to reverse aging. He believes so strongly in it. And I'm wondering what is motivating him, really, because you and I know that there's a bound for the age of man. Is that true? Now, but he's ambitious. It's okay. But the point I'm trying to make is that he understands the value of time and strength. Because why would you be injecting your son with yourself with your son's plasma? Because you want to be what? Stronger, so you can live longer. Because he thinks he wants to be able to accomplish more. But this guy is spending over $100 million. I don't know how many, in terms of duration. Young people have it for what? For free. So the question is, what exactly are we doing with it? And this Bible passage that says the glory of youth is their what? Is their strength. So how do we maximize time? We maximize time by using the time that we have and the strength that we have to acquire what? Wisdom. We are using that to acquire wisdom. That was why it was said in Psalms, it said, teach us to number our days so that we can apply our heart to what? To it. Or are you spending it on things that have long-time legacy? And why is this important? There's something called entropy, right? Entropy says the law that things are degrading from order to what? To chaos. Things will degrade. Things won't get better. All right? Look at the economy. People are saying, oh, the economy. If you check how money has been losing value for over 100 years, there's never been a time money gained value. Money will keep losing what? Value. Is normal. And people just factor that into it. So entropy is happening everywhere. It's happening in your body. You were stronger yesterday. So you are stronger yesterday than you are what? Today. Because you are aging. Right? And if you have 100 mark, at 15, the next year, there's no way you can still be 15 again. All right? So entropy is happening. Things are moving from energy to exhaustion. The older you get, the less passionate you become. Is that true? The older you get, you find older people say, well, let's go and inspire the next generation because according to them, they've expired. All right? Things will keep going down. And because of entropy, that's why the urgency is now on us to see how we can begin to, prep ourselves for the future. So I did a short test here. Next slide, studio. I said, if I go right now to your browser history, if I'm able to extract all of the things you have listened to, things you have read, things you've watched, things you've engaged. In fact, I saw a new device, yesterday or so. It's called Pocket. Pocket is like a device. And what it does is to record all of your conversations. So if you're a lawyer or you're a doctor, you don't necessarily have to, take notes. Just be listening. And when you are true listening, it's able to summarize everything you've said. If there are action points in your task, it's able to create calendar items and all of those things. Very amazing tool. I was like, wow, this is cool. I really like this. So imagine if I'm able to record all the conversations you've had. I'm able to go through all of the sites you have visited. I'm able to go through everything you've done. I go through everything and I run it through a software. The question is, do I see someone who is living for now or someone who is preparing for 50 years' time? Ask yourself the question. All of the sites you browsed yesterday, are they preparing you for 50 years time from now? Or are they actually things that just, kept you excited for the now? So are they moving you forward? Or are they just keeping you marking time? You know why this is important? Just like money. We're having this, I showed my wife something last night, a particular post on LinkedIn. Someone said, how hard is your money working hard for you? And all of a sudden, I had an idea that, there's something called lazy money. So people's money is very lazy. And how can someone's money be lazy? Your money is lazy when your money is not doing anything for you, right? Some individuals invest their money, right? And their money is yielding for them, working very hard for them. But some individuals, their money is very lazy. In the same way also, the things that you're investing your attention in, that's how you spend money. Is it lazy or is it building wealth or building strength or building capital or building leverage for you tomorrow? Because if we move from having visions in our hearts to executing them, then we must be able to move very fast, and we must be able to use every time we have, because once you use the time, it's gone. If I spend 1 hour watching a movie right now, I don't know how long, they have shorter movies these days, right? 1 hour on a movie right now. The question is, that 1 hour is what? Is gone. The question is, what has that 1 hour acquired for me? If all I got from it was, wow. Some of you watch Korean movies, and after watching Korean series, right? Is it Korean series? They're very dramatic. They sing songs. No, they don't sing, but the songs are very sad. There's way it moves your heart. You feel so touched. How many of you know what I'm talking about? So after watching that, and all you did was just, oh my God, it's so touching. And you go, and you've not learned anything from it. The one that I like to use is football. People use a lot of football. I know people are very passionate about football. Do you have fans here? Are you a fan? Any fan here? No, it's fine. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not, but it's okay. It's fine. Good. Now, if all you get from it is the thrill of, wow, excitement, then something is wrong. So I told someone, after watching the football, what have you learned about strategy? What have you learned about teamwork? How is what was happening on the pitch, how is it impacting on how you are relating with your team, how you are achieving your 2026, write them down. 2036, write them down. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, then 0. Time up. Just stop anywhere you stop. Now, how many of you have more items in 2036 column than 2026? Okay, thank you. But how many of us had more items in 2026 column than 2036? How many of us struggled a bit trying to write a few things in 2036? We were still trying to, okay, what should I, how many had that experience? Aha. How come you were able to write a lot of things in 2026 and you were struggling for 2036? 2036 is 10 years from now, true? So at least you should have 10 times whatever you wrote in 2026, 2036. How come you're struggling to write anything down in 2036? Why? So I call that phenomenon temporal amnesia. We are very focused. We are full of the things that, the person that said she had more items in 2036, let me see. Can you come and share with us? How are you able to get to that point? I to understand exactly how you are thinking. Because I've asked the question, nobody has ever had more items in 2036 than 2026. So I think you're an outlier. So I'd like to know exactly how, I'd like to know exactly how you are thinking, and what led you to that. Please just laugh for her. Okay. So just share with us exactly, what's the frame of your mind? We're not saying tell us the exact things, but how did you come about having more items in 2036 than 2026?
Okay, so one of the things that, I'll give an example. In my 2026 now, I said, okay, I want to have started this business. So my 2036, I was like, okay, I'm meant to have had 10 years experience in this business. And then in my 2026, it was something I already envisioned. So it was okay, by then I see myself as this. So it was just easier because it's a dream in a way. So I'm just writing my dreams down and that kind of thing.
Please, let's clap for her. Now, if we had that hack, it's very possible that we'll have done the same thing. And that's what I'm trying to say. We are more focused. In fact, I heard this quote from a friend of mine, or we call him JD. When I heard it, and it really resonated very deeply with me. He said, we overestimate, this was a quote from Bill Gates now, we overestimate what we can do in 1 year, and we underestimate what we can do in 10. Now, she did something, she flipped the book. So she just told herself, no, now, why am I thinking about this year alone? Let me just have this broad vision concerning where I'm going to. Are you seeing that now? Now, when you start thinking that way, what happens is that you now start understanding the importance of time. Because now, if she listed all of those things out, she's asking herself, okay, the next question will now be, what do I need to be doing now that would actually lead me towards accomplishing those things I've written down in 2036? You can try the exercise at home and start pushing yourself to think beyond just 2026, beyond just 2036, beyond 2046, beyond 2056. I know someone who said he had already written down the year he will be crossing over to the other side. How many of us have thought about it? No, God forbid. No, we're not saying you will die now. We are saying whatever that time will be, do you have an idea of what the year is? Do you? So I said, if you have that, hope before you, then many things around you start changing. The company that you keep, okay, what you invest in right now, your attention, how are you going to be doing all of those things? So the decade map. So I wrote here, I said, and this was from my mentor, before you are 20, if you're not yet 20, the goal of your life is self-discovery. Who am I? What do I know about myself? I mean, I knew from a very young age that I had, creative abilities, because you knew if they say draw something in school, you know you were doing it very well. So you start seeing things about yourself, right? And, some individuals know that they have this tendency to be able to lead others, because I've seen children play. Nobody has taught them leadership. Nobody has done anything about leadership. But somehow one of them just is commanding the rest of them. How many of you have seen that before? One person just commands the rest of them. Let's go this way. Everybody else follows. And if there's somebody else saying, I'm not going, they fight. The one that beats the other one becomes what? The leader. There's no lesson. They didn't go to any training or seminar. They just understand that this person is the boss. It might even be a girl in the midst of boys, so it doesn't really matter the gender now. That's the person that determines. Now, as you are growing up, you are observing these things about yourself. Before you are 20, ensure you discover who you are. Now, between 20 and 30 is a year of experimentation. That's when you start asking yourself questions. You are trying to test many of these theories about yourself. Can I really do this? You are, moving beyond your comfort zone. Between 30 and 50, you should have made full proof of whatever it is that you said you wanted to do. We should know that, yes, this person is going somewhere. We should start seeing the fruit of your impact, mastery and impact. Now, between 50 and 70, you are consolidating. And at that time, you are probably starting something new. Hello? Something new. I've seen a lot of businessmen in Nigeria, top guys. Someone started in real estate. Today he said he's not doing real estate again. He wants to start doing this. And the real estate, business is thriving, is global. But they're like, yeah, so that is done now. And like my wife will say, they're using the money from this one to fund the next thing. And that goes up, then the next thing happens. All right? And these are individual. There's no way you will not live long because there's something that is pushing you forward. Right? So at 50 to 70, you're already thinking of the next thing. Many next things to start. Now, if you are like us, that you're going 120, then you can imagine how many circles of life you're already thinking of living. And can I begin to imagine what you should be doing right now with your time? Now, to show that this is a thing, I have a slide here, next slide. There are two people who have demonstrated this. All right? These are the guys who actually have a multi-act lives. The first person there is who? And who? Arnold Schwarzenegger. Some of you don't know him. How many of you know him? Commando. All right? Now, Donald Trump started off in real estate. That was at one. Succeeded well. Today, when it comes to luxury hotels in America, this guy is there. He knows it. Then he entered into Act 2, TV. How many of you know The Apprentice? It was one of the most successful shows on NBC. It was very successful. In fact, that shot him up into fame. That was what gave him name recognition. All right? And when he was done with Act 2, then he joined what? Politics. And in every act that he acted, he rose to the what? To the top. Is that true? Now, it doesn't matter what you think about him today. The guy is an alpha male. I heard, Mr. Samuel talking about Iran war and all that. He's an alpha male, and he's enjoying himself. He's 80-something, 83 or 84 right now. 84 this year. It's cool. And he does maybe 2 more years, 85. And when he's 85, I don't know what else he will start, but I'm sure he has plans. He has plans. Arnold Schwarzenegger, same thing. Started off his first act of his life into bodybuilding. He won Mr. Universe. You know those guys that weird-looking guys with, Then he used that to get into Hollywood. He became successful. One of the top gross, in fact, himself, Sylvester Stallone were like guys that were, competing in the space at the time. And when he was through with that, he entered into the third act, which was what? Politics. He became governor of California, one of the most successful at that, right? And so it shows you that it's not about, oh, I'm just living one life, I'll be a banker. No. Because if you have this multi-act perspective, then it begins to give you reason to, take your present serious. So you don't have 80 years to just do a banking career. No. You don't have 85 years to just be, 85 years can actually be structured in a way that you can live five circles in one. So you don't have 85 years. So maybe you have just 20 years. The question is, in 20 years' time, where will I be? I started this concept many years ago. I tell young people that are just graduating, I tell them, in 5 years' time, tell yourself, I'm going to be at a table where major decisions are being made. Not 10 years. How many years? 5 years or less. And I'm so glad I've been seeing, many testimonials coming forth. People saying, wow, this happened to me, that happened to me. And it's amazing. But because if you don't have that, that time mindset, you just think, oh, let's go and do 30 years where you are. Now, I was saying this many years before I even realized that, some of us in the academia, particularly, some of us in Covenant, is as though, well, we're just raising people and training people, let them go and make impact. So one day I just said, let me even ask myself the question. I didn't even know that this was something that I played out in my own life. Let me even check my own trajectory and see, oh, that's true. I got employed in Covenant in 2009, because it was December 1st, 2008. School was in holiday, so I resumed fully 2009, January. Let's just take it that way. And I had my first seat at the table in the year 2013. Between 2009 and 2013 is how long? 4 years. And I've been on the table since that time. By privilege. All right? By privilege. So the question is, by this year I'll be 41, by grace of God. Now, no, thank you. But I'm already asking myself, what's the next act? I'm not living covenant, so don't say, it was, no. What's the next act? Where are we going to next? All right? So you don't have to do 80 years, no. But because you know that time is short, because you know that you have to live 5 lives in one, because that's what makes life interesting. The question is, what am I doing now? And how can I wrap this up on time so I can move to the next thing? And we've seen this also. I put this slide up, the next slide, because it reminded me of something one of my mentees, he asked me a question. He said, sir, how come we read biographies, we read stories of great people, and many of these guys started at 19? How many of you have read stories of people, they say they got married at 21? Those guys that got married at 21, or I did my first job at 17. How many of you have seen those stories? He said, but today, I'm not seeing it amongst myself and people around me. And it's true. And for the first time I thought about it, this is very true. Now look at this. Now, Nigeria's government now made it worse. What is the age to enter university now? Minimum age now is 16, right? 16 is the minimum now. So you enter university at 16. You are still being catered for. You spend 4 years. That's if your school can finish in 4 years. There's no strike. Everything is fine. So let's say 4 years. You are what? 20. And once you finish, my young people are still saying, okay, so what's the plan? Well, I'm thinking of masters. And that masters is thinking about, is not that he wants to fund it. He's thinking of, where mom and dad will say, let's go and do masters, right? Now he goes for masters for maybe another 2 years. Plus NYS, that is 3 years. So by 23, 24 is when he's going to do masters, right? It's true with masters, right? And when he's done with masters, I say, well, I want to get a job. They say, okay. The father will now take him, okay, let's go and look for how to get a job for him. I speak to one of my friends here and there. He's 26. He's 27. He has not started living. Maybe when he now finally settles down to start living, is how old? He's 30. Now, Mark started when he was how old? 19. 19. And many of them like that. So if you are starting at 30 and someone started at 19, what does that tell you? Are you early or late? Late. So I changed my theory from 5 years post-graduation to 5 years pre-graduation. So I tell students now, in 5 at graduation, these are the things we expect to see in your life. So to put pressure on you, we redefine the concept of the first class. I told them, I said, first class is no longer you finishing with a CGPA of 4.5 and above. That's old school. In my own new definition, that means you are economy class. How many of you have flown before? You've flown before. Let me see. You've flown. Okay. How many of you have flown first class before? Let me see. Nobody. Okay. Okay. How many of you have flown business class before? At least you tried business class before. Okay. But you know first class and business class, they're like worlds apart, right? How many of you have seen first class, cabins in planes before? It looked like you are inside a what? Inside what? Like a hotel room. It's cool, very cool. So if you finish with a CGPA of 4.5 and above, and you're saying you are first class, you are economy. You are economy. So the question is, at the point of graduation, what exactly should you have? Where should you be? All right? Where should you be? So, it's no longer about, okay, I've graduated now, let me now go and do this. No, it's not an issue of what should I have at graduation. So I listed a lot of things to them. I told them many things. Some say, if we get all of these things, then I say yes. For example, hi, Belu. You've not started a business when you're in school. You don't have any leadership track record when you're in school. Someone said, but I came to school to learn. Many individuals, the first time they ever made money in their life was when they graduated or when after masters. After like masters. I met some 2 girls, so they've done masters. What's the plan? And they say PhD. I said, why? Because, I'm like, do you know what a PhD is? He said, no, PhD, go to school more. That is, just go to school more. That's it. And who's paying for it? Father. I said, there's a problem here. And that's why someone can settle for any job because the individual is not even sure exactly how to make money. They say, this is a job you have. This is okay, just take it. Because you don't even know. There's no confidence in you. It's not about how much you are being paid. If someone is offering you 5 million per month in a job, you will take that job not because, oh my God, 5 million. You are taking it because there's you said room, skill, connection. I was hearing a lot of things people were saying here. You know that, okay, if I go to this company and I do 2 years, this is what this capital is going to buy me somewhere else. Not because of 5 million. And it can be 100,000. Because that 5 million in itself, by yourself, you know what to do to get it. And if you have not trained yourself while you are in school, in a very wonderful environment, because I believe universities are the best place to build anything for free. If your school has 10,000 people, you have 10,000 community that you can actually test any idea on. Is that true? If you have not spent, so somebody else in school, when in chapel service one day on campus, and someone came and said, I want to thank God she's in the final year, I'm now chartered in 400 level, right? He said, I remember the sleepless night, there was no holiday, there was no this, there was no that. And I took lesson from that. I said, good. There are other colleagues like her in 400 level accounting that are like, nah, beg. I cannot come and kill myself. I cannot come and die. No. After school, I will go and do it. Okay. Question is, at graduation, all of the sleepless night the other girl had, she can't remember it anymore. Can she remember it? She can't remember she didn't sleep. She's in final year, she's wearing the gown for graduation. But when they step out, their value, the one that don't have icon, is not the same. It's not the same. So time mastery means, now that I have this time, what exactly am I using this time to acquire? Because after this time, that time is gone. So either I have used it to increase my life, like that young man is trying to inject plasma, his son's plasma into his skin. I've acquired something that will save me time in the future. But if it is not, that time is wasted. It's not that I lived it a little life. No, it's wasted. Because entropy will have caught up with it. So if you are 25 now, just tell yourself, I am late. And because you are late, next slide, because you are late, is not now the reason to start cutting corners. How many of you are maybe, I don't know if it happens, definitely it happens in Lagos a lot. So I shouldn't say I don't know if it happens in Lagos. Lagos is the headquarters of that kind of thing. You are late, how do you drive? I'm asking. In Lagos, I know it will happen. No, we are not Lagos people, we come from the village. When you are late, how do you act? Now, driving fast is not the problem, but most of us cut corners. BRT lane, they say it's for BRT. It's for BRT. But you just look. You just gauge. You just scan. I'm not seeing last mile people around here. Okay, let me see. You start calculating. If I enter, I can, you know that kind of thing, right? Now you just enter, someone just come in front of you. So because you are late, people want to cut corners. So I said here, the first best time to plant a tree is when? 20 years ago. The next best time is when? Is now. Now, somebody say, oh, but look at, I don't have a tree. Look at now, all my friends have trees. I don't have my own tree. You know, that's not the issue. If you want a tree 20 years from now, what do? Plant one. But say, no, I'll go and buy an artificial tree. I will decorate it properly. Everybody will also see I have a tree. Now, does that make sense? You're still cutting corners. But if you continue that in 20 years' time, which is 40 years, you'll be treeless. But because you have missed your first 20 years, no problem. And that 20 years can be 5 years, can be 2 years. That's just an analogy, right? So if you're 25, just know, and there are certain things you've not checked out. Just tell yourself, I am late. But that is not a reason to cut corners. It's now a reason to do what? To start when? To start now. I heard my mentor say this one of those days. I was going out of the chapel, and he said, if you have not learned certain things before you are 30, you can't learn them again. There's some books you can't read anymore. I said, what? I heard it. It judged me. I was like 27, 28. My hair started racing. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. What haven't I learned? What haven't I learned? What haven't I learned? Because there's no, once you are 30, the way I took it was, your brain, that part of your brain shuts down. Now, not totally shut down, right? But it becomes more difficult for you to acquire them. When we were in school, back in the days, I had interests. Okay? I had leadership interest, all of that. I was not the business type. I was the business type, but the environment did not support my business dreams. So I just gave it up. That kind of thing, right? I just gave it as, okay, let me go and do leadership. So I was more into leadership because entering university, I had about 8 goals. One of them was to graduate as a millionaire. It was in my goal book. I still show them today, right? But I just started that one. I said, nah, let's forget it. Now, why am I saying that? All of the things I focused on, 20 years later, I'm excelling in. Well, I knew guys who were focused on business in school. In fact, boys who didn't reach that point that I'm like, why are they wasting their time? They reach that point that I'm like, reach that point that, okay, reach that point that doesn't make sense, reach that point that, they'll say, this book, let's go and read, leadership, let's read marriage, let's read, impact, those stuff like that. And I was consuming those content. But years later, I said, oh boy, I don't know many of these things. Hello? So if I want to play in that space, what do I have to do now? Do what? Go back. But the truth is that it would have been easier if I had grown with it when I had the time. My mentor said he was going to go into ministry, and he knew that he didn't know anything about ministry. He didn't know, he didn't have any clue. He said he settled down, read 39 biographies of successful ministries and other ones who had issues. And he realized when he read through all of those things, the kind of wisdom he acquired. He said he knew that he was 39 years older than many of his colleagues who started along with him at the same time. I said, no, it's not 39 years. Because if one biography is about 50 years average, if you multiply 50 by 39, at least you were 1,500 years older than your colleagues who started. And that's because he had access to wisdom. So where we are right now, the way we can maximize that future is if you and I use our time that we have, the strength that we have to acquire what? Wisdom that we need so that the remainder of the time that we have left will be impactful. So I will end with this. Read relentlessly. Seek mentors aggressively. Attend gatherings like this. They call for a conference, go. They call for an event, attend. Right? Guard the things that you are allowing to enter into your mind. Time is your ultimate currency. Attention is how you spend it. In summary, last slide here, I said number 1, relentlessly acquire wisdom to multiply your time and strength. Number 2, spend your attention on things that matter in 50 years. Number 3, beat entropy. The window of your peak capacity is open now. Number 4, stretch your vision across decades in order to give anchor to your decisions for today. And number 5, plant that tree when? Plant that tree when? With these few points of mine, I hope I've been able to convince you and not confuse you that you are headed for a great future. Thank you so much for having me, and God bless you.
If you truly appreciate that session, make that applause louder, please, for Dr. Azubike Ezenwoke. One thing that I would take away, and I want us not to forget, are the 3 pillars of youth. What are they? Number 1. Come on, say it like you mean it. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. And then we're encouraged to use the time and strength to do what? To build wisdom. One more time, let's put our hands together to celebrate Dr. Azubike. And put your hands together for yourselves for being here. You are investing time to do what? To gain wisdom. Please clap for yourselves one more time. Awesome. I would like to say it's really exciting to see this many young people, bright and passionate, gathered here on a Saturday. You could be anywhere else, but you chose to be here. And I think it says a lot about your own devotion to yourselves, to being better and truly being leaders of tomorrow. Because wherever young people are gathered with intention, powerful things are set to happen. So I want you to put your hand on your chest and say, I am powerful. I have so much embedded in me. Say it like you mean it. I have so much embedded in me, and I'm going to show the world. I'm going to share it with the world. Awesome. Now, we have a little presentation as well. Little because we cannot give everything, but mighty because it is important to recognize people that we look up to, because recognition and appreciation opens greater doors. So one more time, allow me to welcome Timothy Adewale up forward again. Please can we put our hands together for him? Anytime someone mounts this podium, ensure you are clapping with all your energy.
Thank you so much, Pamshi. You're doing a really, really great stuff. Thank you. All right. So on this note, just like I said for the earlier session, we cannot always, give all that there is to be given as a reward, because it's God who gives rewards. But one thing we can do is, on the note of honor, we can recognize the labors, the sacrifices, and the works of people. Do we agree with that? And I believe that right here in this room are people of honor. And I'm just standing here representing all of you to present this award. So on behalf of every young person who is here, so Dr. Azu, I want to present this award to you. And it doesn't say everything about you, but it does say something. And we titled this award, Institutional Impact and Youth Development Excellence Recognition. Do I have members of Lifematics here? All right. So we know. Thank you, sir. And, Daddy, so just a little word. Just a little word for everyone.
You can take your seat. I want to use this medium to appreciate all of you for this Eagle gathering. Information brings reformation. And I was blessed through the administration of the guest speaker that finished now. The elasticity of man potential is infinity. There's no person that can use 10% of what God put in him. But you need time. Time is very precious in the market of life. I would like to encourage you young people, you still have time. And some old people today, they have a day, but there's no time. But you still have luxury of time at your disposal. Try to make use of it. And I want to encourage you, everything you grab here today, go back home, sit down, ruminate, act. And very soon, your generation will look for you. Put your hand together for Jesus.
And on behalf of everyone, just so you know, Apostle's birthday is next week. So we just thought to, Apostle, happy birthday to you, sir. We celebrate and honor all the work that you're doing, and also with your wife. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma. Thank you so much, sir. Are we having a great time? Thank you so much. Can we celebrate our host? She's doing a really good job. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and happy birthday in advance, Apostle. We see the evidence of the amazing work you are doing, even in the life of your son. So let's celebrate Apostle and Mrs. Adewale one more time. Awesome. So what is the theme for today's event? Let's say it like we mean it. What is the theme for today's event? Forging the future. What does it mean to forge something? Can forge be used in a good and bad way? When you say forge signature, is it good? But then forge is also to form, right? So whatever context it can be used or it can be taken into, the important thing is the real meaning. So even when you are forging a signature, you are forming something. You are trying to create something. So to forge is to create, is to make, is to bring to life something that doesn't exist. So if we're saying we're creating the future, it starts with us, right? So we are extensions of society, and we are pictures of the future. Whatever is going to happen in a few years, you already see. Look at your neighbor, to your left, to your right, in front of you, behind. That's a picture of the future, right there, beside you. Whether it's going to be good or bad. So look at that neighbor very well again. You see a good future around them. I know all of our futures are excellent. And it will be by the grace of God. So we have sponsors who have made today's event possible. And as I mentioned their names, I would like for us to put our hands together so that next year when we are coming again, they'll be ready to do much more. They'll say, you know what, Timothy, we want to empty our account for Metamorphosis Edition 3. Do we like that? They are listening, no? Do you like that? Okay, so as I call their names, please let's put our hands together in a resounding applause. Let's appreciate Christ Crusaders Deliverance Ministries. We thank you for being official sponsors for Metamorphosis Edition 2. We also like to appreciate Omni Options. Put your hands together for Omni Options. Thank you so much for making today a possible reality. We also like to appreciate Z Realty. Clap like you mean it. Clap like you mean it. Thank you so much for making today a reality. And then finally, Mosreal Consulting Limited. Make that applause louder. Come on. It's not easy to be a sponsor, and so we appreciate all of our sponsors for making today a reality. And then speaking on sponsorships, we would like to welcome to the stage one of our sponsors, that is Z Realty, to give us a presentation. Can we put our hands together for the representative from Z Realty? Make it louder. What did I say about applause? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Are you all excited to be here today? Hello, everyone. I hope we're all doing very well. My name is Oreoluwa Oyebolu, and I'm the CEO of Zero Realty Limited. I'm just here to share a few things about what we do. But before that, there's going to be a very quick task. I would need us to send our names. Please, can we have the slide up? Okay, yes. Send your names to this particular number. Right, we're going to have a raffle draw where we'll be giving out cash prizes. So yes, you can quickly do that. On all the slides, you have the numbers, so we can move on. So yes, we're going to play. I'm just going to ask a few questions, right? And here we go. So, how many of you know that there's a rise in real estate investment in Nigeria at the moment? You've heard of, come and buy land, come and buy houses, come and buy this and that, right? And I'm sure that many of you have heard of so many things. So we're going to do something quick. So put a finger down if you haven't invested in real estate for the following reasons. If you are afraid, put your hands up. Everyone, are we fighting? Are you guys not excited to be here? Okay, put a finger down if you are afraid of investing in real estate. If you're afraid of investing in real estate, put a finger down. Put another finger down if you do not know anything about real estate investments. I'm trying to see some people. Okay. Put a finger down if you are broke. Let's not say broke. You don't have enough money to do it at the moment. Put Put another finger that we've heard of terrible stories of your parents or other relatives. I'm not seeing any hands up. Oh. Hey, okay. Put another finger down if you are afraid of being scammed. Okay, that's interesting. So next slide, please. So that's exactly why we started Zeroty, right? So we started because we realized investing in real estate for the younger generation seems quite far-fetched for Gen Zs, actually. And we thought, why don't we just make real estate investments accessible to the young? Send your names to the WhatsApp number there. You won't be able to participate in the raffle draw. So the next slide, we actually decided to create a webinar for everyone here. So please put your hands together for Zeroty. We are having this webinar tomorrow, right? Of course, for every one of you here, right? Where we are going to take you through how to really get started. You don't need 50 million to get started in real estate. You don't need 10 million to get started in real estate, actually. So you can get started with as low as how much you currently earn. I don't know, but when we get started and we have conversations, right, we would guide you through on how, when, and what to do exactly. So yes, now we can go ahead with the raffle draw. Cash prizes. You guys are next. Maybe you guys don't need the money. I don't know. So let me call the convener. Right, please put your hands together for Timothy. Yes, please come up. Put your hands together for Timothy. So yes, he's going to be the one to pick the winners. So if you don't win, this is the person you are going to hold. Right, so this is how we're going to do. You're just going to pick 2 people. That's what I know. All right, you just pick 2 people and then, hey, lots of messages coming in. Everybody wants to win. How much do you know we're giving out? 2 million. Okay. All right. Shall I wait for 15 more seconds? 15 more seconds. How much time do I have left? People are plenty. Interesting. Okay. Yes, you can now pick. So you just call out the name you can see. Don't be shy. Okay, take this. You take this person. Okay. Mr. Timothy picked Anna Etuk. Who is Anna Etuk? Oh, wow. Okay, put your hands together now. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Yes, and the next person. We need one more person. Okay. Who is Pemi? Okay, yeah, please come. Sorry, the number ends with 6643. Yes. Come. Or, yeah, that's, you take a picture with us. Okay. Okay. So we would be giving you guys the cash prizes, right? So you meet me at the back. I'll get your account details and alert. Is that good? Okay. All right. Put your hands together. How much? They will tell you.
One of our official sponsors. All right, so I want to ask us a couple of questions. And then while we set up for the panel session that is about to happen. The first question is, what are you most afraid of? These are introspective questions. What is that one thing that you think is going to stop you from achieving your biggest dream? I want you to write it down. Write it down. Sometimes when you put pen to paper, it makes you see clearer. So write it down. What's that big thing that you are so scared of? Some of you, maybe you love to speak, but you're like, I can't stand in front of a crowd. Write it down. That thing that you are most scared about, or that you think is your biggest hindrance to achieving your dreams, write it down. You know why that's important? Because one of the major goals of this event is to take off the limitations on your mind. And so to help you achieve that, you first have to identify what that limitation is. So what is that thing that makes you feel so scared or makes you feel so incapable? I want you to write it down because that's the first step to overcoming that. Now, how many of you have you written something down? How many of you have written something down? Thank you. Who else? Any other person? Thank you. Who else? Nobody here. Thank you. Now, imagine that thing did not exist. Would you be able to achieve that dream that you want? You would, easily, right? So it's all a thing of the mind. If that thing truly exists, what is the way you can go about it? And if you realize that it's not really something that affects me, why don't you take that step? So I want this as a personal challenge for you. Whatever it is that you think is the biggest thing to hold you down, that you cannot achieve that dream, write it down and find a way to cancel it. Say after me, I'll find a way to cancel it. You're not saying it like people that want to forge ahead into the future. Say it with me, I will find a way to cancel it. All right, so we are going into a panel session really quickly. And I will be introducing the people that will be on this panel session. So as I call their names, please put your hands together for them. Let's welcome back on stage Dr. Azubike Ezenwoke. Clap like you mean it, people. Next, let us welcome Mr. Bolu Okunade. Let us also welcome Mr. Isaac. Mr. Bolu and Mr. Isaac for the first time on our stage today. And then, of course, to moderate this panel session, our dear convener himself, Mr. Timothy. Please, let's clap for him as he makes his way forward.
Oh, you understand why I'm smiling like this, Harrison? Because when you have the mind shifter, you have Sabi of the Most High God, and you have Isaac Inspires. You are set for so much. So thank you so much, Dr. Azu. Thank you, Mr. Bolu. And Sir Isaac, it's good to have you. Thank you so much. Sir Isaac flew all the way from Ilorin to be here. Really happy to have him. So, right to it, I believe that one of the reasons why I'm very particular about this panelist session is because I've not done so much, but in the little interactions I've had, I've realized that a lot of young people have questions. And that's why you realize that when somebody voices a question online, everybody just starts saying, yes, 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 this. So you get to realize that, okay, this was a question in the heart of other people. So I want to attempt to just ask some. A large percentage of people who are in this audience could probably have. And we trust that these questions are going to, get good answers because we've seen a track record of so much value that has been given on various platforms. So, just as a starting question, I want to ask starting from Dr. Azu. Yes, you've mentioned a lot of stories about how you were growing as a young person. But we do not really hear some moments where there were, should I say, compromise, or would I use the word ignorance? Because there's just always that thing called teenage foolishness. Someone will not look at and say, oh, well, they are different. This one is a perfect person. So what was it like? Because now we can see this version. This is Dr. Azu. And then, but who was that boy? Wow. And what were the happenings around that experience? Yeah.
Wow. Why is it teenage foolishness? I'm like, that sounded very heavy. So I have a very interesting growth. Very interesting. In fact, so if I would speak about my teenage foolishness, it was one, I didn't like to go to church. I hated it. Not because I didn't like God, but because I had the worst case you can think of inferiority complex. It was very terrible. I didn't think I had, good clothes like many persons who were in church. So I found myself, hating church. Sundays are like the worst days. I woke up in the morning to throw tantrums, somehow hoping that my parents would be like, look, today, you know, rob us of our blessings. They'll just leave me at home. It happened once. I thought it could happen again, but it never happened again. So that, kept on, going. And yeah, so I'm very conscious about the company I keep now, because I had, a very terrible company back then. I was not a bad boy, I was not a bad boy. I lived in a neighborhood where virtually every young person there did marijuana. How I did not do it, I don't know how. I don't know how. I mean, your next door neighbor is on it. The next guy is on it. Everybody in that compound were on it, but I never did, and I don't know why. But having persons around you who were not believers and all that, But something changed for me after secondary school. Exam malpractice, no, just normal stuff. I was not a bad boy, but exam malpractice is a bad thing, right? Because it's punishable by, it's a criminal, it's a criminal offense. But I remember after secondary school, I was bored to death. Everybody, all the guys I would have called friends were either ahead of me in class or below me in class. So when I finished secondary school, they were either in university or still in secondary school. So I was like, so during the day you are on your own. And, if you grow up where I grew up, there's no light, So it's like, what kind of life is this? So it was very, very boring. So you have to wait till 3 p.m. when they start returning. That's when life comes back, you play football. But I remember, so the only thing I could turn to were books. And I thank God for that moment in my own life. And I remember picking the first book, Bishop's book, and I read those books, just that book, and I saw the story of Benjamin Franklin, Isaac Newton, all those stories that I'm like, wow. I never knew you can find such information in Christian books. I thought, I didn't think you just read normal physics, chemistry, biology, but that started something inside me. That was in the year 2001. Right? It just transformed the entirety of my life. From that June, July after WAEC up until December, that was my first Shiloh, and boom, the change started. So I wouldn't say I've had, very, I didn't live enough to have very terrible experiences, impregnating someone, the likes. I didn't have all those experiences. But when it came to, many of my issues were just issues that bothered us. Low self-esteem, terrible one at that. And also, bad company, boys that were doing very terrible things, but I wasn't doing them, right? But when I saw the light and God started working in me, from 2021 up until now, it's been like, and I want to give God all the glory for that.
Amazing. Okay. So take notes. Dr. Asu was a bad boy, was not a bad boy.
So, as Doctor was speaking, I know it may sound I'm trying to pull saint. But if you've heard me speak, you've heard me say I didn't have the privilege to be stupid when I was young. I was trying really hard to find instances where I wasted my life. I cannot find. It's a huge thing. I made mistakes here and there, but I can't find, period in my life where there was something negative that was. And I don't think it was a discipline issue. I cannot explain it too. I feel like, like I'll tell a lot of people, maybe the Lord make me do some things, then later I will understand why I was doing them. So I'm dragging my mind all through secondary school. If you went to my secondary school, by just 3 we were doing crusades with 1,000 people there. So, he's sitting down there. I'm not lying. He went to secondary school with me. So when I say I can't really, really pick anywhere in my life, by primary 6, I had to go on a fast to get admission into secondary school, unsupervised, and I think it's, I don't know what it is. Let me be honest with you people. I don't want to form like I've been planning my life and I've been so smart. It's not true. I don't know what it is. I just really feel it was a special, should I say, winging of the hand of God. But also, I also attribute it to my parents, I didn't understand then, but now I understand. We lived in a house and the neighbors next, just like Dr. I think the man had 7 wives or so. The entire building, top to bottom, were his family and just children. And I think the children had children. It was just ridiculous. So it was like a community on its own. And so evening time, those guys would come, they would play ball. And It's ball. I'm a young boy. My legs are walking. You want to go to the, those street football that you count 10 with the stones. And my mommy would just never allow us. And I was like, why? But, in retrospect, I'm grateful she didn't allow us to go and play ball. I remember a day she came back. So the guys sneaked into our compound because we could not go there. So we recruited 2 of them. Because they could play the ball very well. And I remember, suddenly my mommy drove in, or was coming. She drove in. Luckily for us, we were able to quickly hide the guy. And, so they drove in, the guy snuck and went out. But beyond that, I genuinely don't have a track record. And I'm putting my words consciously, so it's not like proof. I don't know why too. But I don't have any period in my life that I was just haywire. I didn't have the privilege to be stupid with my younger years. That's how I always say it.
All right, amazing. It's a privilege. So if you were stupid, so it was a privilege. That's just by the way. All right, so Isaac, let's hear you.
I didn't know that question was for everybody. Wow. Okay. For me, I would say I'm like a younger version of Mr. Bolu, yeah. But when he was talking, I'm trying to actually remember how my teenage year was. Sincerely speaking, I would say I'm that child. They will say, "Be like that child." Do you get? So maybe by God's grace, maybe God just kept me and all. But one thing I can remember that I did was that when I was in 2 times, when I was in primary 5, I don't play football, so I was in class that day, and my friend actually came to me. We sit together in class, so they told me that the people in the other class did something to them that they don't get revenge. They don't get take Wirikwe. Wirikwe is one. I was like, okay, no problem. That's why I follow crowd. In my entire life, then I was in primary 5. So I remember that we went to the field. I just followed them. I didn't do anything, but I followed them. So it started. Everybody on the field started scratching themselves. The whole primary 5 then, and so they call our parents. So that thing I can remember is the fact that why I mentioned that is circle friends. They actually played a major role in that. If I was not actually close with those set of people, there's high probability I won't fall of that. So I feel like so many teenagers now in this generation, the reason why they are doing so many things is because of the type of friends they follow. Because there are so many things, and naturally, okay, for me, I think I saw pornography for the first time I did your 4. Friends. Friends. I was innocent, and I just, just entered somebody's house and you're like, what's this? Do you get? And over time, I think I can remember another friend exposed me to something like that when I was in primary JSS1 or something. So Seco actually basically was actually
amazing. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. But yes, please, do put your hands together. We'll get to that. So, I want to take up the first question, more or less like an equalizer just to sum that, get an answer that sort of, helps, just maybe like an offshoot of the one you just answered. So, it's not hard math. It's not rocket science. We look at the population of Nigerian youth. And one thing we can see so consistently is, I'll use the word a lack of depth. So why I use that statement is, so I was in class one time, and one of my cohort mates said something about, so there was a facilitator who was talking about songs. He wasn't talking about gospel songs. He wasn't even talking about, worldly/secular songs that they didn't even have meaning. So one of my co-mates said, it's just the vibe. We like the beats, we vibe to the beats. And I just paused there and said, that's why we lack depth. Because there is no meaning to things. And this is the situation of the larger percentage of the population. And I'm not overestimating, I'm not over-exaggerating. I don't have all the experience, but just based on some certain factors, we can come to that conclusion. So my question is this. So what's responsible? What's responsible for the state of the Nigerian youth of today? Like, what can we say is the fact? What's causing this? Why is it that we're having a lot of young people go haywire? You see many of them mad on the road, not because someone knocked them jazz in local palace, but because they went to take something behind the backyard. You'll see a lot of young ladies, spoiling themselves. One other time, I mean, at Yaba Tech here, this area is densely populated with schools. When it's 3 p.m., you see these guys just rush out like heads of cattle. And then you just see how it's almost like there is no, it just looks blurry. So what's the factor? What's causing this? What's causing it? So let me start with, I want to hear from Sabolo first off. So what's causing this state?
So first of all, I think is, I don't think we are really, let me choose my words carefully. I don't think we are more indisciplined than the generation before us. I don't think that's the case. I just feel like the generation before us is here. So, no, but listen, sometimes you're not disciplined. You don't just have the tools to express your indiscipline. So I'll give you an example. When you look at the internet, let me give an example 10, 20, 30 years from now. If somebody wanted to watch pornography, he had to be really disciplined. To go and buy the magazine, find where they're selling it, convince the other person that she should sell it to him. You get the moral standards then. And I'm saying that to say, I think at the starter pack, what we're having is a very, very, very widespread, especially primarily through the internet. There's a widespread representation of what a good life is. And so all the people that you look up to, they're representing certain ideologies. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. All right. And, many people are just pulling through after that. So you go online and maybe, like you said, the young boys, maybe they're doing, look at the average. I was telling something and I said, how many of you know that 10 years ago, the way the word Jireh was pronounced in this nation was Jireh? Do you know? How many of you know that it was Chandler Moore's song that educated the whole country? That is Jireh, you are enough. Some of you can't remember. There was Jehovah Jireh, something like that. Now you are thinking about it. You were not this good at the pronunciation. And it's scary how a single song could educate an entire nation on how to correctly pronounce a word. So right now, like I would say, beyond the lack of rootedness in purpose, conviction that is happening, there's now you have so much exposure to people who have no process, no values, no nothing, and then you can see what you call a result. Money. So, and that's the way the average person is living. What you call, that's another problem. Definition of what you call a successful life. They look at it, money. And so here you are trying to explain to this young man that all he needs is not money. And the guy is like, well, first of all, you guys explain to me. Check this guy out online. He has more money than you and all that. So I just feel like, and I'm not trying to blame the internet, but they say when you create the plane, you create plane crash. When you create a car, you create car accidents. So it's a ripple effect of the overexposure to information in this generation.
Amazing. I think that's worthy of note. So I want Dr. Azu to wrap this up. So let me hear from Isaac.
All right, thank you. I'll just pick it up from what Mr. Bolos talked. And I would say parental negligence. By privilege, I visit correctional center in Ilorin. That's booster home for boys between the age of 16 to the people of 28 thereabout. And every Saturday since 2022, I've been going there. I was there last week Saturday. And whenever I speak to the boys or I'm talking to them, one thing I'm always speaking from their story is lack of parental care. Most of them are from separated parents, nobody to look after them, they're either staying with grandma or something, and they end up turning into something else in the society. There's a story of a boy that trekked from Ilorin to Lagos and was attacked at Agege they did a lot to him. Almost everybody, there are over 250-something boys. Their story is either drugs, Yahoo, this and that. And when you ask that when they start, they will tell you they started at the age of 10, 11, 12. Where were their parents? Now, Mr. Bolu could say he does not have any experience, can't remember anything, because somebody was responsible. So when we see all this happening in the society, we should go back to the drawing board, which is the parent. Parent plays major role in the life of a child. They play major role in the life of a child. So when that stuff is missing, they turn out to become something else entirely. And that thing I would say is, like he said, the role model, the people that we look up to in the society, they're not like, I won't say they're not the best set of people for them to like follow. For example, if you can't tell any boy right now in SS3 that I don't smoke, he's going to tell you that whiskey is very rich and is smoking. So they have like somebody to back their foolishness. They will tell you that, okay, this person is doing this and the
has
person...
results.
Do you understand?
So
So they are asking you that are coming, you're not coming to a car yet and you're telling them not to do this particular stuff. So social media has mixed everything up. And then lastly, I would say, for, let's say, the older ones a bit, let me say, between the age of 20 to 20, those in university actually, I would say we are not committed to growth. We just want something quick. We don't want to sit down. I think Dr. Agzu said, you can learn something within the next, you can go and learn something. But the fact that we are not committed, we don't want to be well-rooted and grounded. If we should commit ourselves to knowledge seeking, developing ourselves, we realize that it's going to reduce what we have in the society right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Isaac. It's okay.
Yeah, so, yes, I mean, I agree with, what they said. And I particularly agree with what Bolu said about, we are not, this generation is not worse than previous. It's not worse. I was listening to someone's birthday video. He did a birthday video. The guy was born in 1975. So I'm thinking this year he will be, how old? He'll be around 50. Yeah. And his mom was talking about his story, and how he was. And the mom was recounting, when he was growing up and the things around him and all that. And if you didn't know the age of the mom, if it was an audio you were listening to, and maybe just talking about a woman, about his child, you would think, it is something that's happening, now. Because I think, and that's where people think that, the previous generation, I've seen videos, I've seen pictures, I've heard stories about old generation and how promiscuous, I'm sure Daddy would know what I'm talking about. Promiscuity is not something that has started today, right? Lack of purpose is not something that we have today. Corruption is not something that we have today. The same reason why we are saying we are seeing it more is because we have internet and we have means by which these things are broadcasted. Back in the days, you don't know what's happening in the next two streets because it does not mean it wasn't happening. But right now, because we have the internet, we have all of this media, we can see, oh, that's true. Oh, that boy is smoking or that guy. But if you look, thinking about the whole issue of teenage foolishness, I was not a teenager then, but we did foolish things. You get what I'm trying to say? Yeah, we did very foolish things. I'm just talking about it now. Some of our parents knew, some of our parents didn't know. The ones they knew, God, we got for it. But the point I'm trying to make is, so the issue is not that there's a problem now that was not there before. The issue is that what solutions did we have back in the days that we can still bring back now? So the same talk about parents. Because you said you grew up in a place where someone has 7 wives and other. It's still happening today, right? I went to a school. My school was at Idimangoro, St. Joseph Secondary School. In fact, it was the best school in Agege because the school was a private school that became a government school. So there was still this quasi-private government. But schools like Awaru Islam, Jubilee Martins, Onipetes. Now, those schools had people, they say people fighting after school and all that. What's happening? We had touts in schools, right? I'm not in that space now. I've not gone to those kind of schools, but I'm sure if I go there now, you'll still find those people. And that was how many years ago? So those things are still happening. So whatever solution our older generation had is solving the problem. So this solution we are proposing is not peculiar to our time, so to say, because whatever solution we propose will also scale with technology. You get what I'm trying to say? Will also scale with technology. But one thing I can say is that I wish, more persons, spend more time reading. I think reading is for me is a very good cure to many things. All right, that's one level. Then the other level about parents. Thank God we're talking to young people. We all here will be parents tomorrow. True of us. Please, it's not too late to start investing in your parenting. Don't tell me, no, I'm not married yet. If you have not read a book about marriage or a book about parenting now, you're already what? Late. Does that make sense? So this is the best time. So we'll not be able to, the first best time to plant a tree was when? The next best time is when? So if we do what we should do now, maybe in 20 years' time, let's hope that things get better. But I don't want us to think that there's something wrong with this generation more than was wrong with previous generation. More than will be wrong, or we should not think that the future generation will be worse than now. No. I've read stories about promiscuity, about terrible things happening in the previous generation, than that is happening now. Yeah, so that'll be my own position about that.
Thank you so much, sir. Are those answers worthy of applause? Amazing. So, because of time, now I want to ask a question that's going to, couple two questions together. And you already started talking about that, and that's the question of purpose. So, I remember when you were speaking, doctors, you talked about, having your life, how in its 5 years, you could have had 5 shifts. I mean, if I can put in another way, 5 cycles. That was exactly what you used. So, how does a person define purpose? Like, what's my life? Should I have a statement or a definition? Or this, when you say, oh, Timothy, what's your purpose? This. Okay, now coming from that background where you're a CA student and you heard about one man that went to his room and I had 17-hour vision, and then God spoke to me and said, get down to Lagos and all those things. And you heard those stories for 5 years, 4 years of your life. And now the concept of purpose you have is that, okay, there's this mission line, there's this stuff. So how do we blend that with living daily? Like just living your life and committing to the things you find yourself doing. So, doctors, you can take it.
So, I like this question so well because I understand what you're saying. You find young people today, what's your vision? To do something, therefore something, that something. And they feel very, very proud with what they've written. How many of you understand what I'm talking about? Like, you don't have to. A corporate, some individuals have it that way. Like my mentor will say, okay, he had a 10-hour vision, the hour has come to the radio. It sounds very, very packaged. Like, so some individuals are looking for that. I actually struggle with that a bit because I didn't hear anything. Does that make sense? I didn't see any vision. So how do you now live out purpose? It became a question. Some will say pray and fast. When you pray, maybe God will speak to you. I believe that so strongly God will reach out to you. But I realized in my own journey that my mentor's categorization was one. I listened to Dr. Miles Monroe was another. I listened to someone like Mike Murdoch was another. At that point, I said, wait a minute. If you want to follow all of these things, there's no way it can make sense. It's like different version of the same thing, kind of. So there was this hunger in me to find it, all right? And somehow that was in my final year, funny enough, I stumbled on a message by someone, one random message. The title of that message is The Cure for the Common Life. And for the first time, I had an explanation for every variant or version of purpose, teachings that I've heard. And he gave this very interesting story of a lady who was a teacher. Everybody loved her. Children loved her, parents loved her, the school loved her. She was a darling. They loved her so well that they felt, no, this teacher was too good. People would go to school because of the teacher. You are sick, saying, no, I must go to school because of that teacher. They felt she had done so well, so let's promote her. Is it a bad thing to promote somebody? She was promoted. And she realized that she was not as fulfilled as she used to be. Promotion came with more money, more prestige, a bigger office. She was now a supervisor. She wasn't fulfilled. And she realized that they took her out of a room full of people, children, and put her in a room full of papers. And she knew that something inside her was not gelling. She resigned, left the whatever. Now, the person telling the story said he met her in a flight. She was a flight attendant, right? And everybody would love her anytime she's the one, her hosting them. Everybody just loves her. Everybody. But there are some other ones that, even if you want extra water, don't bother asking because of the way they are. They just love her. Everybody just loves her. People love her. So he asked her, how come you are so good at what you do? Then she gave that backstory. That when she left, she realized that her strength or her gift was working with people. And she told herself whatever career she's going to go into or job she's going to get has to be a job that's putting her interface with what? With people. When I heard that was the story I heard. And he said the definition of purpose was when divine abilities meet divine opportunity. Divine abilities meet divine opportunity.
I think you want to note that down as well.
Divine opportunity means divine what? Ability. And what did that teach me? So it shifted the issue from a task to ability and time. Right? And when you talk of abilities, how many of us know jerry cans? You know jerry cans? 25-liter jerry cans. How many of you have seen it before? You've not seen it before? You don't buy food in Lagos? Now, the 25-liter jerry can, there are several uses you can put it to. Is that true? Some use it for water, some for fuel, some for diesel, some for palm oil. I even heard some store beans. Yes, that it preserves beans. I don't know. Is that true? Yeah. Now, same container, different what? Uses based on context. So what God gives all of us is abilities. He might deploy that ability in any context that requires what he wants to do. That is opportunity, that is timing. So someone that is, you're chatting me up now. People start circle of businesses. People leave an industry and go somewhere else. It's not because their purpose has changed. It's because the task they're supposed to perform now has changed. But it's the same individual with the same set of giftings, same set of capabilities, same set of experiences, everything that he has, that God gave him, he still has. But what God wants him to do now has changed. So you don't have to you don't have to look in the sky for anything that is special. Look inwards. What do I have? Look around. What are the problems, opportunities in that place? If you are in purpose, and that thing will keep changing. Today it might be you are in a school. Tomorrow it might be you are. It will keep. Today it might be you are in Nigeria. Tomorrow it might be you are in the US. It will keep changing. So people will not be bound to. I must hear one specific, and God can come and interrupt your schedule. Yeah, drop the microphone. Go and do this, and you are fine because you know at that instance you are still what? In purpose. Does that make sense? So don't go and craft something on the wall and put on your wall and say, "What's the purpose?" You say, "That's my purpose." Because tomorrow. Actually, that thing can change. I don't know if that makes sense.
All right, so Sabi, I want you to just close that up as we close this panel session.
So this purpose conversation is, I feel like it's an eternal conversation with young people. Almost any serious, young-minded human being want to find out his purpose. And being somebody who is like in a myriad of the personal development space, there are those trainings, look inward, look within you, check for your gifts, check for things you're complimented for. And then when you swing it to the spiritual space, you hear, be led by the spirits and all that, But let me be very honest with you from a more practical standpoint. This is what I found out. And, I was on a session yesterday, 11 p.m., and I was still saying the same thing. I really believe, first of all, that the more accurate way is finding your purpose with the assistance of God, the leading of the Spirit. That's number one. Number two, I really also believe that when it comes to that, getting to know what you're meant to do, very many times what people want to get is an end destination. Do you understand what I'm saying? But I read my Bible one day and I found out, I'm going to just end with that story and tell you what I think you should do. When you look at Abraham, God needed to move Abraham, right? God told Abraham, stand up, leave your father's house. And Abraham was moving, right? clear leading, information, his mind is participating. But when you look at the story of Joseph, God never spoke to Joseph. But guess what? Both of them arrived in quote at the promised land. Everything that was happening in Joseph's life looked very normal, very ordinary. Meanwhile, the finger of God was behind like the grand architect, moving him to purpose. I have found out many times, and this is the formula that I approach life with. My assignment is two things. Number one, to stay in a place of sensitivity to hear twists and turns of the Lord. And number two, whatever my hand finds to do, I do it with all my might. Period. That's how I run my life.
So, before you clap, please say that again, so that you write it down.
I said it from my head, though. It may not be the same. But I said, like, number one, my assignment is to stay in a place of sensitivity, so I can get the twists and turns. Because sometimes there are clear twists, there are clear turns. You know, sometimes there are don'ts, sometimes there are do's, right? And number two is whatever my hand finds to do, I do it with all my might. Period. That's how I approach life.
Amazing. Can we put our hands together for our speakers? Can we put our hands together for them? I hope this panel session has been such an amazing one. Did you pick one or two things? Amazing. Can we take a picture? Just a quick picture.
Thank you. Can we one more time put our hands together for our amazing panelists, Mr. Timothy, Mr. Isaac, Mr. Bolu, and Dr. Azu. We can do better than that, surely, for all of the gems and the profound words that have been said. One thing that I'd like to highlight that our Apostle Adewale mentioned and that Dr. Azu also reiterated is that don't be afraid to have a colorful life. Apostle said it that we cannot live out all that God has put in us. And all we can do is just use our time wisely enough to express it. And Dr. Azu said that your life is allowed to have different acts and seasons. Act 1, scene 1, Act 2, scene 2, episode 3. So don't be afraid to have an excellently colorful life. Just make sure that your core purpose is at the center. And just like Donald Trump, like he said, minusing whatever we think about him, the truth is, in every sphere he found himself, he rose to the top. I mean, USA is like world leader location or world leader status in any country, and in any nation, in any world, and he happened to be the president. That's like the highest seat of presidency in any nation. So every single thing we find ourselves to do, be the best at it. Just try, dare yourself. Why can't I? And if I'm there, why can't I be the best? All right, so let us be ready to live a colorfully excellent life. And I know that as we put our minds to it and with all that we've learned, it will be a reality for us. I'm about to say in Jesus' name. But let's say amen. Okay, so we're moving to the next session. And this is another session where we'll be talking about from zero to vision. Funding big dreams with limited resources. So we learned how to have big dreams and manage our time. So now that we've learned how to manage our time, how can we then fund these big dreams? Now, speaking about money, let me ask you a question. Is there anybody here who identifies as a rich person? Please just raise your hand. I like you. The lady at the back. No rich men here. I didn't say, are you rich? I said, do you identify as a rich person? Okay. Another question. What is the most expensive thing you've ever bought? Anybody? Just shout it out. Let me hear. What's the most expensive thing you've bought? I can't hear answers. Camera. Camera is very expensive. Yes, who else? iPad. Who else? House. Oh, yes. Getting a house is very expensive. Perfumes, everything. Now, what if I told you that you have something more expensive than all of that, but you don't even know, and you waste it? Your most expensive resource is time. And once it is spent, it can never be gotten back. People that paid house rent, you've gotten money for the next house rent. But the time that you wasted yesterday, 6 p.m., on 6th of March, can never be recovered again. It has gone. You've spent it. So this very expensive resource, we have to consciously live and spend it. And speaking about other resources, we come to monetary terms, finance, and all of that. And Dr. Azu mentioned that wealth is not just in liquid money. So let's learn about what this funding is about. And speaking in this session is a dynamic TEDx speaker and visionary entrepreneur shaping the future of real estate and financial education. He is the CEO and co-founder of Z Realty Limited, a trailblazing real estate company dedicated to empowering the Gen Z to achieve property ownership. I think when he comes up, I will ask him, is the Z in Z Realty for Gen Z? I would like to know. His influence has reached over 100 platforms, impacting over 30,000 people, where he has been invited to share his insights as a speaker. He was also a business strategist at Lim Simple Business Academy, a company that successfully propelled over 48 businesses to surpass $1 billion in revenue within just 12 months. I can go on and on about this extensive bio, but allow me to please welcome to the stage our next speaker. For today, please put your hands together as I welcome Bolu Okwade, the CEO of Z Realty. Please keep clapping till he comes forward.
Yes, it's supposed to. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, good afternoon. First of all, I must really give honor to whom honor is due. I really honor you, sir. God bless you, sir, and mommy. Thank you so much. Dr. Azu has been a principal voice of wisdom in my life since school. I remember back then, I was doing well business-wise, but there was another wise that had the challenge. I found out here, and I almost ran mad because I was running 6 businesses in school back then. So there's a period in my life that I almost ran mad, literally. I was just alive. And I went to doctor's office. Strong words of counsel. Thank you so much. All right. Am I slide? Okay, because of time, I'll move through. So I'm tasked to have a conversation with you on a topic that I think is extremely important, right? And I'll beckon that you please pay attention. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. And they gave me a topic, and I was thinking through the topic, building from zero to hero, to vision, right? And I want to show us something that I think is really, really the problem, because for many of us here, we're sitting down in the room, and one of the questions we're asking ourselves is, I have all these things to do, I have all these things that I want to do, but I don't have the resources to do them. All right? I want to start by telling you a story. Are you listening? Good. So the story is about a lady named Shaliwa. Any Shaliwa here? Okay, Shaliwa. Okay. Now, follow me very carefully. I'm going to read really fast because of time. Shaliwa was born in Nigeria. How many of you are born in Nigeria? How many of you are not born in Nigeria? So all in this together, right? Let's move on. People should answer me. They used to answer me when I speak. It's warfare. Good. So Shaliwa was born in Nigeria. No prophecy, no silver spoon. Just another Nigerian child. But before Shaliwa understood the world, life already started teaching her how to see it. Through little moments, little sentences, little warnings and corrections. What she didn't know was that she was slowly being handed a lens. Everybody say lens. Come on, let's make it louder. Say lens. Let me tell you why your energy is important. In life, you do not retain information. Write it down. You retain information mixed with emotion. That's why you can remember the day you were embarrassed the most. The day your zip caught on the road. Or the day your shoe. How many of you went to secondary school and your shoe gave up midway? And your aura was minus 1,000. Your still went. Good. So whenever you're receiving information that is mixed with a high level emotion, what happens is that information stays with you longer than the normal set of information. Does that make sense? Good. So now let's spell lens together. Spell lens, L-E-N-S. Want to go? Good. You have to be with me. Oh. Good. I have to move fast. So the first time it happened, Shalewa was about 5 years old. Her mother took her to the market and they wanted to buy toys. So Shalewa stopped and said, Mommy, I want that one. Her mother didn't look properly before she said something many Nigerian children have heard before. They said, leave that thing. Do you think money grows on trees? How many of you have heard that before? Do I pluck money from where? From trees. And just like that, a quiet lesson entered her mind that things are scarce. When she was 7, an ice cream seller passed their streets. Mommy, please, I want ice cream. Her mother approached the ice cream man and began to price from 600 to 200. How many of you, your parents have been pricing and shame wore you garments? You said, Mommy, how can you? Don't you have conscience? You know. The man didn't agree, and her mommy grabbed her hand and said, let's go, it's too expensive. Subtly, another lesson entered, that some things exist, but not for people like you. When Shalewa was 9, she saw a big house while she was driving with her father. And she said, Daddy, who lives in these houses? Her father replied casually, those are the houses of big men. Everybody say big men. Another adjustment to Shalewa's lens. There are big men, and we are not them. At 12, she resumed school, and they gave the famous creative writing exercise, write about your past holiday. How many of you wrote it in primary school? Everybody wrote that they traveled to so-and-so country. I mean, all of us lied there. You know, went to Saskatchewan. She came back, and she asked, Mommy, why don't we travel? Why don't we travel like that? And her mother said something. We don't have money now. Do you know how much flight ticket is? And if you grew up in Nigeria, you understood what that sentence meant. It meant, don't ask me again about travel. By the time Shalewa was 14, something interesting had happened. Nobody needed to correct her anymore. She had learned to correct herself. She would see something nice and immediately think, oh, that one is expensive. That one is for rich people. We are not on that level. The lens that she was given, she had begun to internalize it. At 17, she was filling her JAM form. She loved architecture. How many of you architecture students? Nobody? Okay, you. Great. Pray for them. They go through a lot. She loved buildings. But somebody told her, you better study something that you can use to easily get a job. Which one is you are drawing houses up and down? So she changed it. Not because she couldn't do it, but the lens said it was what? Risky. Now, Shalewa is 21, like many young Nigerians. She's trying to build her life. And here's the interesting thing. She can't seem to get it right. Nigeria did not stop her. The land is there, the markets are there, the business is there, the opportunities are there. But something more powerful is shaping our decisions. There's a quiet voice in her head that is saying, calm down. Don't try too much. Stay within your level. Life is hard. How many of you believe life is genuinely hard? Talk to me. No, genuinely you believe life is hard. Good. Now here's the interesting part of the story. Shalewa is not a real person, but almost everybody in this room knows Shalewa. Some of you went to school with her. Some of you grew up with her. Some of you might even be raising a Shalewa right now. But if we are honest, many of us are not just people who know Shalewa. Many of us are Shalewas. Because somewhere along the line, we were handed a lens. A lens that said, be careful, don't aim too high. This kind of life is not for people like us. Stay within your level. And after a while, we stopped questioning the lens and we started calling reality. So my question today as I commence is, what if the biggest poverty that many of us inherited was not a lack of money? What if it wasn't a lack of opportunity, but it was a false education of scarcity? What if the real problem is not what we have, but the real problem is the lens through which we were taught to see what we have? How many of you in this room can relate to a large percentage with the story of Shalewa? Let me see your hands up. Good. It's because of you that I'm in this room this afternoon. And my assignment here is to attempt to commence the initiation of your re-education. Amen? Sorry, I'm also a man of God, so the amen will pop out. When I just threw the amen, just threw it back at me. Amen. Okay, good. So let's move on. Good. And why is this important? Because I have found out many times when we're having conversations about resources here and there, about it not being available, genuinely, it's not available in some cases, but very, very, very many times. It's not really a case of things being absent. It's many times a case of us being blind to see the things that are present in their raw material states. And we don't know how to convert them into the things that we're looking for. So I have 3 key points that I want to have a conversation with us around. And then we'll pull through quickly. Next 2 slides, please. So when we say, next slide again, thank you. When we say that things are not enough, I want to ask you a very important question, first of all. Not enough for what? Help me turn to your neighbor and ask your neighbor that question. I want to give you permission to disturb your neighbor. Drag your neighbor and ask your neighbor that question. Neighbor, it's not enough for what? Get an answer. Don't let him or her escape. Good. I'm giving you an opportunity to network. Perhaps you're planning to get married also. Never can tell. Now, not enough for what? And this is the first line of thought that I want us to have a conversation around. Because you see, for many people, this is how we view life. If I look at what I have, and it can't get me to where I want to be, I make an internal conclusion that this is not enough for that, and then I discard the resource. But many times in life, life does not give us the end. What life does is it gives us stuff installmentally. So what will happen to you is you will use this to get there, and when you get there, you will get another this that you will use to what? Get there, and you will get another this that you use to what? Get there, and then before you get to the end. So many times, we look at resources that we have, and we despise them ultimately because it can't get us to the end. It may not be able to get us to the end, but many times what we have can get us started. Are you with me? And I want to give you a couple of examples so you see, what I'm saying. How many of us know the story of Airbnb? How many of us know the story of Airbnb? How many of you know shortlets? You know what shortlets is? You know what Airbnb is? So in case you're not aware, Airbnb, they were the guys that really started what shortlet is. And you read those story, great story, and at a point in their business, something happened. The founders ran out of money. They were burning out of cash because they didn't have a lot of people that wanted to. It was a new business, right? So what they did is, at one point in time, during their business, there was an election. And the 2 main candidates were Barack Obama and McCain, right? I think it was Paul McCain or something, McCain. So there was Barack, and is it John? John, thank you. John McCain. So those guys sat down, and you know what they did? With the little resource that they had, they were burning out of cash, they thought to themselves. And then they went, and then they started doing limited edition cereals. So they'll put, special Barack Obama conflict, something like that, and then special this thing. Within that period, they sold 800 of those things, and they raised about $30,000, right? And that was how they moved that company, are you following what I'm saying? To the point where they eventually got to Y Combinator, and then they got funded. When they got to Y Combinator, I think it was Paul Graham, the owner of Y Combinator, said something important. He said, and this is where I'm going to end this first point. He said, what really fascinated him was not the business idea, was the resourcefulness. Write out these 2 words in your notes. Number 1, resource. Number 2, resourcefulness. Resource and what? Resourcefulness. Because you see, resource is essentially looking at things as they are. But resourcefulness is having the capacity to see things as they can become. Are you with me? So many of us, especially, and as I begin to go on in life, I realize there's a lot of wrong education that happened to us unconsciously from the environments that we grew up in. And so you find out that we don't just lack resource. What we lack is resourcefulness. We cannot see anything beyond the small thing that it is. So Airbnb could have looked at the little cash that they had and they say, look, we don't have any money, that's the end, we shut down the business, we die. But guess what? Because they could see it through another lens, they could raise that up and move the money. So that's the first question. What I have may not be enough to get me to the end, but can it get me started? That's how you want to look at your life. All right? That's the first problem. Second problem, next slide, which is where I'm going to major a bit on. The second slide is, for many of us, and I need you to pay serious attention. I began to see this about 2 years after my graduation. Follow me very carefully. And it's called the resources not being in the form that you want. Right? And I sat down and I don't really think I could create any concept because, if you read around the world, you find out that somebody has, found it out some years before you. But I sat down and I put out this concept years ago. And it's called the area of development, versus the area of deployment. Now follow me very carefully. Something happened to me when I was in secondary school. And I'll never forget. I had really intelligent classmates in secondary school. So there was a point in time, we had one vice principal academics. He did something. He put all the smartest guys in one class and all the guys that were not the smartest guys in another class. So before, what they do is they take the first to third and they will just spread you. So there's a way you enter. How many of you have entered your class in secondary school? Now look at everybody and say, don't worry, I can be first in this class because based on what I can see, at least first I will collect prize giving day. But then the guy now changed and put all the smartest guys, all the first to thirds in all the classes, put them in one class. And so me, here am I in your presence. I entered the class. I think I was first or second in my former class. He pushed me inside that class. The moment he pushed me there, I just knew that, oh, glory to God. You guys can have it. Now, in that class, we had a particular class. It was called technical drawing. And because these guys were really smart, some people could run, some people could do this. I didn't have any of those hard skills per se. And I'll never forget when just gisting and I was like, I think people could also code now. Coding now then, not AI, not vibe coding, like those coding, like real life coding. Imagine somebody could code in. I'm not saying vibe coding is fake life coding. Don't take it personal. But so I will never forget. I was sitting down in the front and I just said, everybody has their own skill and everybody has what they're going to use to make money in life. But me, I don't have any skill. I can't run, I can't code, I can't. All those things that, was directly linked to money at that point in time. And my teacher then, Mr. Shopiton Olumuyiwa, the guy looked at me straight. And he said, what do you mean you don't have any skill? He said, do you know the oratory capacity that you have? For the first, because the only thing I used to do, and I used to think it was normal. I was a chapel prefect, so, you go and preach on stage, everybody will be blessed. It's the power of God, the Spirit of God. You go and sit down and give God glory. And the guy looked at me again. He said, do you know the oratory capacity? The moment he said it, I then realized that it was not common for people to be able to, there was times in school, sometimes, because I used to be an instrumentalist, I'm playing and I'm walking back. And he's tapping will tap me. The person that has to preach is not around. So you have to go and preach. And I'll look left and look right and pick a Bible and go and preach. Everybody was blessed. It's me that I know that the Bible I use is not my own. Now, there's a reason why I'm explaining this. 80 to 90, if not 100% of the money that I make today is based on that statement. My capacity to speak and convince people to make economic decisions. This is where I'm going. Listen to me very carefully. The way life works is where a certain capacity is developed may be very different from where the capacity will be deployed. Are you with me? But many times, because the capacity is developed here and we need it deployed here, when they ask us to deploy it, we say we cannot do it. Are you following what I'm saying? I'll give you a biblical example. When you look at the guy called David, right? David made an analogy internally, and I'm going to pull a couple of strings for you. They needed him to kill Goliath. Had he ever fought in his life before? Absolutely no. But guess what he did? He made a straight line between the capacity to what? Kill a lion, to kill a bear, and said, if I can do this, I'm also skilled in what? in this. And he drew the line. For many of us here, if they met you and asked you, can you handle Goliath? You know what they'll say? Never done it before in my life. I cannot do it. Some of you are better. You have more resources than you are aware of. The problem is you are blind to where they have been developed. And I'll give you a couple of examples. You see, and a lot of this development many times is not even done with your permission. So you're a firstborn daughter. You have 9 siblings. Do you know what that implies? Do you know what that implies? To make it worse, the gap between you as the first person and the second person is 4 years. Do you know you are the mother of all those children in Nigeria? So now you grew up raising 9 people, 4 people, 5 people. You have a ridiculous capacity for human management. Are you aware? Are you following what I'm saying? But many times, you're not aware. You just find out that you have a senior ability to handle human beings. How many of you understand what I'm saying? Some of you can relate now, it's true. Now the problem is, when they ask you, what can you do? You have not been able to transfer that capacity from where it was deployed from where it was developed to where it can be deployed for economic value. Are you following what I'm saying? So, listen, that person, most likely with a sprinkle of training, will be a great HR. So when everybody's building from scratch, you're not building from scratch because it has already been developed. So for many of you, you are more competent than you think you are. But the region the competence was developed is not glaring. And so you sit down like this and you don't know it. Are you following what I'm saying? So why am I telling you this? Because, another thing did happen to me when I was in school. Many of you, the way life works is you got to build on your strengths. If this is your edge in life, you double down on it. You double down on it. I'll give you an example. Some of you grew up in households where things were very strict. Wake up by 4, sleep by 6. Some of you grew up in households like that. There's no version under which you can be awake beyond 8 p.m. You are going to eat cane. Some of you like that. You have to have your bath. What you don't know, subtly, is there's a wiring that has happened in your brain in order and operations. Are you following what I'm saying? Most likely, if you get to an environment where there has to be repeated operations, you will do better. Are you following what I'm saying? So, many times, all of these things is building you unintentionally, and you're blind to the capacity that is being built. And when you can deploy it for economic value, you can't do that. So in life, very many times, people ask me many times, how did you learn how to sell? I said, I didn't know. I never went to school to learn how to sell. When I was in the university, I used to give myself a target. I think it was to speak to 2 people every day. Evangelism, right? Do you know what it means to speak to 2 human beings? Do you guys know what evangelism is? Have you thought about it? First of all, the message is not coherent with logical understanding. Some guy woke up, virgin birth, treaded the earth, died for you. If you don't believe me, you are going to hell. Have you thought about the message that you believe? Are you following what I'm saying? Every single day, I will approach 2 people. Do you know what it means to stop somebody on the road, have a conversation with him or her in 3-4 minutes, and expect that they can change their 20 years life belief based on a 3-4 minutes conversation? That's so much faith and audacity. I was doing 2 every single day. When I entered business, and it was time to go and approach somebody to sell markets, what have they not called me? In evangelism. There's nobody I cannot approach. So people that work with me know. I'll walk up to you. But where did that capacity become developed? It was where? In evangelism. In evangelism, you have to read the mood. You have to study the person. All right? For example, back then in the university, if you go and there's a couple that is coming, like man and woman, there is a couple that are coming in the night, you don't face the lady alone because the guy is looking at you now. Papa, why you they follow my babe talk? So you face the lady a bit, then you face the guy a bit. And the guy cannot be upset because he doesn't want to misbehave in front of his what? Of his lady. So sometimes we need to get the guy in a very strategic position. I don't know if you're getting what I'm saying. Right? Other times, so all of those kind of things, then you have to organize your message. It has to be short and it has to be sharp. You deliver it quickly. That was where I learned how to create a sales pitch. I wasn't doing that to become a good salesperson, but where that capacity had been developed is way different from where it's being deployed right now. Why am I saying this? If you search deep within you, you have muscles that have been developed. But because you're not aware, you are not boxing when you get the opportunity. Or at least you're not doing the refining that needs to happen. Are you with me? Let's talk about the last point quickly. When it comes to your resources, the last point is many times people do not know how to do what we call conversion. Because I don't really think anybody in this life as it is does not have anything. It's not true. It's not true. And it's because the only view we have of resources is cash. It's not true. It's not true that you don't have anything that can move your destiny in the direction of purpose. Even if a little bit, there is something. And I want to end up with this. Many of us don't understand what I call conversion capacity. There are about 5 resources that is available to any human being. Number 1 is money. Not like it's the most important. I mean, money, your energy, your attention, your time, and your relationships. Energy, attention, time, relationships, and money. All of these things. Are you with me? Those things are resources that are available to every single person. But this is what many people do. Because they lack money, they believe they lack resources. I'll give you an example. Many people don't realize I start my businesses easier than the average. When I was in school, I did about 7 businesses in total. Graduated, closed out 5, kept 2. Right? And when I was in school, each business that I started, it was really easy for me to scale. You know why? I already knew people, and people already knew me that I was not a thief. You know what I'm saying? There was some level of credibility that I had. So every time, sometimes we will raise the money for the business from the people as a pre-order. You know what I'm saying? So we can want to do an event now, and we have 0 naira. But I am sure that if a poster goes out with my face and where to pay, the entire expense of the event will cover it. So listen, you don't have money, you don't have energy, you don't have attention, you don't have time, and you don't have relationship. It's not true. And if it is true, you need deliverance. I'm telling you, thank God, that is a very strong deliverance minister. How many of you are aware? Since the days of Chonre level, I used to hear some stories about that. Very, very strong deliverance minister. Are you with me? So you have all the resources. But many times, we don't know how to make the conversion from one resource to the resource that you are looking for. So for example, you know all these rich people in your life. You have all these people in your life. But the real question is, how do you get them to make a buying decision from you? Some of you have all the time in the world. From morning to night, you're doing absolutely nothing with it. Some of you have all the attention in the world, and we don't know how to convert it. So I want to give you a very practical way, if you're here. Number 1 is the most abundant resource with every single person here right now is time. How many of you believe me? If you don't have time, you are in trouble. No, I'm serious. There's a way you feel when you don't have money. How many of you know that feeling when you're broke? It's a mixture of many things, cold, heat. I'm joking. Now, but if you don't have time, that's the starter pack. So if you're at a point in your life where you don't have cash and you don't have time, you are in a bad place. You should not be poor and be busy. As a young person, it's a bad combination. I'm very serious. If you are very poor and you are very busy, there's a very serious problem in your life. Something is not adding up. Are you following what I'm saying? So that's the starter pack. That's the one that you need to deal with. You mustn't be at the point where you are very broke and you are very busy. No. So now, the first and most important thing you can convert time to is you can convert time, but this is it. Time in and of itself is not so valuable. Attention is what gives value to what? To time. Are you with me? So you need to move from time as an available resource to attention-powered high chunks of time. Does that make sense? So there are times when your attention is zooming on that thing. And why is that important? Those 2 raw materials are what you use to build skill. Are you with me? When you mix time and you mix attention, you can learn absolutely anything you want to learn many times in the space of 90 days if you're serious. I say this because I fight for my attention every single day. I don't do social media. I'm not online. Anything that has a feed, I'm not there. Leave me alone. I'm not disciplined to leave. It's okay. I do not operate anything that has a feed in this life. How many of you have been scrolling? You just pause. You just say, my life. See, my life is going. Jesus, son of David. You just say, Some of you, maybe you say you want to quickly go and pray. You want to quickly go and you're in school. You know you have testimony. You just want to quickly check for the past question. Somebody sent it to you on Instagram. Why does it to you on Instagram? I've not yet confessed to you. Now you open Instagram, or you've gone to YouTube, and you plan to watch maybe a tutorial on the course. You don't know how you're jamming Baruch Hashem, I don't know. You just got lost. So I already organized my life. I said, anything that has a feed is not for me. Some people call it extreme, and it's not my life. It's my life. What do you want it to life? I don't operate it. I pay somebody to operate it. I'm not saying his own life should destroy. But I'm just saying, me, I don't operate it. As I'm paying you for the... Are you hearing? So time attention usually would convert to skill. Now, the problem is when you have skill, the fact that you can do... I'm giving you a really practical roadmap. That is, if you are broke, flat broke, have absolutely nothing to do, first of all, you need to check. Do I have time? Okay, I'm lazy about sleeping from morning to night. Good. At least you have time. The next thing is attention. You probably will need to, for the next 90 days of your life, declare a state of emergency. Get off everything. You have been there for 10 years, and this is how your life is looking. There's no hope that if you stay there another 10 years, your life will get any better, right? So you take those things out. Are you with me? And then you zoom in on a profitable skill. Now, the problem is the fact that you know how to do something does not mean you know how to find the people that can pay for you to do that thing. Are you with me? So your next task is expanding your network. Are you with me? Because, like Joseph, no matter how many dreams you interpret in the prison, you will not be Pharaoh's second person. Are you with me? So like I tell people, at some point in your life, it's not really about what you do. It then begins to become a question of who you are doing it for. All the dreams interpreted in the prison, all the dreams interpreted. In fact, the first one, his brother, they almost killed him when he had a dream. The second time he interpreted dream in the prison, stay in the prison. It was when he interpreted the dream of Pharaoh that, guess what? His life what? Changed. Some of you are not good. You are just good at doing things for people that are bad. That's the problem. The clients you're servicing, they're not great clients. So you need to expand your network. That's the next thing you need to do. And what does expanding your network look like? Very, very simple. You have to find places. Usually it works primarily by places and by brand building, but we don't have time for that, right? The moment you do those things, somehow, some way, income will begin to flow. And let me even narrow it down to be a bit more practical. If you're flat broke, you don't have any money, let me tell you what to go and learn. In the night, I'm being practical because I feel like there's a lot of aspire to aspire your desire that I can say for you. But this is what to do now. I've told you. In the night, 11 p.m. to 4 or 5 a.m., there's what we call night data plan. It is 25 naira for 250 MB. Some of you have heard me say this before, right? Because I've done it before. If you have 100 naira, you get your 2 gig. Go to YouTube and learn sales and marketing. Are you with me? You don't have to build any products. Just learn how to what? Convince people to make an economic decision. The moment you do that, find a good product and do what? Sell it. The product does not have to concern your future. Leave your dream job first. I was talking with the doctor, said you solve for money before you solve for purpose. You have to be alive enough to be able to dream about your future. But the way you are going is you don't seem to be able to be alive to get to the future that you are saying you are being sure. So let me say it in vernacular. You will chop first. Are you following what I'm saying? However you make the money legal, don't worry. There's a reason why the Bible says whatever your hand finds, right? Because there's a way you'll be looking. Anything you find, just grab it and what? Do. If it's to sell, just sell. As long as it's legal. Are you with me? You're already too broke to have shame. Are you with me? You have no business being ashamed of what they will think about you. Take that thing and do what? Sell it. Are you with me? The moment you're done with that, then you begin to invest in what we call your brand perception. And then what will happen at some point in time, your value will go up, and then the amount you can charge per transaction will go up, and before you know it, you've stabilized. Are you with me? So I drew that line for you to say that, look, I don't think you lack resources. I don't think people, I believe life gives us, at the very, very least, the resources for the next step. I'm telling you the truth. I believe it's a person or an association or something, a relationship that can connect me to a job or something. There would always be something around. You know, I use a lot of biblical examples because I like the Bible. You know, you find out when this lady, the mother of Ishmael, I forgot her name, Hagar, was sent out. She was almost dying. What did the angel come and do? Opened her eyes. She saw the well. The well had always been there. Are you with me? So I'll round off by saying, my last slide, please. I feel like all the media people in Nigeria, they are in one WhatsApp group. And their job is to frustrate speakers. Oh, my God is bigger than you. Shout it loud. Sorry. So are you with me? So I think I'll round off with that. Thank you so much. I hope this session was valuable for you. Thank you.
Session. If we did, let's put our hands together one more time for Bolu Okunade. So I believe now we know what it takes to make something out of our lives, to make money. What are the resources he mentioned? Number one, time. Number two, let's be louder. Number two, energy. Number three, money. Number four, attention. Number five, you guys really listen. Please put your hands together for yourselves again. How many of us are tired? Are we tired? Say the truth. Are we tired? Are we learning? Great. I believe that the purpose for this event is being achieved, and we are glad to hear that. So we are going to the final speaking session of today, and speaking on relationships. This topic is on strategic relationships. What did I say? Let's be louder, please. What did I say? Awesome. And the subtopic is building your future with the right circle. I believe it was, yes, Isaac that mentioned during the panel session that he believes that one of the influencing factors to how a child turns out is the circle they find themselves in. And now I understand why he said so, because that is his topic. So strategic relationships, building your future with the right circle, dreaming and growing with the right people. How many of us believe that we are outcomes of the kind of people we surround ourselves with? Do we believe that? If you are someone that has big dreams, but you are always surrounded with small-minded people, what do you think will happen to those dreams? What do we think will happen to those dreams? It will shrink. So just imagine a beautiful flower, a beautiful plant in the midst of weeds. That's exactly how it's going to be. So having the right circle is very important. Now, before I read the bio of our next speaker, I would like to call up Mr. Timothy to the stage again. Please let's put our hands together for him. As is the custom we've been doing so far, we want to recognize and appreciate our last speaker.
All right, without further ado, so please bring. We want to, just like I've been saying, but then with every single time I say it, I want to hear it. I want you to hear it afresh. So I've known Bolu, Sabi, as we always say, since 100 level. And from that point till now, I've seen consistency. And this award just represents what he stands for. And I believe a lot of us who are from his community or who are followed online or whatever ways can attest to this. So we titled this award Entrepreneurial Leadership Impact Award. And so we just want to say thank you so much for being a face that young people can look at. Just as, thank you. So just as one of his SDGs, one of the goals that he is always, fronting for is SDG 8, if I'm not mistaken, that's economic growth. He believes that young people can be legitimately what? Wealthy. So we want to just give this award as a thank you and a notice, or let me say a sign that we see the work and we honor it. So and I'd also like to call our mommy, so the wife of Apostle Pastor Mrs. Busola Adewale, to come and present this award to Mr. Bolu Okunade. Can we keep clapping until she comes off stage? Mommy just turned 61 last month. Thank you so much, Mommy. Thank you, man. Can we celebrate Mommy and also celebrate Mr. Bolo Ase?
All right, thank you. I hope we're picking things. You know, what we can learn from every situation in life is not just what is being said, it's what is being done. So aside all that has been taught, we are also learning something, appreciation, recognition. So these are things that we should also apply in our personal lives. Now I'm told that we have a very important task, which is to scan a QR code. We need this information to help us do better for next session. So just very simple. Can you please bring out your phones and scan this barcode? It will take you approximately 20 seconds to do so from the moment you raise your phone. Please scan the barcode and just fill the very short form that is there. This is very important for us at the Metamorphosis. So we need you to please do this. I'll wait a few seconds. I will count down for us. I'll count down for us. And while you're at it, please also follow our Instagram page at The Rabbi Global. Let's build this online community so that more people can learn and be a part of this transformative process that we are experiencing today. So let me start the countdown. Okay. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 10. If you are done, just wave your hand. 9. Okay, great. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Count with me. 3, 2, and 1. So I believe to a large extent, we've been able to scan this code and fill the information. Thank you so much. All right, so quickly, I would like to invite our final speaker for today. He's a dynamic speaker, youth mentor, and founder of Isaac Inspires, a platform dedicated to helping individuals, especially boys and young adults, discover their identity, unlock their potential, and live lives of impact. With a strong passion for personal development and positive mindset transformation, he has spent the last few years hosting life-changing conferences, such as one we are in today, running school outreach programs, and mentoring young people to rise above limitations and become purpose-driven leaders. His signature initiatives like Becoming a Better You and Save the Boys, like he mentioned, where he goes to correctional centers in Ilorin, have impacted hundreds of lives, and his mission is to reach thousands more. Now, with a special applause, let us welcome our final speaker for today, Mr. Isaac, as he comes up to the stage. Let's keep clapping, please.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Can we celebrate Daddy and Mommy? Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much. And can we celebrate Mr. Timothy, Pastor Timothy? All right. I want to say thank you to all the speakers that have gone ahead, and they've really done justice to the theme of this event. And I count it a great privilege and opportunity to be able to do this today. And I did not take this opportunity for granted. And within a few minutes, I want us to journey together on a very, very dicey topic and a very important topic, because it actually means a whole lot. A whole lot. The topic before me this afternoon is strategic relationship, building your future with the right circle. Building your future with the right circle. One of the greatest determinants of a beautiful future is the people you are building it with. One of the major determinants of a beautiful future is the people you are building it with. You can have great potentials, you can have great ideas, but if you are in the wrong circle, trust me, they will kill it. Trust me, you won't be able to achieve it at the end of the day. A lot of us, has it ever happened to you that you've thought of doing something, but the reason why you're not doing it is because there's nobody around you that is doing something like that? You see people on Instagram, on TikTok, they do daily vlogging, they go to restaurants, somebody's taking their picture. But you can't do it because none of your friends are like that. I'm not saying your friends are bad, I'm just saying that you can have great ideas. You can have a very beautiful purpose. You can have something magnificent you want to do. If you are in the wrong circle, you will never achieve it. Because what? Your circle determines a whole lot about you. They're saying, show me your future. Show me your friends, and I'll show you who you are. If you are with pessimistic people, people will never believe anything is possible. Trust me, they will shrink your ideas. So many of us, we've had so many beautiful ideas, but the reason why we didn't execute that idea is because you shared it with somebody, and the person didn't say anything, you just said, That means a whole lot. And you now started doubting yourself. Our circle determines a whole lot about us. You see a great man there, he has a strong circle and a good circle. You see somebody that has failed in life, trust me, the circle played a major role in that failure. But something I heard recently is that we didn't choose the family we were born into. We didn't choose our siblings, but we chose our friends. So you are the one that will choose. You are the one that chose everybody in your life right now. I'm talking about external people, friends, here and there, colleagues. So our circle is very, very important. Very, very important to the future you want to create. Look at the team, forging the future. So you want a beautiful future for yourself. You want to do something magnificent in life. You want to do something great in life. Ask yourself, am I with the right set of people? Am I with the right set of people that will fine-tune me to do certain things? I'll be sharing a lot of stories because I know we've actually heard a lot today, but I'll just be sharing stories in between here and there. So, but before I share so many stories and all, what are relationships? Relationships are advantageous connections. Advantageous connections. The main purpose of relationship is to advance our life, is to make our life better. I should get closer to you, and within the next 5 years, my life has transformed. It is an aberration that I'm close to you and nothing literally changed about me. I'm your friend for 2 years, you can't count one thing that has happened in your life. It is wrong. So relationships are advantageous connection. But when it comes to relationship building, based on the topic that we are talking about today, we must be very, very strategic about the relationship we are building. Because now we are preparing for the future, and the future is now. The future that we're talking about is now. So you must be very, very strategic with your relationship. You don't just build anyhow. You are strategic with it. You know where you are going, and you're just building towards it. So, moving on. Strategic relationships are intentional connections that contribute to your growth and purpose and future. I wrote here, you don't need many people, you just need the right people. Backstory, I remember when I was in 100 level, and that would take me to the next of, I was in 100 level. When I was in 100 level, I finished from University of Ilorin, that was 2019 thereabouts. And 100 level, I was close to everybody. I was that guy that knows everybody in the department. We're about 2 something, but I was close to people. I was just close to people. Very, very close to people. When I was graduating, I had just 2 friends. Something happened between 100 level and 400 level. And that would be a major discussion today. What are the importance of strategic relationships? Why do we need strategic people? Why do we need good relationships? Why do we need to be in the right circle? Number one, they help us grow. They help you grow. They help you grow. The right relationship, the right circle help you grow. They won't always agree with you, sincerely speaking, but there are a set of people that will push you towards what you can do because they can see better than you. I've been with certain set of people. I've been with another set of people. I can tell you, being with the right circle is one of the best and the greatest decisions you can make in your life, even as a Christian. So they help you grow. Number 2, they challenge you to improve. They challenge you to improve. Year 2023 was when I started hosting events and all. And after one of my major events that year, and I told him, it was not around, it was in Oshobo, and I told him about it. He was like, that's beautiful. There's more to be done. I won't lie, I felt like, bro, praise me now. But they are telling you that the bar, we've not started, we are still scratching the surface. They are high to climb. Don't get convenient now. Don't be complacent. They challenge you to grow. They challenge you to do more. They expand your thinking. There's some set of friends I love talking to because whenever you talk to them, you're just thinking on another different level. It's not that you call your friends and what they are talking about, as what they are still talking about are stuff that you did while you were still in primary school, secondary school. It's good to actually have memories of those stuff, but whenever you talk, do you remember Taye when he did this? No. They expand your thinking. They expand your capacity. They make you see more. I have a friend who's in Abuja right now, Emmanuel Kilani. And whenever we talk, I've not been to Abuja before, but he says some stuff that makes me want to go to Abuja. And it's not like maybe the lifestyle, but he's telling me about so many beautiful stuff that people are doing over there. They expand your thinking. They support your vision. I was very close to somebody, and the person was very, very dear to my heart. But one thing I realized that the person does not support my vision. I intentionally withdrew myself. One of the ways to show that you love somebody is by supporting what the person is doing. When you have a friend and whenever you tell the friend that you want to do blah, 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 the person says, okay, all right. No repost, nothing, and you're calling that, no, you don't need those set of people. They support your vision. They connect you to opportunities. I just want to quickly go to the major stuff that we have to talk about. They connect you to opportunities. They connect you to opportunities. So I want to talk about reasons why people fall into the wrong circle. Number one, lack of vision. What's vision? Dr. Azu talked about vision. Mr. Bolu talked about vision. Vision is a picture of a desired future. It's a picture of a desired future. If you don't have vision, trust me, everybody is allowed in your life. But vision streamline your life. That you can say, okay, this person is not needed. This person is not needed for the journey. Let's look at the story of Joseph. It's the reason why Joseph didn't give in to Potiphar's wife, yes, was because there's a vision. He knows where he's going. He knows that if I should try this stuff out, I won't get to that destination. I used to tell people, for example, you have an exam in school by 8 a.m. and you left your hostel to school. I'm using Unilorin. I went to a public, if you say Unilorin is a public university, I know it's not like that for Covenant. But University of Lorraine, you're going to go from maybe Okiodo to campus. And when you got to school gate, because there's a shuttle from Okiodo, like let's say from Okiodo to campus. And when you enter the shuttle, and you now saw Ashakain distributing money at the school gate. You have an exam inside school. I'm pretty sure a sensible person will never drop. Because there's high probability you don't get the money. There's high probability it's not going to pick you. But when you don't have vision, for example, you don't have anything you want to do in school, you will drop. Do we get it? So the reason why people fall into the wrong circle is because there is no vision. Vision will take a lot of people from your life. Like I was saying, when I was in 100 level, I had a lot of friends. Oh dear. I don't know me, I was looking for validation. I just want to be close to everybody. When I was graduating, I had two rather. Reason because I started understanding who I am. My vision was getting clearer day by day. I realized that, talking to this person is to bring me down. I don't need you. I tell you, want to host event, they're telling me, is it possible? Have they done it to your family before? Yes. Like I said, some people you share idea with them, they will not say anything about That means no. They will tell you 99 reasons why you should not do it. And there is something I used to say, everybody that has achieved something great in life, they also have reasons not to do it. The same problem that you saw, they saw it too. But they chose to go through, to follow through. Because life requires that we are dogged enough to say, irrespective of what I see, I follow through. I started my event, I think when I was 400 level, I was like 20, 21 then. And there was nobody around that could actually put me through some certain stuff. I remember the first event I planned on doing, physical event. I told one of my friends, he said, who knows you? I want to remember a word. What word? You will have started publicity like 7 months before. And trust me, when the idea came, I didn't act on it immediately. I went for Redeem Holy Ghost night, like the virtual one at RCF back then. And the Lord reminded me of, I said you should do this stuff. And I said, okay, I'm acting on it immediately. I took my phone, told the graphic designer, blah, 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 blah. I picked the date immediately because I love executing almost immediately. And I told the graphic designer. So later that day, I just went to meet this person and we were talking. And I told her, I have event to. He said, nobody will come. Then I'm not joking. And trust me, and I called another person that I saw as a PR person that could help with the publicity of the event. I told the person, and they said, Isaac, you cannot do it. In like 3 months, you should have been posting your pictures. Everybody should be seeing your face gradually. And I remember my friend, the third person I told, I just called Emmanuel Kilani. Emmanuel, this event, he said, Isaac, even though you fail, let's try it out. Trust me, we did the event. We had like 100 people in attendance. And that one bettered so many other events. Because the fact that God told you to do something does not mean you do it if you go and tell the wrong set of people. But sometimes you are the only one that will understand how it feels. God knows that you have capacity to do it. That's why He's telling you. He's not telling. He did not tell them because He knows that maybe probably they won't carry it out. He told you you went to go and shrink your vision with people that won't carry it out at the end of the day. So vision. So if you don't have vision, you fall into the wrong ends. Like I said, everybody cannot be your friend. You can't be close to everybody. And there's something that I was talking to somebody recently, I think that was on Monday night, and he was saying, and I was talking to the person, and he was saying that I should, he was talking about the fact that he's not a new person in Christ, but he sees to go back to his friends, he does not want them to feel somehow. I said, it is none of your business. Don't be apologetic for people that you should leave. Don't be apologetic to them. You have a great future before you. Just follow through. So the next thing, reason why people fall into the wrong circle is environment. Your environment determines a whole lot about you. Your environment determines a whole lot. A whole lot. Your environment. Moving on. Types of people you need in your circle. What are the type of people you need in your circle? What type of people you need in life? Number one, you need people that are doing better than you. I know sometimes out of maybe jealousy, envy, comparison here and there, we just want to stay low with people that we're on the same level. They are not any more than me. We're all earning 200K. We're all earning 500K. When you're not talking to somebody that's earning like 5 million, you need people that are doing better than you so that they can challenge you, so that they can tell you that there is more. There's certain things that you are capable of doing, but until you start interacting with certain set of people, you will never know that you can do it. Has it ever happened that you are scrolling through TikTok or Instagram and you saw something like, I can do this thing just because you saw somebody doing it. So you need people that are better than you because they will tell you a lot, they will challenge you, they will tell you the mistake they've made so that you don't repeat the same mistake. Secondly, the people you need in your circle, vision partners. Vision partners. These are people on the same level with you that you are running together. You need friends that you can share vision together. You can talk about ideas. For example, right now, I'm somebody that gets a lot of ideas. I have a friend that I usually call whenever I get ideas. I'll just say, Emmanuel, I'm doing this. All right, okay, no problem. Let's just put this in place. Let's add this to it, this and blah, 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 blah. And we just execute. Vision partners. You need them in your circle. And if you don't have, you become one to your friends. Thirdly, because of time, you need connectors / people in the corridors of power. I just finished reading, that was in January. That was my book in January. This book by Femi Otedola, what's the name again? I can't remember. Making It Big. And he mentioned something there. He said, one of the best things you can do for yourself is to have influence or relationship with people in the corridors of power. Trust me, you need people. My dear, you need people. People in the corridors of power. As you are growing, you want to have a beautiful future. Start creating relationships. Start developing relationships with people strategically. People in the corridors of power. For example, if police carry you in the night like this, who are you going to call? God forbid, I know, I can't even sleep in cell. Irrespective, there is somebody to call somewhere. Because we are not just building relationship blindly. We are building it strategically. I went to civil defense office for one boy's case recently. I collected somebody's contact because one day, we're in Nigeria, something can happen. You will have somebody to call.
Connect us. There's sometimes the person connecting you does not have the capacity to give you that stuff, but you know somebody somewhere that can help you. Last year, yes, 2025, I'm into boy-child advocacy, so I mentor boys sometimes. I'm in between, both boys and girls, but mostly boys. And there's this girl on my contact list. She sent a message that I should please help her mentor her brother. I was like, I don't have time, but give the guy my number. The guy, we talked for a while, a bit last year, and I was always calling sometimes to check up on the boy. The boy is in SS1 or SS2. But I used to call sometimes I just give him maybe 1K a year, just to my boy. We talk. And this year, I embarked on a project. I'm not still done with the project. And that was to share 1,000 roll-ons to 1,000 secondary school boys in Kwara State to talk about personal hygiene for them. So I posted it. And one day I just saw one message on Instagram. And the person said, blah, 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 I want to partner with you. I'm like, hey, we don't reach global level. So I was like, okay. Then I now saw the sister now called me. And I said, Sao, is Jeremiah that mentioned your name to that person. And now they partnered with the host of. They gave us huge amount of money. The boy does not have the capacity, but he knows somebody that could help. You need connectors. You need people in the corridors of power. Moving on, number 4, people you pour into. You don't actually have to receive a loan from people. Have people that you are deploying what you are receiving. People that you train. There are young girls, young boys in your area that you can help. We are talking about how people are turning into something bad. Most times it's because of us. Because when God gave you that instruction to go to that school to talk about sex education, you argued it out, you didn't carry it out. Now we have teenage pregnancy. So let's have people that we pour into also, people that we train. These are people we should have in our circles. Like I said, number 1. Number 1, please. Number 2. Number 3. Number 4. All right. So how to build strategic relationship? How do we build strategic relationship? How do you build relationship with people? Number 1, be the kind of person great people want around them. Be the kind of person great people want around them. I wrote here, quality people attract quality people. Trust me. This is everybody. Okay. Quality people attract quality people. Has it ever happened that you love somebody so much and you try getting close to the person and you just realize that your conversation didn't really gel like that and it just fell apart? Reason because that relationship was not meant to be at that particular time. Bible says God makes everything beautiful in its time. There is some relationship you don't have to force. There's some relationship you don't have to force. You don't have to beg people to be in relationship with them. I don't have to beg you to be my friend. We should have something mutual that can bring us together. Like I said, quality attracts quality. If you should develop yourself to become the better version of yourself, you realize that you're on the same level with certain set of people that you are even envying right now. There's some people that you are envying right now. You're like, I love this person. You commit yourself to growth. You realize that something's going to bring you together. Platform will bring you together. Quality attracts quality people. Quality people attract quality people. Like I said, number 1, become that kind of person great people want around them. How to build strategic relationship. Be a good person. Whenever you see people, compliment people. You don't just look down on people. There's some people that look like you love them and you love what they do. Get close to them by saying nice stuff about them. By saying nice stuff about them. Quality people attract quality people. Number 2, go where growth happens. How to build strategic relationship. For example, this type of event. There are a lot of events that happens in Lagos every year. I did my NYC in what they used to call that stuff. I served in Ogun State, but it was Songwater. So I was always coming to Lagos. My church was in Ikeja there. And every Saturday, I usually go for events. People that will change your life will not come and meet you at home. You go and meet them. Relationship that will transform your life will not come knocking on your door. You will go out, step out, and talk to this set of people. For example, here we have a lot of numbers here. After this event, talk to people, exchange contact. Some will fall out, some won't fall out. So go where growth happens.
Go for event. Don't say, I don't like going out. Oh, I just love staying indoor. No, you have to go out. Go where growth happens. Number 3, add value to people. Like I said, add value to people. I wrote something down here. If you become valuable people will be drawn to you. So when you add value to people, people will see what you are doing. Like, wow, this person is doing a great stuff. I want to get close to this person. I want to be close to this person. Add value to people. Add value to people. Be that person that, okay, I don't want to run ahead of my, I think I have it. Okay. Add value to people. Moving on quickly. See how to build strategic relationship. Be that person that is always there for people. I was at a restaurant, I think that was on Wednesday. And when I was at that restaurant, I saw this guy was just said, I love your haircut. Wow, I said, thank you. He was complimenting the other guy that was beside me. And I was like, wow. I was even the one that gave him my phone. Give me your contact. Compliment people when you see people. You never can tell who they are. You never can tell who they are. I started by privilege, or by God's grace, I'm a chef, and I have a catering company called The Mail Caterer in Ilorin. And I started this company last year, August. And let me tell you something. I've been in food business for like close to 7 years now, because I started when I was 100 level. But this catering part, I started last year just because of relationship. I never planned on starting catering. All my life was I would just focus on Isaac Inspires, keep inspiring the world, going to secondary school, hosting events here and there. But I went for this event, and this man just said, if I want to cook for 500 people, how much will it cost? And I said, okay, took my calculator, and that's how I started the business. Because of relationship. Business I started last year, we did over close to 6 million within the space of August to December, just because of relationship. Thank you so much. How did this person I'm talking about? I met him 2022. He was just at the mall. We met at the mall, and he just exchanged contact. He said I should come and I told him my friend told him relationship too. My friend connected me to him. He now took me in. He said I should bring food. I remember that we just did business for like maybe 4 months, but I left a good memory with him. Trust me. Every new month I can say, Happy New Month, sir. God bless you, sir. Here and there. Whenever I see him outside, I will not just say he's my customer. I will bend like this. He's actually older than me. Greet him so well. But I didn't know I was sowing seed of honor in this man's heart. They did something in Ilorin last year. I was too young to be part of that stuff. He kept mentioning my name, saying, this is the boy that will do it. This is the person that will do it. He left far. And that's going to take me to what I really want to talk about as I'm closing right now. Is how to keep and nurture relationships. Because having relationship is one thing. Nurturing relationship is another thing. God has blessed us with so many people, but some of us, we've realized we've destroyed so many people, relationships with our own ends. And what we say is that, it's them, it is not me, I'm not the bad person. And if you should sit down with yourself and ask yourself the true question, you know that you participated in the fall of that relationship. Because God can bring somebody to your life. God can say, this is the person you want to marry. And with your hand, you will destroy it. I just remember something right now. Oh dear. When I was in 200 level, somebody came to meet me. It was during COVID-19. He told me that God said I'm his friend. God said, when we hear God said, we just followed you. I did my own part. I was a good person throughout the relationship. Now we don't talk. The relationship that he said God said is my friend, though, we don't talk. Why? Bad behavior. The fact that God has ordained that this person should be your friend, or the fact that this person is going to serve as destiny helper to you, does not mean the person is going to complete his work if you don't do the needful. So how do we nurture and keep relationship? Number one, honor people. Make people feel special that they are in your life. Sometimes, make people feel special that they are in your life. Honor people. Honor them. Honor is the discerning of uniqueness in people. One thing I do to all my friends is that I honor my friends. People that are my friends, I honor them genuinely. You see me posting them, they are doing birthday, post a whole lot of slides, because that's what I can do for now. Honor people. Make people feel special that they're in your life. All right. Make people feel special that they're in your life. Number 2, show gratitude. They used to say, if you cannot give anything, give gratitude. Don't take people for granted. When I was coming down to there's something I used to do every month. At the end of every month, I used to take a review of the month, and I will now list out people who contributed to the success of that month. And I will send a thank you message to them around 2 a.m. in the midnight. So that when they wake up to see it. That has kept me for a long period of time. Where I said I did my NYC here in Otade. The place I lived, that I stayed throughout, the person has not seen my parents before. Mr. Deyonju, he has not seen my parents before. He does not know me from anywhere. Where we met was when I was in secondary school, SS3. I just used to go and help him cook sometimes, do his laundry sometimes. After 6 years, I just called him and said, I'm coming to Songota. I want to come and spend a day. A day turned to a year. Throughout 2025, I didn't buy a cup of rice on the bill of favor. But one thing I even did when I was still there, that I made the man feel so special. Every 3 months, I can just wake up, send a thank you message. Thank you, Daddy, for allowing me to stay in your place. Send 5,000 naira airtime out of my 33K back then. Show gratitude. Make people feel special that they're in your life. Make it a culture that people will not want to. Because if they are even thinking of leaving you, they will remember everything you've done. Like, no. This person that I mentioned, I was mentioning my name all through last year. Trust me, I'm around. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you is not enough. I've done something for some set of people, and the way they will just treat you in your life, you say, me, I'm not coming back. I remember I went to pay one boy's WAEC fee last year, and his countenance was just off. I said, who sent me here? Who sent me here? And some people, you just give them 2K. They make you. We saw the boy they bought something for that was trending last month now. Gratitude, make people feel special there in your life. Number 3, lastly, how to keep and nurture relationship. Intentionally show up for people. Intentionally show up for people. Don't be a selfish person. Relationship is 2 people coming together and their goal is to make sure the relationship works out. Intentionally show up for people. Don't be a selfish person. There's sometimes, some people wonder why people support my vision a lot. Sometimes me too. I'm there with somebody till like 2 a.m. in the midnight. I heard that my friend is sick. Trust me, I'm in his house helping him 1 or 2 stuff. So relationship. Intentionally show up for people. This life, we were talking about forging the future. The future we're talking about is here. The type of relationship you are building determines how your life will look like in the next 10 years. Some of us, some people, if you go to a new state now, there's nobody your parent can call to talk. Whereas there are some people, if their son is going to Benue State, their dad knows somebody in Benue State they can call. So make sure you are building relationships strategically. Because it's not about you, it's for your children. Because at the end of the day, they will fall back to it. I hope I've been a... Thank you so much.
Now, in that same sense of appreciation, let us put our hands together and appreciate Mr. Isaac for that very heartfelt session. Who learned something? I definitely learned a lot. I saw some of us writing, some of us were listening, some of us were taking notes. Honestly, gratitude will open doors, and we have seen from his numerous stories that that is true. And I hope that we take that on and we practice it in our lives. Okay, so we have a very special session about to start, and it's my loud applause so that she can hear me. So while we are setting up the technical structures for that, because she's going to be joining us live, we will quickly present our award of appreciation, just as you have taught us, to Mr. Isaac. So can we please put our hands together as we firstly welcome our convener, Timothy, to present the award. Keep clapping till it gets here. Your applause is also recognition.
Thank you so much. So I'd like to say first off that I think the reason why God took me to Bielsa for my camp, which was not the plan anyways, was because of Isaac. So I remember that he met me on camp and we just started talking, just asking me questions. And he's a very friendly person. Just started asking questions. When he heard I was Covenant University, then he stopped by and said, okay, tell me more about it. And so I began to talk. And we were the last persons to leave camp. So we left camp together on the day after. When we had such a swell conversation, that conversation changed my perspective a whole lot. And then aside from that, when we were now signing out in NYC, we now had a remake of when we were leaving camp. So we went to, he spoiled me. So we went to an E3, head over a conversation, and such an amazing experience. Can somebody say we take TJ? All right. So in honor of your work and all that you do, I think this is not... Please hurry up. And media team, please let me know when, let's know when TDK is up. So we titled this award Innovation and Influence Leader. And Sir Isaac, we want to say thank you for inspiring, responsible, and purposeful growth. He has been doing this, and he does it heartily and fully. He spends for it. If you know Isaac Inspires is, he lives up to his name. And we just want to say thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, so I would like the technical team to signal to me once you are ready with Pastor Debola. But in the interim, we have gifts to give out. So, and to get the gift, you have to earn it. So I'm going to be asking questions, starting from the very first speaking session that we've had today. If you can answer, you win a gift. Is that good? Is that fair enough? Okay, good. Some of you are like, hey, let me flip through my notes. Did I write anything in the first session? It is time to find out. So who was the first? No chorus answers. The rules of my game, no chorus answers. Once you know it, you raise your hand, I pick you, and you step forward. Who was the first speaker we had today? Oh yeah, wait, let me do like this. First person to raise their hand, put your hand down. Please go easy with your hand. Too. Who was... I have not asked the question yet. Who was the first... Wait till I finish the question. Who was the first speaker of today? You know what? My eyes can't be everywhere. So let me go with the lady there. Please, let's clap for her. Everybody's going to get a chance, but clap for her.
Mr. Sam Emmanuel.
Mr. Sam Emmanuel, what did he talk about? Give me 3 things you learned.
Leadership.
Okay.
Growing old is inevitable, so growing up is optional. And when you think leadership, you think about contribution. And what else?
And number 3?
He gave acronym of OTT, which is honest, open, and transparent.
What's your name?
Rebecca Shekri.
Please, can we clap for Rebecca? That was beautiful. Please put your name with the man that gave you the mic. So we're compiling all our winners. You are going to leave here with something today. Next question. Who was the second speaker today? So in the spirit of gender balance, I give it to the man of white. So tell me what her name is.
Her name is Ashley Manuel.
Okay, we are not done. Oh. What is the name of her company?
I think she's the co-founder of...
Who is whispering?
I think the company that husband found.
What's the name? Husband founded company, is that the name?
Semicolon.
Okay, correct. Before you sit down, give me 2 things that you learned from her.
Okay. Basically, I learned about what I can, like, in a slide, she put up, for instance, what I can control and what can I begin to influence.
Okay.
Like when I see a problem, right? And then I learned about the design thinking approach. Yeah, that we should start with people. Yeah, and some other things.
You've done well. Please let's put our hands together for him. Please remind me of your name.
Oluwamayowa.
Please let's put our hands together for Oluwamayowa. Put your name down. Thank you. Right. So she showed us a model, a circular diagram. Who can describe that diagram for me accurately? Anybody? Okay, yes, you. Please, let's give the beautiful lady the mic.
Okay.
Okay, in the diagram, it had 3 circles.
Okay.
To this side is desirable, to this side is feasible, and the last one is economically
Okay, so
viable.
there are 2, that means there are 2 circular diagrams. Am I right? Who knows
yeah.
what I'm talking about? You know. Wait, let me first let you finish your own. Or you're continuing.
So there are 3 circles, basically.
Okay,
There's
like
the-
a Venn diagram, right? Intersecting.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So the first circle has desirable,
Okay.
the second circle feasible, and the third circle economically viable. So in the middle, she was saying that you can't lean too much to any of the circles. The middle is the best point.
Was there something in the middle?
A star.
Correct. Please let's clap for her. What's your name?
Salome.
Salome. Clap for Salome, please. The applause is getting lower. What's happening? So now let's give the mic to the lady at the back who knows the initial circle I was talking about. What was the color of the circle? The color. It had a color. Blue. Okay, so you're right. You know what I'm talking about.
So she said that the circles came from a book, 7 Habits of Highly Effectual People.
Attentive.
And then,
do you remember who wrote the book?
I don't know.
You've tried. I believe it's
Then-
Stephen Covey. Am I right?
Okay, apparently, yes, sir. So there's the circle of concern.
Okay,
Yes,
where
this
is that?
The outside. Sorry, the diagram is literally on the screen.
Who is doing media? I can't believe this. That question is cancelled. It's gone. It's gone. How can I be hosting exam and you put expo on the board? How? But please write your name. At least was it on the board before you started speaking? It was there from the
I already raised
beginning.
up my hand to exactly.
So she had an
close it
idea.
down. Yes.
Okay, no problem. Tell me another thing you learned from her and you write your name.
All right. Okay, yes, she like it said, she talked about like problems. Some people, instead of finding like companies, like they are looking for how would I put it, Jesus?
Relax, take a deep breath.
So instead of just focusing on the product, we should focus on people. What are they looking for? What do they actually want? And she gave example of the Polaroid. I can't remember his name. That his daughter asked him that why can't we develop this? And she gave another product that failed, the Polar Vision.
Correct.
Yes.
I'm convinced you were listening. Please let's put our hands together for her. What's your name? Sheifumi. Very good job. Well done. Thank you. Now, who was the third speaker of today? So I saw your hand very fast. So please, talk to me.
The third speaker was Dr. Azu.
Okay.
And am I supposed to talk about what?
Tell me 3 things you learned from him.
Okay, he gave me a new perspective to capacity building, that if you begin to look at who you have and not about yourself, what you have, you would realize the constant need for growth because you need to make impact and you need to continue to grow to be able to do more, to make more impact.
Okay.
He also talks about the multi-act life, that and the need to do things quickly, rise to the top, so that if you're moving to the next phase of your life, you can also do that.
Yeah.
And then he talked about time and how we spend it. Our attention is how we spend it. And so we have to be aware of what we are giving our attention to.
What's your name, please?
Wumi.
Wumi, please let's clap for Wumi. That was beautiful. Thank you. So the man in front wearing the suit, tell me another thing that you learned from Dr. Azu, separate from what Wumi has said.
All right, thank you so much. There were 3 things he mentioned about time, strength or energy, and wisdom or skill, and that really stood out for me.
Can you expand on that?
Okay, he mentioned that at our young age, we have enough time, we have enough strength, but quite a number of us don't have the wisdom and skill. So we can channel our time and strength/energy into acquiring wisdom so we can scale the ladder faster.
Okay, who were the 2 examples he gave us for multi-act personas?
Okay, Donald Trump and the other man.
What's the other?
Something, I'm sorry, I don't think I can spell it well.
Who can echo the name?
Something.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Or is it Schwarzenegger?
Something like that.
Something like that. Please clap for him. What's your name?
Oba Teniola.
Oba, please clap for Oba Teniola. Very fantastically done. Thank you. Now, we have more questions. All right. How many people do we have? How many names do we have on the list?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6. Okay, let's do number of perfection. 7. One more question. Who Who can tell me 3 things they learned from Mr. Bolu's session? You rose it very fast. I'm not looking here. Oh, no. I'll ask another question for that side.
Thank you for the opportunity. I learned from Mr. Bolu Okwade. He said that most times it's not an issue of not knowing what we want to do, but an issue of the lens from which we are seeing from. And so he said that it's not a resource issue per se, but the lens from which we are seeing. He also talked about the fact that our resources are time, energy, attention, money, and relationships. And so we ought to know how to manage all of these things. Then one other thing he talked about, he said that the fact that you know how to do something does not mean that you can attract the person that can pay for it. So he expanded on that and taught us how that even if you've gotten the skill that you know, you should also learn about sales and marketing and how to connect the people that need to get this value so that they can pay for these things that we have.
Fantastic. What's your name, please?
Adedayo.
Please, can we clap for Adedayo? I love how attentive and receptive we've all been because it's showing you what we've done and how we are recapping what we've learned. Final question, too, for the sake of equality. What did you learn? Or can somebody recount one of the stories that Mr. Isaac said? He gave a lot of stories. So just for, gender balance, I'll give it to the man wearing the trad outfit. Can we clap for him, please? Now, everybody knows the story. So if you're fabricating, we will know.
All right. We're talking about Mr. Bolu.
Mr. Isaac, the last speaker. In his presentation, he's told lots of stories. So just tell me one.
He mentioned when he was at Otta.
Okay.
So
what was he doing at Otta?
He wanted to serve.
What's the service? What's it called?
NYC.
NYC, okay.
So he wanted to serve and he needed somewhere to stay.
Mm-hmm.
And the person was like from 2022. He helped the person with cooking, laundry, and basically just texted the person for a day. And 1 day turned to a year.
Free accommodation. Yeah, that's fantastic. Is it correct? Please, let's clap for him. What's your name?
Abimbola.
Please, let's clap for Abimbola. And please, can you all clap for yourselves? Because this has shown that you actually listened to everything that was said. Fantastic. So, technical, are we ready? Do we need more time? Are we good? More time. Great. So now we have an activity. So all of you that have gotten a gift, fantastic. Those that don't yet have a gift, we still have gift for you. How many of us know what the 7 mountains of influence are? Are we hearing it for the first time? All right. So we have 7 mountains of influence that really encapsulate everything that has to do with life and purpose and vision. And we are going to be sharing ourselves now to the different mountains. So whatever mountain pertains to you precisely, you are going to go into a little huddle. We are going to have an activity where you are going to come up with a problem. Remember in Mrs. Ashley's session, she said you should first identify the problem. So you are going to identify a problem that is pressing in that mountain of influence and come up with a solution. And then you are going to come and present it. We are going to have a panel of judges that will judge your presentation based on some metrics, and we will give prizes to everybody in that mountain. Okay, so we're here to learn how to be equipped to forge the future and also understanding that through purpose, which is expressed through the mountains of influence. So as I read out the various mountains of influence, please identify yourself, and I will tell you where to go. So let's do it back in a very quick and snappy fashion while technical gets ready for us. So I will read them all out. Okay, you even have it on the board. Fantastic. So the mountains of influence we have family, we have religion, we have education, we have government, we have media, we have arts and entertainment, and we have business. So whatever it is that is most pressing in your mind or in your heart to do, like you have it on the board, on the screen rather, that you know that your purpose aligns with the most. Don't be in another person's mountain. No. Select now. And as I point to where you're going to be, please make your way there. So for the mountain of religion, you know that you have been called into ministry. Please come to this side. For the mountain of family, family-centered, mission, purpose, relationships, all of that. Those are the things that interest you, that draw your heartstrings. Like our next speaker, Pastor Debola, you come here. Mounting of education, like Isaac Inspires. What he's doing is a form of education. Education is not just formal, 2 + 2 is 4. No. It's everything that has to do with passing on information to people. So mounting of education here. Mounting of government. You don't like the way things are and you feel that you can do better. You want to get involved and make things right here. Mounting of media. Like me, I'm a host, I'm a voiceover artist. I'm in the mounting of media and arts and entertainment. So media here, arts and entertainment behind. And then business, like Mr. Bolu Okwade. He's a realtor. We had another realtor here. We have people that, somebody said he wants to be the next, biggest HR practitioner in banking. That is business. So business at the back there. So please, can we divide ourselves into our mountings now? Mr. DJ, can you give us some music? Let's do this. We have 5 minutes to do this, and then we'll reconvene. You have a question. What's your question, please? Yes. Pick the one that is most pressing to you right now. Pick the one that's most pressing to you. It happens that people are in more than one. So pick the one most pressing to you. So let's have it. So mountain of religion here. Here, mountain of family. Here, education. Here, government. Media in front. Arts and entertainment at the back. And then business behind. So let's move. Can we have our volunteers or ushers help people out so that every mountain is represented? Religion here. Family here. What's happening? Are we live? Oh, we're good. All right, so now that we have that idea, you can start thinking of the problems you want to discuss. The moment we are done with this final session, we're going to have that presentation and we'll give our gifts. So one more time, as we switch live to Pastor Debola Deji Kurumi, can we put our hands together so she feels our love and anticipation for her wherever she is? Can we put our hands together for her? Can we get the lectern moved so people can see? All right. So good afternoon, Pastor Debola. Can you hear us? Okay, you can. Fantastic. Please first allow me to say that you look so beautiful, ma'am.
Yes.
We have been expecting you and we're so glad that you could join us today. We are eager to hear from all that you have to say. It's been an amazing program so far and we know you're just going to top it all off with divine wisdom coming down directly from heaven to us. So the floor is yours. Thank you so much. Can we put our hands together for her?
Thank you very much. I am truly delighted to be here. And I have to start off by trusting for my internet. PDR, could you give me just a thumbs up if my internet is still good? Because it just showed me it's not great. It's not great. PDR, put in the chats for me. Let me try. If you can you hear? Oh, lovely. Okay.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. I'm really pleased to be here. I was meant to be with you in the room. But I mean, when it was coinciding with a visioning retreat we're holding today, I just said to Timothy, could you slot me into a virtual experience? Oh, well, he either asked or I said it one way or the other. I was sure that I was definitely going to be in this room with you. And I'm so pleased for the power of vision that is at play here. We're in the midst of futuring. We're in the midst of forging the future intentionally. And it is a criticality because of the caliber of dispensation we have found ourselves. We're now in a dispensation of those who lead by vision, those who embrace the energy of execution, and those who continue to reinvent themselves so that they can carry revelation and convert it to results. That is the hour we're in. It's a dispensation of dominion. And that dispensation is foiled by fervent faith, valiant vision, and the ability to embrace the energy of execution. And I love how, Timothy, specifically highlighted to unpack a few things around how do we move from vision to action? How do we make sure that the prophetic power of this season and the light that is dawning on our generation does not remain just in the things we hear and are excited about, but also impact on the movements that we make toward, transformation in a way that changes us and allows us to make a difference in the world. So I'm pleased to be here, and I believe with all my heart that so many great things have happened in the room. You've been learning, and we have our teachers to thank, everyone who's taking some time today to inspire us, instruct us, and to share ideas for the future with us. I want to join Timothy to thank each of you. Timothy is very dear to my heart. And I believe that spending this moment with you is not merely a kind of investment or contribution into the growth of everyone here and those that will still interact with the resource. It's also a kind of affirmation that I thought mattered to me in the way that I wanted it to be known, that I have a dear son in Timothy. I've just found that my audio wasn't that loud. So PDR, let me know if my audio got better. I've just increased it, and I hope that is making a difference. But anyway, straight to the matter at hand, I'm going to share a few things with you that I believe can effectively contribute to your futuring and the journey that you can take from vision to value, the journey that you can take from potential and purpose to possibility and power, the journey that you can take from knowing to showing. The first thing I would love to highlight to you, and it's so simple, but it's not simplistic, is that you have to actually tune into a personal purpose, a sense of personal purpose, or allow me to say a customized revelation. 2026 is a remarkable year. Remarkable for many reasons, but one of the greatest reasons this year is different is because it's a year of disruptions. It's not business as usual. Some of the things that you've always known and believed in may be changing so quickly. And it's not because these disruptions are primarily systemic, that these disruptions are primarily divine. The disruptions and the dynamic shifts that we will welcome this year are heavily connected to what God Himself is doing. God is shifting value. God is dethroning and enthroning kings. God is shifting people into new ways of thinking, new ways of leading, new ways of acting. There's a demand on our generation to plug out of public perceptions into private precision. What that means is we're no longer in a time where you can simply look around you and draw your reference from just how anybody is behaving. We're now in a time where you have to more intentionally ask, what is God calling me to do? What's the vision for my life? What is the customized revelation that I have to carry into this season? All through today, we've been at Metamorphosis 2026, and we've been having conversations about forging the future. What you would notice is not conversation today may have felt very resonant for you. Not everything you've heard may feel very personal for you. Is that correct? Just say a yes in the audience, even if I can't see you right now. So not everything you've heard necessarily felt like it was your word, right? But there were some things you heard that reverberated, that resonated and carried relevance, where you're like, wow, that's something for me. Wow, I'm going to think about that. And that is how we live in precision. Precision invites you into personalized revelation, customized revelation. And that's the first way to be a person who can shift vision into value. You have to take your own word. You have to find your own blueprint, your own template, your own instruction, because that is the beginning of being able to really succeed at scale. The second thing I would love to quickly say to you that is a game changer, if you want to make sure that you're not stuck in the idea phase, but you're able to move into implementation of instructions and you start to see results in your life. Just give me a moment. Okay, so the second thing here is the power of community. This one is almost like a cheat code. One of the biggest, the people, the role often waited for friends who liked them to come to them. But we're now finding out that we have to be intentional about creating the kinds of friendships that we have or that we want. And then for those of you who already have friends, you're social, you know how to connect. There's a principle we've really been teaching around repurposing relationships. Wherever you are in the auditorium, say that with me, repurposing relationships, repurposing relationships, repurposing relationships. And this simply means that you can look at the existing friendships around you, including with your siblings, your neighbors, your close friends, those in the same institution as you, and you can start to look for like-minded people that you want to do greater things with. So for example, you already have friends, you hang out sometimes, you can begin to say, how about we specifically start to read together? How about we start to pray together at this particular time? How about we study a book together in this month? That's repurposing the relationship, making it of more value than it was previously. This is something I really want to encourage you to start to pay attention to if you want to shift from vision to value. You know, we've talked about the power of precision, a precise personal purpose. Secondly, we're talking about the power of community. The third thing I want to highlight to you, and I'm still going to 5, I have a few minutes, I'm going to run along quickly. The third thing I want to highlight to you is around your habits. Your habits is actually your system of success. Your daily habits are predictors of your future. So we're coming out of Metamorphosis 2026. You've got your notes filled with wisdom. You have to convert the wisdom into an action plan. So what are you going to start to do from Monday? You see, what habits would you create around your spiritual growth? What habits would you create around your personal development? What books would you commit to reading? What practices would you maintain? How would you spend the first hour of every single day? What will you do every Friday? You see, you now start to have to go back and build wisdom into your everyday life. It is not what we know that changes our lives, it's what we practice that really changes our lives. So you now have to start to say, there's a way I'm going to live my days. There's a way I will spend my mornings. There's a way I'll organize my weeks. There's something I'll do every quarter. Your habits are predictors of the future. Please let me know, PDR, or someone, if someone from the room can confirm, can you still hear me? Am I breaking badly? Can you hear me, PDR? We're still good?
Hear you. We can hear you loud and clear.
Fantastic.
Ma'am. Thank you.
So the fourth thing, oh, fantastic. I'm glad to know that. The fourth thing I would love to highlight to you that I believe is maybe the juice of everything regarding being able to forge the future is your purposeful action. Your purposeful, powerful, positive actions. The question here is what you will do differently this year across specific areas of your life. And that is where you now set your goals. This is the point where you are now really saying, these are my specific commitments and this is what I will do. Okay? So what are you going to do with your personal brand? What are you going to do with your academics? What are you going to do with your career? What are you going to do with your money? What are you going to do with your relationships? What are you going to do with your spiritual development? What are you going to do with your rest, renewal, recreation? What are you going to do with your health, your body, your mind? You see, what are you going to do with family life? From this particular conference, which has been a powerful experience for you, I invite you to run the 12 Compass Life Assessment. I'm going to share the assessment with Timothy. We built it, and it's a simple tool that would help you see the 12 different areas of your life. And once you are done with the assessment, we include an action plan template. Sorry, I'm dealing with a bit of a cough, so I'm letting it pass. From the assessment, we include an action plan template that allows you then clarify exactly what you want to do differently with each of those areas of your life. Without well set goals and then purposeful action through which you make important decisions and take critical steps with the different parts of your life, what you know will not show. Okay? And then the final thing, I think it's a crowning part. I don't find many people doing this enough. And if you can invest in it this year, you're going to really feel proud of your accomplishments. And this is the principle of accountability. The principle of accountability. Here we're talking about mentorship, we're talking about coaching, and we're also talking about people or systems that help you hold yourself accountable. If you make a commitment, what systems exist in your life to ensure that you keep them? I had a person who was able to write 3 books in 1 year. A person who was able to write 3 books in 1 year simply because they gave someone else 500,000 naira. They gave a person 500,000 naira and they said, hold this for 6 months or so, and I'm going to complete, this first book at this time of the year. And because they knew that if they didn't finish that book, they were not going to be able to receive their 500,000 back, they wrote the first book. And once they set that up, they continued to write more books all through the year. And they wrote 3 books by the end of the year. So accountability is a game changer for you because it effectively allows you, be held to the promises you make, to the goals you set, and to the person that you said you want to become. So don't forget, you need a precise personal purpose. You need to invest in the power of community. You need to take purposeful actions. You need to build strong habits, and you need to stay accountable so that you're futuring and you're forging the kind of future that you prefer. I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the conversation. I look forward to being with you in person by the grace of God at Metamorphosis 2027, and I especially celebrate you, Timothy Adewale, for the stunning work that you're doing. I hope you feel rewarded with this room of amazing leaders. I wish each of you a beautiful year marked by grace, marked by the favor of God, and covered in divine advantage.
She can still hear. Huh? Okay. I didn't hear that bill. Oh, okay. All right. So, trust me, what just happened now is a show of, honestly, just love. Because it should be impossible. So, based on many, many reasons, but she still chose to do this for 2 reasons. The fact that she believes in the young generation and she believes in every one of us here. So she sped out, based on many reasons, of which I can't say, the reason why she couldn't make it for her session, couldn't make it physically. So she still went back and forth trying to see how it was going to work, but she still made sure that she was going to do this. So which makes it more, makes it make sense why we should give her this. So in honor of all that DDK, as she's fondly called, in honor that Mrs. Debola Dejikurmi
does for our generation. We just want to say a very, very, very big thank you for all that you do, Ma. Thank you. And we have titled this award a Visionary Leadership Impact Award, presented to Mrs. Debola Deji-Kurumi for outstanding contribution to raising transformational leaders and shaping a generation of purpose-driven leaders. Do we agree with that? So what do we say to DDK? Amazing. Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If we're not tired of clapping, can we put our hands together one more time for all of the speakers we've had today, from Mr. Sam Emmanuel to Mrs. Ashley Emmanuel. Keep clapping till I finish their names. To the panel session, to Mr. Bolu Okunade, to Mr. Isaac, to Mrs. Debola Deji-Kurumi. Am I missing out on anybody? Who? Of course, how can I forget Dr. Azu? To Dr. Azubike Ezinwoke. Can we put a loud applause together so that wherever they are, they can hear it, they can feel the love and the appreciation. And finally, let's put our hands together for our convener, because he's the man behind the vision, the reason we are gathered here today. A man who heard a word from God and acted on it, and we are just so grateful. So thank you so much. And most importantly, can you put your hands together for yourselves? Because we could have gotten the hall, we could have done the flyers, we could have done all of this. But if you were not here, today will not be a reality. One more time, put your hands together for yourselves. You guys have been so amazing. Wonderful. So we are gradually drawing the curtains to today's event. And last thing is the activity I said we would do. So now that we've had enough time to think about our various mountains of influence, can we quickly split into them? There's an importance to this, so I don't want us to take it lightly. So can we have the different mountains, the graphic on the screen, so that everybody can remember? So I said mountain of religion here, mountain of family. Which one is here? Education. Which one is here? Government. There is media, there's arts and entertainment, and there is business. So please, let's quickly go into those groups. If you're having issues knowing which mountain you want to be in, our convener is there. He will give you on-the-spot analysis to know where you fall in. Please, let's just move there. It's very important, trust me, and the outcome of this conversation is going to outlive today's event. So please, let's not take it lightly. Can we have the graphic on the screen? Okay, so we have religion here. We have family here. We have education here. We have government here. We have media in front, arts and entertainment at the back. And at the final section of seats at the back, we have business. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is a very important exercise because this also doubles as a networking opportunity. So people that you haven't spoken to yet, if you've not spoken to more persons than you came with, this is a time to meet them. So we have 5 minutes. 5 minutes might seem short, but when it's time to count, you realize it might seem long, but it's actually very short. So if you are there, I don't want to see you looking at the front. I want you to form a huddle. Turn your chairs. We are finished. So just turn your chairs, adjust the seating, look at each other, and start to discuss. What is the problem in being in the mountain of religion? Yes, please. This place for family. Don't look at the number. It might be 2-3 people that will change the world. Mary Slessor was one woman. Her name is written in the history books. Mahatma Gandhi was one man. His name is written in the history books. Nelson Mandela, one man. So even if it's just 3. So huddle up, and begin to discuss what are the issues in the mountain of religion. Is it that young people don't love God anymore? Is it that ministry is becoming, commercialized? Are people beginning to do fanfare? What are the issues? What are the issues in the mountain of family? Why are we having high rates of divorce? Why are people not marrying? Why are feminists saying that men are not worthy of being married to? What are the issues? Let's go. What's happening in the mountain of education? People don't want to go to school. Those that are going to school, they are not learning, they are doing other things. Yahoo boys are making school look like a scam. What is happening? How can we bring education back to being the best legacy? Yes, government. All of you that say Nigeria is Nigeria is that, you don't want to be in the mountain of government. Interesting. Arts and entertainment. Are you from media? Government. Okay. This is government. Even if it's just 2 people, please discuss. If you are in media or arts and entertainment, I think you can come together because of the number. Form a huddle. You can turn the chairs. Discuss. What are the issues? Why is obscene content, what is most popular? Why are people, I mean, we had a popular saga where somebody, I don't even know if it's true, whether she poisoned herself on live, whether some people said it's a lie, some people said it's to make money. Media has become such a crazy thing. What are the issues? Discuss. Yes, mountain of business, our future billionaires, millionaires, you want to make money, you want to start a business, you want to be on Forbes. Discuss what are the issues. Why are Nigerian businesses not excelling like foreign businesses? Most of the popular brands you know in Nigeria are not owned by Nigerians. What is the issue? Discuss. We have 5 minutes, guys. Thank you. And then please remember to pick a representative that will come out and discuss what your problem, what your identified problem is, and the solution that you want to prefer. You should have 3 representatives that will come out to represent your mountain. One minute gone. I have 4 minutes, 240 seconds to go. No matter the number, you can come up with a groundbreaking solution. Discuss. Don't forget to select your representatives. Your assignment is simple. What is the problem? What solution are you preferring? Okay. So at this point, we should be wrapping up. Our representatives should already know what they are going to say. I will select randomly. This might be the first group to present. This might be the first. We have 1 minute more. 1 minute. I know the problems are plenty. Let's just pick one. And then through networking, you guys can even form a group and discuss further. You can discuss further, but for the sake of this presentation, we're going to do one. All right, so I'm going to do a 10-second countdown. I'm not doing 20 this time. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Please, can we put our hands together for ourselves? Thank you. You have discussed intelligently. You have discussed in-depthly. It's time to present. So can we make our way forward? Do we have our volunteers to help usher our people so we can come back to the center? Thank you. Mr. DJ, are you fighting with us? Give us music now. Give us something nice as we wrap up. Let's end in high spirits. Give us a song, some nice background music. And let's make our way back. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let your representatives come and stand in the front. Let's do this quickly and snappily. Mr. DJ, please some music if you can. Let's come back. One mountain is at the back. Business, you will make the billions. Don't worry. Yeah, come back, come back, come back. Media, arts, and entertainment. Is this for media and arts? Fantastic. These are my people. We always stand out. We stand correct. Yes, religion. Our pastors and pastor misses, our ministers of the gospel, our kingdom financiers. Who is representing us? Please step forward. Thank you. Thank you. The family mountain. Society at large is the family unit at the smallest. So very important mountain. Yes, please. 3 or 2. No, they need moral support. No, one person is not good. 2 or 3. Mr. DJ, thank you. Government, can we have you out? Government, no, let's have more than, just stand beside them. Minimum of 2 people, thank you. It doesn't matter. Even if all of you are 3. 1 per person. Moral support. Moral support. This big group, nobody has come out yet. Oh, yeah, education. Come and educate us. Send your rep, 2 or 3. Thank you. We must be out, so before this song gets to the chorus, so. It's almost in the chorus, so. Your way. Our business people, where are our billionaires and millionaires? I know money talk is very deep, but let's wrap it up. We can form a group later and continue. Where are our reps? We're ready. I love it. We need to. The way you even sat down, you look like a billionaire. Please step forward. Who is giving him moral support? Somebody should come out with him. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Can we move ourselves forward so that we can wrap up? It's been a beautiful Saturday, spending time learning, meeting people, networking, being better. At least 2. All right, so can we arrange ourselves so that the camera can capture us? Mr. DJ, see what you've been depriving us since. So can we have us in front? Front over here, thank you. Over here, thank you. Over here, thank you. You all look so beautiful. Just here, thank you. Solid, solid, solid. Get it bang, bang, your love is solid. Musician, hey, don't play with me. Oh, I am. Are we complete? Thank you, Mr. DJ. Please bring it down. Thank you. Fight my battles. All right, so I'm going to do a quick run through. Just tell me the name of your mountain. What mountain? Please be loud. What mountain?
Family.
Family. What mountain?
Religion.
Religion. What mountain?
Government.
Government. What mountain?
Media and art.
Media and arts. What mountain?
Education.
Education. Sounds like a teacher. Education. What mountain?
Business.
Business. Is it complete? No. Who is missing? Okay, so media and arts and entertainment came together. So we should have 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Fantastic. So now present to us. You people like this, you are the panel of judges. So let's hear from them. And let's see. You have 2 things. Number 1, your mountain, you introduce it. Then you tell us the problem. And you tell us the solution that you are preferring. So we are going to start here. There's no order. Here, let's go.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so our mountain is government, and I feel that it's a mountain that we all share because no one can operate without the government. The government is the one that organizes everything. So the thing is that Nigerian senators, as studies show, are the highest paid people in the whole world. Nigerian senators, to be specific. And we all complain about the government, and only 3 of us were in the government mountain. I'm like, okay, so every day, they say that if you want to start a conversation in Nigeria, just say, oh, more this government, and everybody is speaking, right? So the problem with the government is maybe having bad people or like not competent people in the political space and having people with the wrong mindset. Why are people going into politics? To make money. People are going into politics to gain influence. People are getting into politics for different reasons, right? And the solution we are bringing about, or like we're proposing, is a form of accountability machinery, right? We already see that happening with budget and NGO that tracks government spending, and we propose other measures, right? Also, we propose resensitization. Mostly, I'm studying international relations. I'm in my final year, and they don't talk about the practical aspect of politics, just theory and everything. So we're speaking about resensitization. What exactly is Nigerian politics like? And not what the Europeans tell us what politics is. So, yeah.
So the problem is not having people with the right mindset going to government, and then when they get there, they squander resources and things are still left as bad as they were. And then the solution is to come up with a system that will put checks and balances into how these resources are used. I think there are so many solutions we can even bring out from them. Speaking on first, the mindset. So maybe having proper awareness or education on what exactly it is to be a governmental, personnel. Thank you. Let's put our hands together for the mountain of government. Okay, so I'm here, mountain of family. Yes. Just keep it short.
Okay, we're talking about forging the future leaders, but the future leaders cannot be the future leaders if we do not raise them well today. So a lot of people are just giving birth to children without taking in the necessary efforts to raise them well. And there are many aspects to the well-being of the child. So as an adult tomorrow, you can look well today, but 1 or 2 aspects that are meant to be developed are not developed well, making you to be a lopsided individual. So the pain point we're bringing out is the overall well-being of children.
My name is Lawrence Osiri. I'm representing Mountain of Family. So one major issue in that family space is that if we notice, like our society, conferences, empowerment, stuff like that are more focused on women and children, and they kind of leave the male gender out because, in quotes, they kind of figure it out later. And it has affected them because the male gender is very important because that guy is going to become a man later, and if he's not trained properly, he's going to wreck the whole family and society at large, because family is the smallest unit of the society, and everything, the convictions of the child and exposures, things that's in is in the family. So I feel you should focus or put our attention more on the male gender, or not, maybe not more, but they should put attention on it here, not just focusing on a particular.
Okay, so another issue I want to bring up is the issue of unintentional parenting. Most parents feel that their money is a substitute for their presence in the lives of their children, which is why we see a lot of female girls who want to get attention from guys because they did not get that from their father. Even boys who cannot stand up in their home front because their fathers did not model a good example. And so the solutions we are bringing up for is for the issue of male, there should be more male conferences, teaching men how to be men, not just like guys, and how to, hold up the home front. And also, parents should be enlightened to the fact that their money is not equal to their presence.
Please, can we clap for them? That was beautiful. So because of our time, we're going to be doing it speedy, very speedy. Have you heard what elevator pitch looks like? Very fast. So just 1 minute, your problem and solution inside that same 1 minute.
All right, good day, everyone. So my name is Peter. I realize that, we are from the category of religion. So one problem I realized that there is lack of spiritual fire among the young generations. As the word of God has said in Isaiah chapter 40, if you read verse 30 and verse 31, how that, the youths, they have the strength and all of that, but yet, even the youths that have the strength, yet they are weary. And the reason there is because they've not actually known God. The book of Psalms 103 says that there is the ways of God and there is act of God. So I think the younger generations, the youths, they actually need to be taught the ways of God. I'm talking about the personality, the character of God, before we can know the act of God. Thank you.
Please, let's put our hands together for Pastor. What is your name?
My name is Peter.
Okay, Pastor Peter. Because remaining small now, we have started revival, but that was beautiful. Thank you for that. He had already started preaching. Okay, quickly in 1 minute, the mountain, the problem, the solution.
So I'm from the mountain of media and art. And in Nigeria, it's very clear that the Nigerian society doesn't really care about the media and art perspective in the sense of the mindset. The mindset is the thing. If you see a child, they are young, maybe they are painting, or maybe, she'll actually speak a little bit more on this, very brief, more about sports, right? And you see a child playing ball with bottle, you'd be like, leave it alone, go and read your book, go and be an engineer, a doctor. But it's just as of recent times that you actually see that these categories or these sectors are actually blooming, like the fact of tech. Most people do not think that, what is AI, what is all that? But in the past years, AI has risen so fast that nobody even thought it would rise to. The solution is the mindset. People have to change their mindset towards these things, and that's just the major thing, according to also what one of our speakers, Bolu, spoke about.
I know this time is short, we can't say so much. So the fact that you can even make sense out of what you are doing in this short time is already a plus. So please, let's clap for the mountain of arts and media. Yes, education. 1 minute.
Hi, everyone. And I'll be speaking on the mountain of education. Well, firstly, I want to establish that all these mountains are actually rest on the mountain of education, because without education, all these things would not actually really exist, right? So now the problem is we highlighted 3 core problems, which is lack of awareness, lack of exposure, and exam malpractice, right? So I think the summary of the solution which we came up with was, well, you sharply, brief us on that. But then the first one was in terms of the awareness, right? I believe that the education system only focuses on one aspect of life, because I believe there are 6 aspects, right, which are the physical, the social, the financial, the spiritual, and so on, right? But then the school system, the education system only focuses on one aspect, right? Okay, so now I believe that creating an awareness amongst students, right? Because even from the reason why we even have probably corruption in government and stuff is because of the education was actually bad, right? And some of them did not even know these things, and that's why probably they learned it from the wrong people, right? That is why we have all these vices here. So my partner here would.
Or just to solidify what he said, lack of exposure. If you look at the education system, like university system, for instance, a lot of people are studying things, but they are not exposed to the practical of things. For instance, I'm studying civil engineering, and I know there are a lot of universities in Nigeria that teach the theoretical things, and even the curriculum is outdated. That's one. Two, they don't have exposure. They're not going for, what's it called now, excursions. They don't have the practicals, the exposure, and you just expect them to figure it out after school. So the solution is balancing the theoretical aspect with the practical aspect. Thank you so much.
Let's put our hands together. And then finally, 1 minute, solution, problem solution on the mountain.
Hi, everyone. All right. Representing the mountain of business. So one of the major, at its core roots, one major problem we see in the mountain of business is neglecting principles that guides, business. The average person just say, oh, business, I just want to go into it to make money, forgetting that business in and of itself is spiritual in its nature. And I'm speaking from the perspective of, from the faith, because obviously that's superior as regards the mountain of business. So the solution would be principles gotten from who created business in the first place, which is God, and which is basic biblical principles. One of which, just like the Bible says, you remember the Lord your God is one that gave you power to create wealth and all that. So basically acknowledging that there is a source of your business. It's not just the buy and selling you're doing, but there is a superior aspect that guides your business. Thank you.
Can we please put our hands together to all the representatives that came forward? This just shows that we have our mind in the right place, and truly the future is in safe hands. Please, can we have Timothy up here as we wrap up? Where's our convener? Can somebody please get him? Can he come inside? Can he come inside? So initially we're going to give gifts to just those people that have answers, but then we received information that everybody here is going to get just a little token of the gift that we have planned. So please, let's put our hands together for our convener. No gift is small. This is just a show of our appreciation for you being here and a remembrance of today's event. I really want us to have Timothy inside so that we can have a group picture. Everybody's face will show and we go. So please, can we, where are the photographers? Are they gone? Our photographers, a minute please. So we're going to have a quick picture. Please, can you climb the podium? Thank you. So we just have this group picture. All the reps in front, please climb the podium. And while we're at it, please don't forget to follow the Rabbi Global. If you haven't done so, please follow the page. The more you follow, the more you interact with the content, the more the content spreads to more people. And we can build a community that is forging the future. Please come together, come together. Yes. The handle is on the screen. Please follow. Thank you. And if you haven't scanned the code, please do so. All right, so thank you. We have our convener. Let's take this picture. And then right after, we need somebody from the video team, people using their phones, because we're about to make a video. And this time, everybody will climb the podium. Yes, everybody will climb the podium. Also, please, if you answered a question the other time and you wrote your name in a book, can you please come to this side? If you answer the question, please come forward. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's make it snappy. I know we all want to go home. Abimbola, I remember your name. Salome. Where is Salome? Is she out? Has she gone? I remember some names. Wumi. So let's come out, let's come out, let's come out. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so yes, while you are still on the stage, Timothy, we'll just take a picture with people that answered our questions. Please, can you just go up on the stage? And thereafter, we'll take a picture with everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please, can you go up on stage with this? Thank you so much. Quick picture. And then everybody, get ready for the full picture. If you answer the question, yes. So back on stage. Thank you. You also did. Another one is coming, but you can just go up for now. Just bring the picture. Thank you. Give us sweet pictures, please. Please, I need one for somebody. Give the... Is this the same thing? Okay. Take care. Thank you. Please smile like you are happy to be here, because I know you are. Thank you. These are the faces of the future. I love it. I love it. Yes, Wumi is giving us a dance. Amazing. And now finally, everybody, please come up to the podium. We're going to make a video. A video. Timothy, are you with your phone? Let me get it for you. You can also get your phones as well. We're making a video and posting it on our Instagram. Everybody, please come to the stage. Come to the stage. Okay. Everybody, please come to the stage. We still need somebody recording this. Oh, fantastic. We need 2 POVs. What do we do? This way, so everybody. Okay. This way. Can we have the official flyer on the screen? That would be best. Thank you. Everybody up on stage, please. Up on stage, up on stage, up on stage. Snappy, snappy, snappy. Snappy, snappy, snappy. Thank you. Beautiful and handsome ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Please make your way forward. Thank you. Please make sure you are showing, meaning the person that is in front of you should not be taller than you. All heights matters, okay? All heights matter. Please be considerate of those that are not your height. Be kind to them by letting them show. All heights matter. So you can have your own POV as well. So we're going to say something simple. We're going to say Metamorphosis 2.0. And the response will be forging the future with a loud voice, okay? So when I say Metamorphosis 2.0, what do we say? Great, but we'll do it with much more energy, that youths are popularly known for. Great. Is everybody on stage? Do you have your book? So when we say forge the future, you scream, you dance, you let them know that we had a good time here. Are we ready, please? Okay, let's have a group picture. So, Mr. Convener, please, can you come? Mr. Convener.
receive them, please check your emails this week. Now, please listen to what I'm saying. Everyone, please listen. Please check your emails this week. You're going to be receiving something from DDK. You're going to be receiving something from Dr. Azu. You're also going to be receiving something from Ashley. All right? So please do all take a look to your emails. And secondly, there is an arm of the Rabbi Global that is called Chrysalis Hub Mentorship. Now, we've had 2 cohorts. We had a pilot cohort last year, and we had another one towards the end of last year. So the intention of the Chrysalis Hub Mentorship is, as the name implies, to mentor young people towards purpose discovery and deployment. Now, it's going to run for 8 weeks. It's an 8 weeks coaching experience, and it promises to be super, super, super life transforming. Now, for that, I'm saying this so that you can just keep abreast with it. Further details will be passed across via your emails. So the emails that you give to us, please, that's you trust me, you're going to be getting some very nice, juicy stuff via that. So please do well to stay glued to it. And on a final note, every picture that you took, every experience you had, I was seeing some people with their stories, their iPads and all that. Now, please do well to post your pictures and just tag us. Just tag the Rabbi Global. Whatever experience you have, please feel free to, those of us who are content creators, you took a vlog when you were in the bus, when you dropped down, when you got into the end, then you almost dragged your change and all those things, and when you got here. So all of those videos combined together, and please do well to post and tag us, all right? Please do well to post and tag us at the Rabbi Global. I mean, I'm sure some of us must have already seen the link. And by God's grace, Metamorphosis 2027 will be bigger and better than this, all right? Did you have a great time? Was it worth your time? Should we do this again? Thank you so much, everyone. Please do well to enjoy the rest of your Saturday and have an amazing week ahead. Thank you so much, everyone.